Chapter 4. Nothing better than those mysteries, by which, from a rough and fierce life, we are polished to gentleness, humanity, kindness, and softened. Cicero, De Legibus, 2:14. Descend, O Soma, with that stream with which thou lightest up the sun. Soma, a life ocean, spread through all. Thou fillest creative the sun with beams. Rigveda, 2:143. The beautiful virgin ascends with long hair, and she holds 2 ears in her hand, and sits on a seat and feeds a boy as yet little, and suckles him, and gives him food. Avanar. It is alleged that the Pentateuch was written by Moses, and yet it contains the account of his own death, Deuteronomy 34:6. And in Genesis 14:14, the name Dan is given to a city, which Judges 18:29 tells us was only called by that name at that late day, it having previously been known as Laish. Well might Josiah have rent his clothes when he had heard the words of the book of the law, for there was no more of Moses in it than there is of Jesus in the gospel, according to John. We have one fair alternative to offer our theologians, leaving them to choose for themselves and promising to abide by their decision. Only they will have to admit either that Moses was an impostor, or that his books are forgeries, written at different times and by different persons, or again, that they are full of fraudulent interpolations. In either case, the work loses all claims to be considered divine revelation. Here is the problem, which we quote from the Bible, the word of the God of truth. And I appeared unto Abraham, unto Isaac, and unto Jacob, by the name of God Almighty. But by my name of Jehovah was I not known to them. Exodus 6:3, spake God unto Moses. A very startling bit of information that when, before arriving at the book of Exodus, we are told in Genesis 22:14 that Abraham called the name of that place, where the patriarch had been preparing to cut the throat of his only begotten son, Jehovah-Jireh, Jehovah sees. Which is the inspired text? Both cannot be. Which the forgery? Now, if both Abraham and Moses had not belonged to the same holy group, we might, perhaps, help theologians by suggesting to them a convenient means of escape out of this dilemma. They ought to call the Reverend Jesuit fathers, especially those who have been missionaries in India, to their rescue. The latter would not be for a moment disconcerted. They would coolly tell us that beyond doubt, Abraham had heard the name of Jehovah and borrowed it from Moses. Do they not maintain that it was they who invented the Sanskrit, edited Manu, and composed the greater portion of the Vedas? Marcion maintained, with the other Gnostics, the fallaciousness of the idea of an incarnate God, and therefore denied the corporeal reality of the living body of Christ. His entity was a mere illusion. It was not made of human flesh and blood, neither was it born of a human mother, for his divine nature could not be polluted with any contact with sinful flesh. He accepted Paul as the only apostle preaching the pure gospel of truth, and accused the other disciples of depraving the pure form of the gospel doctrines delivered to them by Jesus, mixing up matters of the law with the words of the Savior. Finally, we may add that modern biblical criticism, which unfortunately became really active and serious only toward the end of the last century, now generally admits that Marcion's text of the only gospel he knew anything about, that of Luke, is far superior and by far more correct than that of our present synoptics. We find in supernatural religion the following, for every Christian, startling sentence: we are therefore indebted to Marcion for the correct version even of the Lord's Prayer. If, leaving for the present the prominent founders of Christian sects, we now turn to that of the Ophites, which assumed a definite form about the time of Marcion and the Basilidians, we may find in it the reason for the heresies of all others. Like all other Gnostics, they rejected the Mosaic Bible entirely. Nevertheless, their philosophy, apart from some deductions original with several of the most important founders of the various branches of Gnosticism, was not new. Passing through the Chaldean Kabbalistic tradition, it gathered its materials in the Hermetic books, and pursuing its flight still farther back for its metaphysical speculations, we find it floundering among the tenets of Manu and the earliest Hindu anti-sacerdotal Genesis. Many of our eminent antiquarians trace the Gnostic philosophies right back to Buddhism, which does not impair in the least either their or our arguments. We repeat again, Buddhism is but the primitive source of Brahmanism. It is not against the primitive Vedas that Gautama protests. It is against the sacerdotal and official state religion of his country, and the Brahmins, who in order to make room for and give authority to the castes, at a later period crammed the ancient manuscripts with interpolated slokas, intended to prove that the castes were predetermined by the Creator, by the very fact that each class of men was issued from a more or less noble limb of Brahma. Gautama Buddha's philosophy was that taught from the beginning of time in the impenetrable secrecy of the inner sanctuaries of the pagodas. We need not be surprised, therefore, to find again, in all the fundamental dogmas of the Gnostics, the metaphysical tenets of both Brahmanism and Buddhism. They held that the Old Testament was the revelation of an inferior being, a subordinate divinity, and did not contain a single sentence of their Sophia, the divine wisdom. As to the New Testament, it had lost its purity when the compilers became guilty of interpolations. The revelation of divine truth was sacrificed by them to promote selfish ends and maintain quarrels. The accusation does not seem so very improbable to one who is well aware of the constant strife between the champions of circumcision and the law, and the apostles who had given up Judaism. The Gnostic Ophites taught the doctrine of emanations, so hateful to the defenders of the unity in the Trinity, and vice versa. The unknown deity with them had no name, but his first female emanation was called Bythos, or depth. It answered to the Shekinah of the Kabbalists, the veil which conceals the wisdom in the cranium of the highest of the three heads. As the Pythagorean monad, this nameless wisdom was the source of light, and Anoia, or mind, is light itself. The latter was also called the primitive man, like the Adam Kadmon, or ancient Adam of the Kabbalah. Indeed, if man was created after his likeness and in the image of God, then this God was like his creature in shape and figure. Hence, he is the primitive man. The first Manu, the one evolved from Swayambhuva, he who exists unrevealed in his own glory, is also, in one sense, the primitive man, with the Hindus. Thus the nameless and the unrevealed, Bythos, his female reflection, and Anoia, the revealed mind proceeding from both, or their son, are the counterparts of the Chaldean first triad, as well as those of the Brahmanic Trimurti. We will compare. In all the three systems we see the great first cause as the one, the primordial germ, the unrevealed and grand all, existing through himself. In the Indian pantheon, Brahma Zeus, the Chaldean, Elu Kabbalistic Ensof, in the Ophite, the nameless or secret name. Whenever the eternal awakes from its slumber and desires to manifest itself, it divides itself into male and female. It then becomes, in every system, the double-sexed deity, the universal father and mother. In India, Brahma, Nara, male, Nari, female. In Chaldea, Icon or Ensof, Anu, male, Anatta, female. In the Opite system, nameless spirit, Abrasax, male, Bythos, female. From the union of the two emanates a third, or creative principle, the sun, or the manifested logos, the product of the divine mind. In India, Viraj, the sun. In Chaldea, Bel, the sun. Ophite system, Ophis, another name for Enoia, the sun. Moreover, each of these systems has a triple male trinity, each proceeding separately through itself from one female deity. So, for instance, in India, the trinity, Brahma, Vishnu, Siva, are blended into one, who is Brahma, neuter gender, creating and being created through the Virgin Nari, the mother of perpetual fecundity. In Chaldea, the trinity, Anu, Bel, Hoa, or Sin, Samas, Bin, blend into one, who is Anu, double-sexed, through the Virgin Mylitta. In the Ophite system, the trinity consisted of the mystery named Sige, Bythos, and Noia. These become one, who is Abrasax, from the Virgin Sophia, or Numa, who herself is an emanation of Bythos and the mystery God, and emanates through them, Christos. To place it still clearer, the Babylonian system recognizes first the one, Ad, or Ad, who is never named, but only acknowledged in thought as the Hindu Swayambhuva. From this, he becomes manifest as Anu or Ana, the one above all, Monas. Next comes the demiurge called Bel or Elu, who is the active power of the Godhead. The third is the principle of wisdom, Hea or Hoa, who also rules the sea and the underworld. Each of these has his divine consort, giving us Anatta, Belta, and Davkina. These, however, are only like the Saktis, and not especially remarked by theologists, but the female principle is denoted by Mylitta, the Great Mother, called also Ishtar. So with the three male gods, we have the triad, or Trimurti, and with Mylitta added, the Arba, or four, Tetractys of Pythagoras, which perfects and potentializes all, hence the above-given modes of expression. The following Chaldean diagram may serve as an illustration for all others: triad, Anu, Bel, Hoa; Mylitta, Arba-il, or fourfold God, become with the Christians Trinity, God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Ghost, Mary, or mother of these three gods, since they are one, or the Christian heavenly Tetractys. Hence, Hebron, the city of the Keberi, was called Kirjath Arba, city of the four. The Keberi were Axieros, the noble Eros, Axiokersos, the worthy horned one, Axiokersa, Demeter and Cadmiel, Hoa, etc. The Pythagorean 10 denoted the Arba-il, or divine four, emblematized by the Hindu lingam, Anu, 1, Bel, 2, Hoa, 3, which makes 6. The triad and Mylitta as 4 make the 10, though he is termed the primitive man, Enoia, who is like the Egyptian Pimander, the power of the thought divine, the first intelligible manifestation of the divine spirit in material form. He is like the only begotten son of the unknown Father of all other nations. He is the emblem of the first appearance of the divine presence in his own works of creation, tangible and visible, and therefore comprehensible. The mystery God, or the ever-unrevealed deity, fecundates through his will, Bythos, the unfathomable and infinite depth that exists in silence, Psi, and darkness for our intellect, and that represents the abstract idea of all nature, the ever-producing cosmos. As neither the male nor female principle blended into the idea of a double-sexed deity in ancient conceptions could be comprehended by an ordinary human intellect, the theology of every people had to create for its religion a logos, or manifested word, in some shape or other. With the Ophites and other Gnostics who took their models direct from more ancient originals, the unrevealed Bythos and her male counterpart produce Ennoia, and the three in their turn produce Sophia, thus completing the Tetractys, which will emanate Christos, the very essence of the Father Spirit. As the unrevealed one, or concealed Logos in its latent state, he has existed from all eternity in the Arba'il, the metaphysical abstraction. Therefore, he is one with all others as a unity, the latter, including all, being indifferently termed Ennoia, Sig, silence, Bythos, etc. As the revealed one, he is Androgyn, Christos, and Sophia, divine wisdom, who descend into the man Jesus. Both father and son are shown by Irenaeus to have loved the beauty, formam, of the primitive woman, who is Bythos, depth, as well as Sophia, and as having produced conjointly Ophis and Sophia, double-sexed unity again, male and female wisdom, one being considered as the unrevealed Holy Spirit, or Elder Sophia, the Pneuma, the intellectual mother of all things. The other, the revealed one, or Ophis, typifying divine wisdom fallen into matter, or God-man. Jesus, whom the Gnostic Ophites represented by the serpent, Ophis. Fecundated by the divine light of the Father and Son, the highest spirit and Ennoia, Sophia produces in her turn two other emanations, one perfect Christos, the second imperfect Sophia Achamoth, from Hakamoth, simple wisdom, who becomes the mediatrix between the intellectual and material worlds. Christos was the mediator and guide between God, the higher, and everything spiritual in man. Achamoth, the younger Sophia, held the same duty between the primitive man, Ennoia, and matter. What was mysteriously meant by the general term, Christos, we have just explained. Delivering a sermon on the month of Mary, we find the Reverend Dr. Preston of New York City expressing the Christian idea of the female principle of the Trinity better and more clearly than we could, and substantially in the spirit of an ancient heathen philosopher. He says that the plan of the redemption made it necessary that a mother should be found, and Mary stands preeminently alone as the only instance when a creature was necessary to the consummation of God's work. We will beg the right to contradict the reverend gentleman. As shown above, thousands of years before our era, it was found necessary by all the heathen theogonies to find a female principle, a mother for the triune male principle. Hence, Christianity does not present the only instance of such a consummation of God's work, albeit, as this work shows, there was more philosophy and less materialism, or rather anthropomorphism, in it. But here the Reverend Doctor express heathen thought in Christian ideas. He, God, he says, prepared her, Mary's, virginal and celestial purity, for a mother defiled could not become the mother of the Most High. The Holy Virgin, even in her childhood, was more pleasing than all the cherubim and seraphim, and from infancy to the maturing maidenhood and womanhood, she grew more and more pure. By her very sanctity, she reigned over the heart of God. When the hour came, the whole court of heaven was hushed, and the Trinity listened for the answer of Mary, for without her consent, the world could not have been redeemed. Does it not seem as if we were reading Irenaeus explaining the Gnostic heresy, which taught that the Father and Son loved the beauty, formam, of the celestial Virgin, or the Egyptian system of Isis being both wife, sister, and mother of Osiris Horus? With the Gnostic philosophy, there were but two, but the Christians have improved and perfected the system by making it completely heathen, for it is the Chaldean Anu, Bel Hoa, merging into Mylitta. Then while this month of Mary, adds Dr. Preston, begins in the Paschal season, the month when nature decks herself with fruits and flowers, the harbingers of a bright harvest. Let us, too, begin for a golden harvest. In this month, the dead come up out of the earth, figuring the resurrection. So, when we are kneeling before the altar of the Holy and Immaculate Mary, let us remember that there should come forth from us the bud of promise, the flower of hope, and the imperishable fruit of sanctity. This is precisely the substratum of the pagan thought, which, among other meanings, emblematized by the rites of the resurrection of Osiris, Adonis, Bacchus, and other slaughtered sun gods, the resurrection of all nature in spring, the germination of seeds that had been dead and sleeping during winter, and so were allegorically said to be kept in the underworld, Hades. They are typified by the 3 days passed in hell before his resurrection, by Hercules, by Christ, and others. This derivation, or rather heresy, as it is called in Christianity, is simply the Brahmanic doctrine in all its archaic purity. Vishnu, the second personage of the Hindu Trinity, is also the Logos, for he is made subsequently to incarnate himself in Krishna, and Lakshmi, or Lakshmi, who, as in the case of Osiris and Isis, of En-Soph and Sapphira, and of Bythos and Ennoia, is both his wife, sister, and daughter. Through this endless correlation of male and female creative powers in the abstruse metaphysics of the ancient philosophies, is Sophia Achamoth. Krishna is the mediator promised by Brahma to mankind, and represents the same idea as the Gnostic Christos. And Lakshmi, Vishnu's spiritual half, is the emblem of physical nature, the universal mother of all the material and revealed forms, the mediatrix and protector of nature, like Sophia Achamoth, who is made by the Gnostics the mediatrix between the great cause and matter, as Christos is the mediator between him and spiritual humanity. This Brahmano-Gnostic tenet is more logical and more consistent with the allegory of Genesis and the fall of man. When God curses the first couple, he is made to curse also the earth and everything that is on it. The New Testament gives us a Redeemer for the first sin of mankind, which was punished for having sinned, but there is not a word said about a Savior who would take off the unmerited curse from the earth and the animals, which had never sinned at all. Thus, the Gnostic allegory shows a greater sense of both justice and logic than the Christian. In the Ophite system, Sophia, the androgyne wisdom, is also the female spirit, or the Hindu female Nari, Narayana, moving on the face of the waters, chaos, or future matter. She vivifies it from afar, but not touching the abyss of darkness. She is unable to do so, for wisdom is purely intellectual and cannot act directly on matter. Therefore, Sophia is obliged to address herself to her supreme parent. But although life proceeds primally from the unseen cause, and his Ennoia, neither of them can, any more than herself, have anything to do with the lower chaos in which matter assumes its definite shape. Thus, Sophia is obliged to employ on the task her imperfect emanation, Sophia Achamoth, the latter being of a mixed nature, half spiritual and half material. The only difference between the Ophite cosmogony and that of the St. John Nazarenes is a change of names. We find equally an identical system in the Kabbalah, the Book of Mystery, Liber Mysteriae. All the three systems, especially that of the Kabbalists and the Nazarenes, which were the models for the Ophite cosmogony, belong to the pure Oriental Gnosticism. The Codex Nazareus opens with the Supreme King of Light, Mano, the Great First One Trauber, etc., the latter being the emanation of Ferho, the unknown, formless life. He is the chief of the aeons, from whom proceed, or shoot forth, 5 refulgent rays of divine light. Mano is rex lucis, the baithos enoia of the Ophites. Unus est rex lucis in suo regno, nec ullus qui eo altior, nullus qui ejus similitudinem retulerit, nullus qui sublatis oculis, viderit coronam quae in ejus capite est. He is the manifested light around the highest of the 3 Kabbalistic heads, the concealed wisdom. From him emanate the 3 lives. Ebel Zivo is the revealed Logos, Christos, the Apostle Gabriel, and the first legate, or messenger of light. If Baithos and Enoia are the Nazarene Mano, then the dual-natured, the semi-spiritual, semi-material Achamoth must be Fetahil when viewed from her spiritual aspect, and if regarded in her grosser nature, she is the Nazarene Spiritus. Fetahil, who is the reflection of his father. Lord Abatur, the third life, as the elder Sophia is also the third emanation, is the newest man. Perceiving his fruitless attempts to create a perfect material world, the Spiritus calls to one of her progeny, the Karabtanos, Ilda Bauth, who is without sense or judgment, blind matter, to unite himself with her to create something definite out of this confused, turbulentos, matter, which task she is enabled to achieve only after having produced from this union with Karabtanos the 7 stellars. Like the 6 sons or genii of the Gnostic Ildabaoth, they then frame the material world. The same story is repeated over again in Sophia Achamoth. Delegated by her purely spiritual parent, the elder Sophia, to create the world of visible forms, she descended into chaos and, overpowered by the emanation of matter, lost her way. Still ambitious to create a world of matter of her own, she busied herself hovering to and fro about the dark abyss, and imparted life and motion to the inert elements until she became so hopelessly entangled in matter that, like Fetahil, she is represented sitting immersed in mud and unable to extricate herself from it, until, by the contact of matter itself, she produces the creator of the material world. He is the Demiurgus, called by the Ophites Ildabaoth, and, as we will directly show, the parent of the Jewish God in the opinion of some sects, and held by others to be the Lord God himself. It is at this point of the Kabbalistic Gnostic cosmogony that begins the Mosaic Bible. Having accepted the Jewish Old Testament as their standard, no wonder that the Christians were forced by the exceptional position in which they were placed through their own ignorance to make the best of it. The first groups of Christians, whom Renan shows numbering but from 7 to 12 men in each church, belonged unquestionably to the poorest and most ignorant classes. They had and could have no idea of the highly philosophical doctrines of the Platonists and Gnostics, and evidently knew as little about their own newly made-up religion. To these, who, if Jews, had been crushed under the tyrannical dominion of the law, as enforced by the elders of the synagogues, and if pagans had been always excluded, as the lower castes are, until now in India, from the religious mysteries, the God of the Jews and the Father, preached by Jesus, were all one. The contentions which reigned from the first years following the death of Jesus, between the two parties, the Pauline and the Petrine, were deplorable. What one did, the other deemed a sacred duty to undo. If the homilies are considered apocryphal and cannot very well be accepted as an infallible standard by which to measure the animosity which raged between the two apostles, we have the Bible, and the proofs afforded therein are plentiful. So hopelessly entangled seems Irenaeus in his fruitless endeavors to describe, to all outward appearance at least, the true doctrines of the many Gnostic sects of which he treats, and to present them, at the same time, as abominable heresies, that he either deliberately, or through ignorance, confounds all of them in such a way that few metaphysicians would be able to disentangle them without the Kabbalah and the Codex as the true keys. Thus, for instance, he cannot even tell the difference between the Sethionites and the Ophites, and tells us that they called the God of all, hominem, a man, and his mind the second man, or the Son of Man. So does Theodoret, who lived more than 2 centuries after Irenaeus, and who makes a sad mess of the chronological order in which the various sects succeeded each other. Neither the Sethionites, a branch of the Jewish Nazarenes, nor the Ophites, a purely Greek sect, have ever held anything of the kind. Irenaeus contradicts his own words by describing in another place the doctrines of Corinthus, the direct disciple of Simon Magus. He says that Corinthus taught that the world was not created by the first God, but by a virtue, virtus, or power, an aeon so distant from the first cause that he was even ignorant of him who is above all things. This aeon subjected Jesus. He begot him physically through Joseph, from one who was not a virgin, but simply the wife of that Joseph. And Jesus was born, like all other men. Viewed from this physical aspect of his nature, Jesus was called the Son of Man. It is only after his baptism that Christos, the Anointed, descended from the princeliness of above in the figure of a dove, and then announced the unknown Father through Jesus. If, therefore, Jesus was physically considered as a Son of Man, and spiritually as the Christos who overshadowed him, how then could the God of all, the unknown Father, be called by the Gnostics homo, a man, and his mind, Ennoia, the second man, or Son of Man? Neither in the Oriental Kabbalah nor in Gnosticism was the God of all ever anthropomorphized. It is but the first, or rather the second emanations, for Shekinah, Sephira, depth, and other first manifested female virtues are also emanations that are termed primitive men. Thus Adam Kadmon, Ennoia, or Saig, the Logoi in short, are the only begotten ones, but not the sons of man, which appellation properly belongs to Christos, the son of Sophia, the elder, and of the primitive man who produces him through his own vivifying light, which emanates from the source or cause of all, hence the cause of his light also, the unknown Father. There is a great difference made in the Gnostic metaphysics between the first unrevealed Logos and the Anointed, who is Christos. Ennoia may be termed, as Philo understands it, the second God, but he alone is the primitive and first man, and by no means the second one, as Theodoret and Irenaeus have it. It is but the inveterate desire of the latter to connect Jesus in every possible way, even in the heresies, with the highest God, that led him into so many falsifications. Such an identification with the unknown God, even of Christos, the Anointed, the Aeon who overshadowed him, let alone of the man Jesus, never entered the head of the Gnostics, nor even of the direct apostles and of Paul, whatever later forgeries may have added. How daring and desperate were many such deliberate falsifications was shown in the first attempts to compare the original manuscripts with later ones. In Bishop Horsley's edition of Sir Isaac Newton's works, several manuscripts on theological subjects were cautiously withheld from publication. The article known as Christ's Descent into Hell, which is found in the later Apostles' Creed, is not to be found in the manuscripts of either the 4th or 6th centuries. It was an evident interpolation, copied from the fables of Bacchus and Hercules, and enforced upon Christendom as an article of faith. Concerning it, the author of the preface to the Catalogue of the Manuscripts of the King's Library, Preface Paripurivin, remarks, I wish that the insertion of the article of Christ's descent into hell into the Apostles' Creed could be as well accounted for as the insertion of the said verse, First Epistle of John, 5:7. Now, this verse reads, "For there are three that bear record in heaven, the Father, the Word, and the Holy Ghost, and these three are one." This verse, which has been appointed to be read in churches, is now known to be spurious. It is not to be found in any Greek manuscript, save one at Berlin, which was transcribed from some interpolated paraphrase between the lines. In the first and second editions of Erasmus, printed in 1516 and 1519, this allusion to these three heavenly witnesses is omitted, and the text is not contained in any Greek manuscript which was written earlier than the 15th century. It was not mentioned by either of the Greek ecclesiastical writers, nor by the early Latin fathers, so anxious to get at every proof in support of their Trinity, and it was omitted by Luther in his German version. Edward Gibbon was early in pointing out its spurious character. Archbishop Newcomb rejected it, and the Bishop of Lincoln expresses his conviction that it is spurious. There are 28 Greek authors, Irenaeus, Clemens, and Athanasius included, who neither quote nor mention it, and 17 Latin writers, numbering among them Augustine, Jerome, Ambrosius, Cyprian, and Pope Eusebius, who appear utterly ignorant of it. It is evident that if the text of the heavenly witnesses had been known from the beginning of Christianity, the ancients would have eagerly seized it, inserted it in their creeds, quoted it repeatedly against the heretics, and selected it for the brightest ornament of every book that they wrote upon the subject of the Trinity. Thus falls to the ground the strongest Trinitarian pillar. Another not less obvious forgery is quoted from Sir Isaac Newton's words by the editor of the Apocryphal New Testament. Newton observes that what the Latins have done to this text, First Epistle of John 5, the Greeks have done to that of St. Paul, Timothy 3:16. For, by changing O into The, the abbreviation of Theos, God, in the Alexandrian manuscript, from which their subsequent copies were made, they now read, "Great is the mystery of godliness, God manifested in the flesh." Whereas all the churches, for the first 4 or 5 centuries, and the authors of all the ancient versions, Jerome, as well as the rest, read, "Great is the mystery of godliness, which was manifested in the flesh." Newton adds that now that the disputes over this forgery are over, they that read God, made manifest in the flesh, instead of the godliness which was manifested in the flesh, think this passage one of the most obvious and pertinent texts for the business. And now we ask again the question, who were the first Christians? Those who were readily converted by the eloquent simplicity of Paul, who promised them, with the name of Jesus, freedom from the narrow bonds of ecclesiasticism. They understood but one thing. They were the children of promise. Galatians 4:28. The allegory of the Mosaic Bible was unveiled to them. The covenant from the Mount Sinai which gendereth to bondage was Agar, Ibidaritar's 24, the old Jewish synagogue, and she was in bondage with her children to Jerusalem, the new and the free, the mother of us all. On the one hand, the synagogue and the law which persecuted everyone who dared to step across the narrow path of bigotry and dogmatism. On the other, paganism with its grand philosophical truths concealed from sight, unveiling itself but to the few, and leaving the masses hopelessly seeking to discover who was the God among this overcrowded pantheon of deities and sub-deities. To others, the apostle of circumcision, supported by all his followers, was promising, if they obeyed the law, a life hereafter, and a resurrection of which they had no previous idea. At the same time, he never lost an occasion to contradict Paul without naming him, but indicating him so clearly that it is next to impossible to doubt whom Peter meant. while he may have converted some men who, whether they had believed in the Mosaic resurrection promised by the Pharisees, or had fallen into the nihilistic doctrines of the Sadducees, or had belonged to the polytheistic heathenism of the pagan rabble, had no future after death, nothing but a mournful blank. We do not think that the work of contradiction, carried on so systematically by the two apostles, had helped much their work of proselytism. With the educated thinking classes, they succeeded very little, as ecclesiastical history clearly shows. Where was the truth? Where the inspired word of God? On the one hand, as we have seen, they heard the Apostle Paul explaining that, of the two covenants, which things are an allegory, the old one from Mount Sinai, which gendereth unto bondage, was Agar the bondwoman, and Mount Sinai itself answered to Jerusalem, which now is in bondage, with her circumcised children. And the new covenant meant Jesus Christ, the Jerusalem which is above and free. And on the other, Peter, who was contradicting and even abusing him. Paul vehemently exclaims, "Cast out the bondwoman and her son, the old law and the synagogue. The son of the bondwoman shall not be heir with the son of the free woman. Stand fast, therefore, in the liberty wherewith Christ hath made us free. Be not entangled again with the yoke of bondage. Behold, I, Paul, say unto you, that if ye be circumcised, Christ shall profit you nothing." Galatians 3:12. What do we find Peter writing? Whom does he mean by saying, "These who speak great swelling words of vanity"? While they promise them liberty, they themselves are servants of corruption, for of whom a man is overcome, of the same is he brought in bondage. For if they have escaped the pollution of the world through the knowledge of the Lord and Savior, they are again entangled therein, and overcome. It had been better for them not to have known the way of righteousness, than after they have known it to turn from the holy commandment delivered unto them. Second Epistle. Peter certainly cannot have meant the Gnostics, for they had never seen the holy commandment delivered unto them. Paul had. They never promised any one liberty from bondage, but Paul had done so repeatedly. Moreover, the latter rejects the old covenant, Agar the bondwoman, and Peter holds fast to it. Paul warns the people against the powers and dignities, the lower angels of the Kabbalists, and Peter, as will be shown further, respects them and denounces those who do not. Peter preaches circumcision, and Paul forbids it. Later, when all these extraordinary blunders, contradictions, dissensions, and inventions were forcibly crammed into a frame elaborately executed by the episcopal caste of the new religion, and called Christianity, and the chaotic picture itself cunningly preserved from too close scrutiny by a whole array of formidable church penances and anathemas, which kept the curious back under the false pretense of sacrilege and profanation of divine mysteries, and millions of people had been butchered in the name of the God of mercy. Then came the Reformation. It certainly deserves its name in its fullest paradoxical sense. It abandoned Peter and alleges to have chosen Paul for its only leader. And the apostle who thundered against the old law of bondage, who left full liberty to Christians to either observe the Sabbath or set it aside, who rejects everything anterior to John the Baptist, is now the professed standard-bearer of Protestantism, which holds to the old law more than the Jews, imprisons those who view the Sabbath as Jesus and Paul did, and outvies the synagogue of the first century in dogmatic intolerance. But who then were the first Christians, may still be asked. Doubtless the Ebionites, and in this we follow the authority of the best critics. There can be little doubt that the author of the Clementine Homilies was a representative of Ebionitic Gnosticism, which had once been the purest form of primitive Christianity. And who were the Ebionites? The pupils and followers of the early Nazarenes, the Kabbalistic Gnostics. In the preface to the Codex Nazareus, the translator says that also the Nazarenes did not reject. The eons is natural, for of the Ebionites who acknowledged them, the eons, these were the instructors. We find, moreover, Epiphanius, the Christian Homer of the heresies, telling us that Ebion had the opinion of the Nazarenes, the form of the Cerinthians, who fable that the world was put together by angels, and the appellation of Christians. An appellation certainly more correctly applied to them than to the Orthodox, so-called Christians of the school of Irenaeus and the later Vatican. Renan shows the Ebionites numbering among their sect all the surviving relatives of Jesus. John the Baptist, his cousin and precursor, was the accepted savior of the Nazarenes and their prophet. His disciples dwelt on the other side of the Jordan, and the scene of the baptism of the Jordan is clearly and beyond any question proved by the author of Sod, the son of the man, to have been the site of the Adonis worship. Over the Jordan and beyond the lake dwelt the Nazarenes, a sect said to have existed already at the birth of Jesus, and to have counted him among its number. They must have extended along the east of the Jordan and southeasterly among the Arabians, Galatians 1:17, 21, 2:11, and Sabaeans in the direction of Bozrah. And again, they must have gone far north over the Lebanon to Antioch, also to the northeast, to the Nazarian settlement in Beroea, where St. Jerome found them. In the desert, the mysteries of Adonis may have still prevailed. In the mountains, Ai Adonai was still a cry. Having been united, conjunctus, to the Nazarenes, each Ebionite imparted to the other out of his own wickedness, and decided that Christ was of the seed of a man, writes Epiphanius. And if they did, we must suppose they knew more about their contemporary prophet than Epiphanius 400 years later. Theodoret, as shown elsewhere, describes the Nazarenes as Jews who honor the anointed as a just man, and use the evangel, called according to Peter. Jerome finds the authentic and original evangel, written in Hebrew, by Matthew the Apostle Publican, in the library collected at Caesarea by the martyr Pamphilius. I received permission from the Nazareans, who at Beroea of Syria used this gospel to translate it, he writes toward the end of the 4th century. In the evangel which the Nazarenes and Ebionites use, adds Jerome, which recently I translated from Hebrew into Greek, and which is called by most persons the genuine Gospel of Matthew, etc., that the apostles had received a secret doctrine from Jesus, and that he himself taught one, is evident from the following words of Jerome, who confessed it in an unguarded moment. Writing to the bishops Chromatius and Heliodorus, he complains that a difficult work is enjoined, since this translation has been commanded me by your felicities, which St. Matthew himself, the apostle and evangelist, did not wish to be openly written. For if it had not been secret, he, Matthew, would have added to the evangel that which he gave forth, was his. But he made up this book, sealed up, in the Hebrew characters, which he put forth, even in such a way, that the book, written in Hebrew letters, and by the hand of himself, might be possessed by the men most religious, who also, in the course of time, received it from those who preceded them. But this very book they never gave to anyone to be transcribed, and its text they related some one way and some another. And he adds further on the same page, and it happened that this book, having been published by a disciple of Manichaeus, named Seleucus, who also wrote falsely the Acts of the Apostles, exhibited matter not for edification, but for destruction, and that this book was approved in a synod which the ears of the church properly refused to listen to. He admits himself that the book which he authenticates as being written by the hand of Matthew, a book which, notwithstanding that he translated it twice, was nearly unintelligible to him, for it was arcane, or a secret. Nevertheless, Jerome coolly sets down every commentary upon it, except his own, as heretical. More than that, Jerome knew that this original Gospel of Matthew was the expounder of the only true doctrine of Christ, and that it was the work of an evangelist who had been the friend and companion of Jesus. He knew that if of the two Gospels, the Hebrew in question and the Greek belonging to our present Scripture, one was spurious, hence heretical, it was not that of the Nazarenes. And yet, knowing all this, Jerome becomes more zealous than ever in his persecutions of the heretics. Why? Because to accept it was equivalent to reading the death sentence of the established church. The Gospel, according to the Hebrews, was but too well known to have been the only one accepted for 4 centuries by the Jewish Christians, the Nazarenes, and the Ebionites, and neither of the latter accepted the divinity of Christ. If the commentaries of Jerome on the prophets, his famous Vulgate, and numerous polemical treatises are all as trustworthy as this version of the Gospel, according to Matthew, then we have a divine revelation indeed. Why wonder at the unfathomable mysteries of the Christian religion, since it is perfectly human? Have we not a letter written by one of the most respected fathers of the Church to this same Jerome, which shows better than whole volumes their traditionary policy? This is what St. Gregory of Nazianzen wrote to his friend and confidant St. Jerome. Nothing can impose better on a people than verbiage. The less they understand, the more they admire. Our fathers and doctors have often said, not what they thought, but what circumstances and necessity forced them to, but to return to our Sophia Achamoth and the belief of the genuine, primitive Christians. After having produced Ilda Bioth, Ilda from, a child, and Beuth from, the egg, or Beuth, a waste, a desolation, Sophia Achamoth suffered so much from the contact with matter that after extraordinary struggles, she escapes at last out of the muddy chaos. Although unacquainted with the pleroma, the region of her mother, she reached the middle space and succeeded in shaking off the material parts which have stuck to her spiritual nature. After which, she immediately built a strong barrier between the world of intelligences, spirits, and the world of matter. Ilda Bioth is thus the son of darkness, the creator of our sinful world, the physical portion of it. He follows the example of Bythos and produces from himself 6 stellar spirits, sons. They are all in his own image and reflections one of the other, which become darker as they successively recede from their father. With the latter, they all inhabit 7 regions, disposed like a ladder, beginning under the middle space, the region of their mother, Sophia Achamoth, and ending with our earth, the 7th region. Thus they are the genii of the 7 planetary spheres, of which the lowest is the region of our earth, the sphere which surrounds it, our ether. The respective names of these genii of the spheres are Iov, Jehovah, Sabaoth, Adonai, Eloi, Urios, Astaphios. The first 4, as everyone knows, are the mystic names of the Jewish Lord God, he being, as C.W. King expresses it, thus degraded by the Ophites into the appellations of the subordinates of the Creator. The 2 last names are those of the genii of fire and water. Ilda Bauth, whom several sects regarded as the god of Moses, was not a pure spirit. He was ambitious and proud, and rejecting the spiritual light of the middle space offered him by his mother Sophia Achamoth, he set himself to create a world of his own. Aided by his sons, the 6 planetary genii, he fabricated man, but this one proved a failure. It was a monster, soulless, ignorant, and crawling on all fours on the ground like a material beast. Ildebeoth was forced to implore the help of his spiritual mother. She communicated to him a ray of her divine light, and so animated man, and endowed him with a soul. And now began the animosity of Ildebeoth toward his own creature. Following the impulse of the divine light, man soared higher and higher in his aspirations. Very soon he began presenting not the image of his creator Ildebeoth, but rather that of the supreme being, the primitive man, Enoia. Then the Durnurgus was filled with rage and envy, and fixing his jealous eye on the abyss of matter, his looks envenomed with passion, were suddenly reflected in it, as in a mirror. The reflection became animate, and there arose out of the abyss Satan, serpent, Ophiomorphos, the embodiment of envy and of cunning. He is the union of all that is most base in matter, with the hate, envy, and craft of a spiritual intelligence. After that, always in spite at the perfection of man, Ildebeoth created the 3 kingdoms of nature, the mineral, vegetable, and animal, with all evil instincts and properties. Impotent to annihilate the tree of knowledge, which grows in his sphere, as in every one of the planetary regions, but bent upon detaching man from his spiritual protectress, Ildebeoth forbade him to eat of its fruit, for fear it should reveal to mankind the mysteries of the superior world. But Sophia Achamoth, who loved and protected the man whom she had animated, sent her own genius, Ophis, in the form of a serpent to induce man to transgress the selfish and unjust command. And man suddenly became capable of comprehending the mysteries of creation. Ildebeoth revenged himself by punishing the first pair, for man, through his knowledge, had already provided for himself a companion out of his spiritual and material half. He imprisoned man and woman in a dungeon of matter, in the body so unworthy of his nature, wherein man is still enthralled. But Achamoth protected him still. She established between her celestial region and man a current of divine light, and kept constantly supplying him with this spiritual illumination. Then follow allegories embodying the idea of dualism, or the struggle between good and evil, spirit and matter, which is found in every cosmogony, and the source of which is again to be sought in India. The types and antitypes represent the heroes of this Gnostic pantheon, borrowed from the most ancient mythopoeic ages. But in these personages, Ophis and Ophiomorphos, Sophia and Sophia Achamoth, Adam Kadmon, and Adam, the planetary genii and the divine aeons, we can also recognize very easily the models of our biblical copies, the euhemerized patriarchs. The archangels, angels, virtues, and powers are all found, under other names, in the Vedas and the Buddhistic system. The Avestic Supreme Being, Zero Ana, or boundless time, is the type of all these Gnostic and Kabbalistic depths, crowns, and even of the Chaldean En Sof. The 6 Amshaspans, created through the word of Ormazd, the firstborn, have their reflections in Bythos and his emanations, and the antitype of Ormazd, Ahriman, and his devs also enter into the composition of Ildebeoth and his 6 material, though not wholly evil, planetary genii. Achamoth, afflicted with the evils which befall humanity, notwithstanding her protection, beseeches the celestial mother Sophia, her antitype, to prevail on the unknown depth, to send down Christos, the son and emanation of the celestial Virgin, to the help of perishing humanity. Ildebeoth and his 6 sons of matter are shutting out the divine light from mankind. Man must be saved. Ildebaoth had already sent his own agent, John the Baptist, from the race of Seth, whom he protects, as a prophet to his people. But only a small portion listened to him. The Nazarenes, the opponents of the Jews, on account of their worshipping Yurbo Adonai. Achamoth had assured her son, Ildebaoth, that the reign of Christos would be only temporal, and thus induced him to send the forerunner, or precursor. Besides that, she made him cause the birth of the man Jesus from the Virgin Mary, her own type on earth. For the creation of a material personage could only be the work of the Demiurgus, not falling within the province of a higher power. As soon as Jesus was born, Christos, the perfect, uniting himself with Sophia, wisdom and spirituality, descended through the 7 planetary regions, assuming in each an analogous form and concealing his true nature from their genii, while he attracted into himself the sparks of divine light which they retained in their essence. Thus Christos entered into the man Jesus at the moment of his baptism in the Jordan. From that time Jesus began to work miracles. Before that, he had been completely ignorant of his mission. Ildebaoth, discovering that Christos was bringing to an end his own kingdom of matter, stirred up the Jews against him, and Jesus was put to death. When on the cross, Christos and Sophia left his body and returned to their own sphere. The material body of the man Jesus was abandoned to the earth, but he himself was given a body made up of ether, astral soul. Thenceforward, he consisted of merely soul and spirit, which was the reason why the disciples did not recognize him after the resurrection. In this spiritual state of a simulacrum, Jesus remained on earth for 18 months after he had risen. During this last sojourn, he received from Sophia that perfect knowledge, that true gnosis, which he communicated to the very few among the apostles who were capable of receiving the same. Thence, ascending up into the middle space, he sits on the right hand of Ildebaoth, but unperceived by him, and there collects all the souls which shall have been purified by the knowledge of Christ. When he has collected all the spiritual light that exists in matter out of Ildebaoth's empire, the redemption will be accomplished, and the world will be destroyed. Such is the meaning of the reabsorption of all the spiritual light into the pleroma or fullness, whence it originally descended. The foregoing is from the description given by Theodoret and adopted by King in his Gnostics, with additions from Epiphanius and Irenaeus. But the former gives a very imperfect version, concocted partly from the descriptions of Irenaeus and partly from his own knowledge of the later Ophites, who, toward the end of the 3rd century, had blended already with several other sects. Irenaeus also confounds them very frequently, and the real theogony of the Ophites is given by none of them correctly. With the exception of a change in names, the above-given theogony is that of all the Gnostics, and also of the Nazarenes. Ophis is but the successor of the Egyptian Chnufis, the good serpent with a lion's radiating head, and was held from days of the highest antiquity as an emblem of wisdom, or Thoth, the instructor and savior of humanity, the Son of God. O men, live soberly, win your immortality, exclaims Hermes, the thrice great Trismegistus, instructor and guide of humanity. I will lead you on to salvation. Thus the oldest sectarians regarded Ophis, the Agathodaimon, as identical with Christos, the serpent being the emblem of celestial wisdom and eternity, and, in the present case, the antitype of the Egyptian Chnufis serpent. These Gnostics, the earliest of our Christian era, held that the supreme Aeon having emitted other eons out of himself. One of them, a female, prunikos, concupiscence, descended into the chaos, whence, unable to escape, she remained suspended in the midspace, being too clogged by matter to return above, and not falling lower where there was nothing in affinity with her nature. She then produced her son, Ildabaoth, the god of the Jews, who in his turn produced 7 eons, or angels, who created the 7 heavens. In this plurality of heavens, the Christians believed from the first, for we find Paul teaching of their existence, and speaking of a man caught up to the 3rd heaven, 2 Corinth 3. From these 7 angels Ildabaoth shut up all that was above him, lest they should know of anything superior to himself. They then created man in the image of their father, but prone and crawling on the earth like a worm. But the heavenly mother, Prunikos, wishing to deprive Ildabaoth of the power with which she had unwittingly endowed him, infused into man a celestial spark, the Spirit. Immediately man rose upon his feet, soared in mind beyond the limits of the 7 spheres, and glorified the Supreme Father, him that is above Ildabaoth. Hence, the latter, full of jealousy, cast down his eyes upon the lowest stratum of matter, and begot a potency in the form of a serpent, whom they, the Ophites, call his son. Eve, obeying him as the Son of God, was persuaded to eat of the tree of knowledge. It is a self-evident fact that the serpent of the Genesis, who appears suddenly and without any preliminary introduction, must have been the antitype of the Persian archdevs, whose head is Ashmog, the 2-footed serpent of lies. If the Bible serpent had been deprived of his limbs before he had tempted woman unto sin, why should God specify, as a punishment, that he should go upon his belly? Nobody supposes that he walked upon the extremity of his tail. This controversy about the supremacy of Jehovah, between the presbyters and fathers on the one hand, and the Gnostics, the Nazarenes, and all the sects declared heterodox as a last resort on the other, lasted till the days of Constantine and later. That the peculiar ideas of the Gnostics about the genealogy of Jehovah, or the proper place that had to be assigned in the Christian Gnostic pantheon to the God of the Jews, were at first deemed neither blasphemous nor heterodox, is evident in the difference of opinions held on this question by Clemens of Alexandria, for instance, and Tertullian. The former, who seems to have known of Basilides better than anybody else, saw nothing heterodox or blamable in the mystical and transcendental views of the new reformer. In his eyes, remarks the author of the Gnostics, speaking of Clemens, Basilides was not a heretic, i.e., an innovator, as regards the doctrines of the Christian Church, but a mere theosophic philosopher who sought to express ancient truths under new forms, and perhaps to combine them with the new faith, the truth of which he could admit without necessarily renouncing the old, exactly as is the case with the learned Hindus of our day. Not so with Irenaeus and Tertullian. The principal works of the latter against the heretics were written after his separation from the Catholic Church, when he had ranged himself among the zealous followers of Montanus, and teem with unfairness and bigoted prejudice. He has exaggerated every Gnostic opinion to a monstrous absurdity, and his arguments are not based on coercive reasoning, but simply on the blind stubbornness of a partisan fanatic. Discussing Basilides, the pious, godlike, theosophic philosopher, as Clemens of Alexandria thought him, Tertullian exclaims, "After this Basilides the heretic broke loose. He asserted that there is a supreme God, by name Abraxas, by whom mind was created, whom the Greeks call nous. From her emanated the Word, from the Word providence, from providence virtue and wisdom, From these two again, virtues, principalities, and powers were made, thence infinite productions and emissions of angels. Among the lowest angels indeed, and those that made this world, he sets last of all the God of the Jews, whom he denies to be God himself, affirming that he is but one of the angels. It would be equally useless to refer to the direct apostles of Christ and show them as holding in their controversies that Jesus never made any difference between his Father and the Lord God of Moses. For the Clementine homilies, in which occur the greatest argumentations upon the subject, as shown in the disputations alleged to have taken place between Peter and Simon the magician, are now also proved to have been falsely attributed to Clement the Roman. This work, if written by an Ebionite, as the author of Supernatural Religion declares in common with some other commentators, must have been written either far later than the Pauline period, generally assigned to it, or the dispute about the identity of Jehovah with God, the Father of Jesus, have been distorted by later interpolations. This disputation is in its very essence antagonistic to the early doctrines of the Ebionites. The latter, as demonstrated by Epiphanius and Theodoret, were the direct followers of the Nazarene sect, the Sabians, the disciples of John. He says unequivocally that the Ebionites believed in the eons, emanations, that the Nazarenes were their instructors, and that each imparted to the other out of his own wickedness. Therefore, holding the same beliefs as the Nazarenes did, an Ebionite would not have given even so much chance to the doctrine supported by Peter in the homilies. The old Nazarenes, as well as the later ones, whose views are embodied in the Codex Nazaraceus, never called Jehovah otherwise than Adonai, Yurbo, the God of the abortive, the Orthodox Jews. They kept their beliefs and religious tenets so secret that even Epiphanius, writing as early as the end of the 4th century, confesses his ignorance as to their real doctrine. Dropping the name of Jesus, says the Bishop of Salamis, they neither call themselves Iesians, nor continue to hold the name of the Jews, nor name themselves Christians, but Nazarenes. The resurrection of the dead is confessed by them. But concerning Christ, I cannot say whether they think him a mere man, or, as the truth is, confess that he was born through the holy pneuma from the Virgin. While Simon Magus argues in the homilies from the standpoint of every Gnostic, Nazarenes and Ebionites included, Peter, as a true apostle of circumcision, holds to the old law and, as a matter of course, seeks to blend his belief in the divinity of Christ with his old faith in the Lord God and ex-protector of the chosen people. As the author of Supernatural Religion shows, the epitome, a blending of the other two, probably intended to purge them from heretical doctrine, and, together with a great majority of critics, assigns to the homilies a date not earlier than the end of the 3rd century, we may well infer that they must differ widely with their original, if there ever was one. Simon the magician proves throughout the whole work that the Demiurgus, the architect of the world, is not the highest deity, and he bases his assertions upon the words of Jesus himself, who states repeatedly that no man knew the Father. Peter is made in the homilies to repudiate, with a great show of indignation, the assertion that the patriarchs were not deemed worthy to know the Father, to which Simon objects again by quoting the words of Jesus, who thanks the Lord of heaven and earth that what was concealed from the wise he has revealed to babes, proving very logically that according to these very words, the patriarchs could not have known the Father. Then Peter argues in his turn that the expression, what is concealed from the wise, etc., referred to the concealed mysteries of the creation. This argumentation of Peter, therefore, had it even emanated from the apostle himself, instead of being a religious romance, as the author of Supernatural Religion calls it, would prove nothing whatever in favor of the identity of the God of the Jews with the Father of Jesus. At best, it would only demonstrate that Peter had remained, from first to last, an apostle of circumcision, a Jew faithful to his old law, and a defender of the Old Testament. This conversation proves, moreover, the weakness of the cause he defends, for we see in the apostle a man who, although in most intimate relations with Jesus, can furnish us nothing in the way of direct proof that he ever thought of teaching that the all-wise and all-good paternity he preached was the morose and revengeful thunderer of Mount Sinai. But what the homilies do prove is again our assertion that there was a secret doctrine preached by Jesus to the few who were deemed worthy to become its recipients and custodians. And Peter said, "We remember that our Lord and teacher, as commanding, said to us, 'Guard the mysteries for me and the sons of my house.' Wherefore also he explained to his disciples, privately, the mysteries of the kingdoms of the heavens." If we now recall the fact that a portion of the mysteries of the pagans consisted of the aporeta, or secret discourses, that the secret logia, or discourses of Jesus, contained in the original gospel, according to Matthew, the meaning and interpretation of which St. Jerome confessed to be a difficult task for him to achieve, were of the same nature. And if we remember further that to some of the interior or final mysteries only a very select few were admitted, and that finally it was from the number of the latter that were taken all the ministers of the holy pagan rites, we will then clearly understand this expression of Jesus quoted by Peter, "Guard the mysteries for me and the sons of my house," i.e., of my doctrine. And if we understand it rightly, we cannot avoid thinking that this secret doctrine of Jesus, even the technical expressions of which are but so many duplications of the Gnostic and Neoplatonic mystic phraseology, that this doctrine, we say, was based on the same transcendental philosophy of Oriental Gnosis as the rest of the religions of those and earliest days, that none of the later Christian sects, despite their boasting, were the inheritors of it, is evident from the contradictions, blunders, and clumsy repatching of the mistakes of every preceding century by the discoveries of the succeeding one. These mistakes in a number of manuscripts claimed to be authentic are sometimes so ridiculous as to bear on their face the evidence of being pious forgeries. Thus, for instance, the utter ignorance of some patristic champions of the very Gospels they claimed to defend. We have mentioned the accusation against Marcion by Tertullian and Epiphanius of mutilating the Gospel ascribed to Luke and erasing from it that which is now proved to have never been in that Gospel at all. Finally, the method adopted by Jesus of speaking in parables, in which he only followed the example of his sect, is attributed in the homilies to a prophecy of Isaiah. Peter is made to remark, for Isaiah said, "I will open my mouth in parables, and I will utter things that have been kept secret from the foundation of the world." This erroneous reference to Isaiah of a sentence given in Psalm 78:2 is found not only in the apocryphal homilies, but also in the Sinaitic Codex. Commenting on the fact in the Supernatural Religion, the author states that Porphyry, in the 3rd century, twitted Christians with this erroneous ascription by their inspired evangelist to Isaiah of a passage from a psalm, and reduced the fathers to great straits. Eusebius and Jerome tried to get out of the difficulty by ascribing the mistake to an ignorant scribe, and Jerome even went to the length of asserting that the name of Isaiah never stood after the above sentence in any of the old codices, but that the name of Asaph was found in its place. Only ignorant men had removed it. To this, the author again observes that the fact is that the reading Asaph for Isaiah is not found in any manuscript extant, and, although Isaiah has disappeared from all but a few obscure codices, it cannot be denied that the name anciently stood in the text. In the Sinaitic Codex, which is probably the earliest manuscript extant, and which is assigned to the 4th century, he adds, the prophet Isaiah stands in the text by the first hand, but is erased by the second. It is a most suggestive fact that there is not a word in the so-called sacred scriptures to show that Jesus was actually regarded as a god by his disciples. Neither before nor after his death did they pay him divine honors. Their relation to him was only that of disciples and master, by which name they addressed him, as the followers of Pythagoras and Plato addressed their respective masters before them. Whatever words may have been put into the mouths of Jesus, Peter, John, Paul, and others, there is not a single act of adoration recorded on their part, nor did Jesus himself ever declare his identity with his Father. He accused the Pharisees of stoning their prophets, not of deicide. He termed himself the Son of God, but took care to assert repeatedly that they were all the children of God, who was the heavenly Father of all. In preaching this, he but repeated a doctrine taught ages earlier by Hermes, Plato, and other philosophers. Strange contradiction. Jesus, whom we are asked to worship as the one living God, is found immediately after his resurrection, saying to Mary Magdalene, I am not yet ascended to my Father, but go to my brethren, and say unto them, I ascend unto my Father and your Father, and to my God and your God. John 20:17. Does this look like identifying himself with his Father? My Father and your Father, my God and your God, implies, on his part, a desire to be considered on a perfect equality with his brethren. Nothing more. Theodoret writes, the heretics agree with us respecting the beginning of all things, but they say there is not one Christ, God, but one above and the other below. And this last formerly dwelt in many. But the Jesus, they at one time say, is from God. At another, they call him a spirit. This spirit is the Christos, the messenger of life, who is sometimes called the angel Gabriel, in Hebrew, the mighty one of God, and who took with the Gnostics the place of the Logos, while the Holy Spirit was considered life. With the sect of the Nazarenes, though, the Spiritus, or Holy Ghost, had less honor, while nearly every Gnostic sect considered it a female power, whether they called it Binah, Sophia, the divine intellect. With the Nazarene sect, it was the female Spiritus, the astral light, the genetrix of all things of matter, the chaos in its evil aspect, made turbido by the demiurge. At the creation of man, it was light on the side of the Father, and it was light, material light, on the side of the Mother. And this is the twofold man, says the Sohar. That day, the last one, will perish the 7 badly disposed stellars, also the sons of man, who have confessed the Spiritus, the Messias, false, the Deus, and the mother of the Spiritus shall perish. Jesus enforced and illustrated his doctrines with signs and wonders, and if we lay aside the claims advanced on his behalf by his deifiers, he did but what other Kabbalists did, and only they, at that epoch, when, for 2 centuries, the sources of prophecy had been completely dried up, and from this stagnation of public miracles had originated the skepticism of the unbelieving sect of the Sadducees. Describing the heresies of those days, Theodoret, who has no idea of the hidden meaning of the word Christos, the anointed messenger, complains that they, the Gnostics, assert that this messenger or delegatus changes his body from time to time, and goes into other bodies, and at each time is differently manifested. And these, the overshadowed prophets, use incantations and invocations of various demons and baptisms in the confession of their principles. They embrace astrology and magic and the mathematical error, he says. This mathematical error, of which the pious writer complains, led subsequently to the rediscovery of the heliocentric system, erroneous as it may still be, and forgotten since the days of another magician who taught it, Pythagoras. Thus, the wonders of healing and the thaumes of Jesus, which he imparted to his followers, show that they were learning, in their daily communication with him, the theory and practice of the new ethics, day by day, and in the familiar intercourse of intimate friendship. Their faith was progressively developed, like that of all neophytes, simultaneously with the increase of knowledge. We must bear in mind that Josephus, who certainly must have been well informed on the subject, calls the skill of expelling demons a science. This growth of faith is conspicuously shown in the case of Peter, who, from having lacked enough faith to support him, while he could walk on the water from the boat to his master, at last became so expert a thaumaturgist that Simon Magus is said to have offered him money to teach him the secret of healing and other wonders. And Philip is shown to have become an ethrobat as good as Abaris of Pythagorean memory, but less expert than Simon Magus. Neither in the homilies nor any other early work of the apostles is there anything to show that either of his friends and followers regarded Jesus as anything more than a prophet. The idea is as clearly established in the Clementines, except that too much room is afforded to Peter to establish the identity of the Mosaic God with the Father of Jesus. The whole work is devoted to monotheism. The author seems as bitter against polytheism as against the claim to the divinity of Christ. He seems to be utterly ignorant of the Logos, and his speculation is confined to Sophia, the Gnostic wisdom. There is no trace in it of a hypostatic trinity, but the same overshadowing of the Gnostic wisdom, Christos and Sophia, is attributed in the case of Jesus, as it is in those of Adam, Enoch, Noah, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and Moses. These personages are all placed on one level and called true prophets and the 7 pillars of the world. More than that, Peter vehemently denies the fall of Adam, and with him, the doctrine of atonement, as taught by Christian theology, utterly falls to the ground, for he combats it as a blasphemy. Peter's theory of sin is that of the Jewish Kabbalists, and even, in a certain way, Platonic. Adam not only never sinned, but, as a true prophet, possessed of the Spirit of God, which afterwards was in Jesus, could not sin. In short, the whole of the work exhibits the belief of the author in the Kabbalistic doctrine of permutation. The Kabbalah teaches the doctrine of transmigration of the Spirit. Mosah is the revolutio of Seth and Hebel. Tell me who it is who brings about the rebirth, the revolutio, is asked of the wise Hermes. God's Son, the only man, through the will of God, is the answer of the heathen. God's Son is the immortal spirit assigned to every human being. It is this divine entity, which is the only man, for the casket which contains our soul and the soul itself are but half entities, and without its overshadowing both body and astral soul, the two are but an animal duad. It requires a trinity to form the complete man, and allow him to remain immortal at every rebirth, or revolutio, throughout the subsequent and ascending spheres, every one of which brings him nearer to the refulgent realm of eternal and absolute light. God's firstborn, who is the holy veil, the light of lights. It is he who sends the revolutio of the delegatus. For he is the first power, says the Kabbalist, the pneuma, spirit, and the dunamis, power, which is from the God. It is right to consider nothing else than the Logos, who is also first begotten to the God, argues a Christian. Angels and powers are in heaven, says Justin, thus bringing forth a purely Kabbalistic doctrine. The Christians adopted it from the Sohar and the heretical sects, and if Jesus mentioned them, it was not in the official synagogues that he learned the theory, but directly in the Kabbalistic teachings. In the Mosaic books, very little mention is made of them, and Moses, who holds direct communications with the Lord God, troubles himself very little about them. The doctrine was a secret one, and deemed by the Orthodox synagogue heretical. Josephus calls the Essenes heretics, saying, "Those admitted among the Essenes must swear to communicate their doctrines to no one any otherwise than as he received them himself, and equally to preserve the books belonging to their sect, and the names of the angels." The Sadducees did not believe in angels, neither did the uninitiated Gentiles, who limited their Olympus to gods and demigods, or spirits. Alone, the Kabbalists and Theurgists hold to that doctrine from time immemorial, and, as a consequence, Plato and Philo Judaeus after him, followed first by the Gnostics, and then by the Christians. Thus, if Josephus never wrote the famous interpolation forged by Eusebius, concerning Jesus, on the other hand, he has described in the Essenes all the principal features that we find prominent in the Nazarene. When praying, they sought solitude. When thou prayest, enter into thy closet, and pray to thy Father which is in secret. Matthew 6:6. Everything spoken by them, Essenes, is stronger than an oath. Swearing is shunned by them. Josephus 2:8-6. But I say unto you, swear not at all, but let your communication be yea, yea, nay, nay. Matthew 5:34-37. The Nazarenes, as well as the Essenes and the Therapeuti, believed more in their own interpretations of the hidden sense of the more ancient scriptures than in the later laws of Moses. Jesus, as we have shown before, felt but little veneration for the commandments of his predecessor, with whom Irenaeus is so anxious to connect him. The Essenes enter into the houses of those whom they never saw previously, as if they were their intimate friends. Josephus 2:8-4. Such was undeniably the custom of Jesus and his disciples. Epiphanius, who places the Ebionite heresy on one level with that of the Nazarenes, also remarks that the Nazarioi come next to the Cerinthians, so much vituperated against by Irenaeus. Monk, in his work on Palestine, affirms that there were 4,000 Essenes living in the desert, that they had their mystical books, and predicted the future. The Nabateans, with very little difference indeed, adhered to the same belief as the Nazarenes and the Sabaeans, and all of them honored John the Baptist more than his successor Jesus. The Persian Ayazidi say that they originally came to Syria from Busra. They use baptism and believe in 7 archangels, though paying at the same time reverence to Satan. Their prophet Yezed, who flourished long prior to Mahomet, taught that God will send a messenger, and that the latter would reveal to him a book which is already written in heaven from the eternity. The Nabateans inhabited the Lebanon as their descendants do to the present day, and their religion was from its origin purely Kabbalistic. Maimonides speaks of them as if he identified them with the Sabaeans. I will mention to thee the writings respecting the belief and institutions of the Sabaeans, he says. The most famous is the book, The Agriculture of the Nabateans, which has been translated by Ibn Wahohija. This book is full of heathenish foolishness. It speaks of the preparations of talismans, the drawing down of the powers of the spirits, magic, demons, and ghouls, which make their abode in the desert. There are traditions among the tribes living scattered about beyond the Jordan, as there are many such also among the descendants of the Samaritans at Damascus, Gaza, and at Naplosa, the ancient Shechem. Many of these tribes have, notwithstanding the persecutions of 18 centuries, retained the faith of their fathers in its primitive simplicity. It is there that we have to go for traditions based on historical truths, however disfigured by exaggeration and inaccuracy, and compare them with the religious legends of the fathers, which they call revelation. Eusebius states that before the siege of Jerusalem, the small Christian community, comprising members of whom many, if not all, knew Jesus and his apostles personally, took refuge in the little town of Pella, on the opposite shore of the Jordan. Surely these simple people, separated for centuries from the rest of the world, ought to have preserved their traditions fresher than any other nations. It is in Palestine that we have to search for the clearest waters of Christianity, let alone its source. The first Christians, after the death of Jesus, all joined together for a time, whether they were Ebionites, Nazarenes, Gnostics, or others. They had no Christian dogmas in those days, and their Christianity consisted in believing Jesus to be a prophet. This belief varying from seeing in him simply a just man or a holy inspired prophet, a vehicle used by Christos and Sophia to manifest themselves through. These all united together in opposition to the synagogue and the tyrannical technicalities of the Pharisees, until the primitive group separated in two distinct branches, which we may correctly term the Christian Kabbalists of the Jewish Tanaim school and the Christian Kabbalists of the Platonic Gnosis. The former were represented by the party composed of the followers of Peter and John, the author of the Apocalypse. The latter ranged with the Pauline Christianity, blending itself, at the end of the 2nd century, with the Platonic philosophy, and engulfing, still later, the Gnostic sects, whose symbols and misunderstood mysticism overflowed the Church of Rome. Amid this jumble of contradictions, what Christian is secure in confessing himself such? In the old Syriac Gospel, according to Luke 3:22, the Holy Spirit is said to have descended in the likeness of a dove. Jesua, full of the sacred Spirit, returned from Jordan, and the Spirit led him into the desert. Old Syriac, Luke 4:1 Tremelius. The difficulty, says Dunlap, was that the Gospels declared that John the Baptist saw the Spirit, the power of God, descend upon Jesus after he had reached manhood, and if the Spirit then first descended upon him, there was some ground for the opinion of the Ebionites and Nazarenes, who denied his preceding existence and refused him the attributes of the Logos. The Gnostics, on the other hand, objected to the flesh, but conceded the Logos. John's Apocalypsis and the explanations of sincere Christian bishops like Synesius, who, to the last, adhered to the Platonic doctrines, make us think that the wisest and safest way is to hold to that sincere primitive faith which seems to have actuated the above-named bishop. This best, sincerest, and most unfortunate of Christians, addressing the unknown, exclaims, "O Father of the worlds, Father of the eons, Artificer of the gods, it is holy to praise." But Synesius had Hypatia for instructor, and this is why we find him confessing in all sincerity his opinions and profession of faith. The rabble desires nothing better than to be deceived. As regards myself, therefore, I will always be a philosopher with myself, but I must be priest with the people. Holy is God, the Father of all being. Holy is God, whose wisdom is carried out into execution by his own powers. Holy art thou, who through the word had created all. Therefore, I believe in thee, and bear testimony, and go into the life and light. Thus speaks Hermes Trismegistus, the heathen divine. What Christian bishop could have said better than that? The apparent discrepancy of the four Gospels as a whole does not prevent every narrative given in the New Testament, however much disfigured, having a groundwork of truth. To this are cunningly adapted details made to fit the later exigencies of the Church. So, propped up partially by indirect evidence, still more by blind faith, they have become, with time, articles of faith. Even the fictitious massacre of the innocents by King Herod has a certain foundation to it, in its allegorical sense. Apart from the now discovered fact that the whole story of such a massacre of the innocents is bodily taken from the Hindu Bhagavad Gita and Brahmanical traditions, the legend refers, moreover, allegorically, to an historical fact. King Herod is the type of Kansa, the tyrant of Madura, the maternal uncle of Krishna, to whom astrologers predicted that a son of his niece Devaki would deprive him of his throne. Therefore he gives orders to kill the male child that is born to her. But Krishna escapes his fury through the protection of Mahadeva, the great god, who causes the child to be carried away to another city, out of Kansa's reach. After that, in order to be sure and kill the right boy, on whom he failed to lay his murderous hands, Kansa has all the male newborn infants within his kingdom killed. Krishna is also worshipped by the Gopas, the shepherds of the land. Though this ancient Indian legend bears a very suspicious resemblance to the more modern biblical romance, Gaffarel and others attribute the origin of the latter to the persecutions during the Herodian reign of the Kabbalists and the wise men, who had not remained strictly orthodox. The latter, as well as the prophets, were nicknamed the innocents and the babes on account of their holiness. As in the case of certain degrees of modern masonry, the adepts reckoned their grade of initiation by a symbolic age. Thus, Saul, who, when chosen king, was a choice and goodly man, and, from his shoulders upward, was higher than any of the people, is described in Catholic versions as child of 1 year when he began to reign, which, in its literal sense, is a palpable absurdity. But in 1 Samuel 10, his anointing by Samuel and initiation are described, and at verse 6, Samuel uses this significant language: "On the Spirit of the Lord will come upon thee, and thou shalt prophesy with them, and shalt be turned into another man." The phrase above quoted is thus made plain. He had received 1 degree of initiation and was symbolically described as a child 1 year old. The Catholic Bible, from which the text is quoted, with charming candor, says in a footnote, "It is extremely difficult to explain," meaning that Saul was a child of 1 year. But undaunted by any difficulty, the editor nevertheless does take upon himself to explain it, and adds, "a child of 1 year." That is, he was good and like an innocent child. An interpretation as ingenious as it is pious, and which, if it does no good, can certainly do no harm. If the explanation of the Kabbalists is rejected, then the whole subject falls into confusion. Worse still, for it becomes a direct plagiarism from the Hindu legend. All the commentators have agreed that a literal massacre of young children is nowhere mentioned in history, and that, moreover, an occurrence like that would have made such a bloody page in Roman annals that the record of it would have been preserved for us by every author of the day. Herod himself was subject to the Roman law, and undoubtedly he would have paid the penalty of such a monstrous crime with his own life. But if, on the one hand, we have not the slightest trace of this fable in history, on the other, we find in the official complaints of the synagogue abundant evidence of the persecution of the initiates. The Talmud also corroborates it. The Jewish version of the birth of Jesus is recorded in the Sefer Toldos Jeshu in the following words: Mary, having become the mother of a son named Jehoshua, and the boy growing up, she entrusted him to the care of the Rabbi Elhanan, and the child progressed in knowledge, for he was well gifted with spirit and understanding. Rabbi Jehoshua, son of Berechiah, continued the education of Jehoshua, Jesus, after Elhanan, and initiated him in the secret knowledge. But the king, Jannaeus, having given orders to slay all the initiates, Jehoshua ben Berechiah fled to Alexandria in Egypt, taking the boy with him. While in Alexandria, continues the story, they were received in the house of a rich and learned lady, personified Egypt. Young Jesus found her beautiful, notwithstanding a defect in her eyes, and declared so to his master. Upon hearing this, the latter became so angry that his pupil should find in the land of bondage anything good, that he cursed him and drove the young man from his presence. Then follow a series of adventures told in allegorical language, which show that Jesus supplemented his initiation in the Jewish Kabbalah with an additional acquisition of the secret wisdom of Egypt. When the persecution ceased, they both returned to Judea. The real grievances against Jesus are stated by the learned author of Tela Ignea Satanae, the fiery darts of Satan, to be two in number. First, that he had discovered the great mysteries of their temple, by having been initiated in Egypt, and sixth, that he had profaned them by exposing them to the vulgar, who misunderstood and disfigured them. This is what they say: there exists, in the sanctuary of the living God, a cubical stone, on which are sculptured the holy characters, the combination of which gives the explanation of the attributes and powers of the incommunicable name. This explanation is the secret key of all the occult sciences and forces in nature. It is what the Hebrews call the Sham Hamphorish. This stone is watched by two lions of gold, who roar as soon as it is approached. The gates of the temple were never lost sight of, and the door of the sanctuary opened but once a year to admit the high priest alone. But Jesus, who had learned in Egypt the great secrets at the initiation, forged for himself invisible keys, and thus was enabled to penetrate into the sanctuary unseen. He copied the characters on the cubical stone and hid them in his thigh, after which, emerging from the temple, he went abroad and began astounding people with his miracles. The dead were raised at his command, the leprous and the obsessed were healed. He forced the stones which lay buried for ages at the bottom of the sea to rise to the surface until they formed a mountain, from the top of which he preached. The Sefer Toldos states further that, unable to displace the cubical stone of the sanctuary, Jesus fabricated one of clay, which he showed to the nations, and passed it off for the true cubical stone of Israel. This allegory, like the rest of them in such books, is written inside and outside. It has its secret meaning, and ought to be read two ways. The Kabbalistic books explain its mystical meaning. Further, the same Talmudist says, in substance, the following: Jesus was thrown in prison and kept there 40 days, then flogged as a seditious rebel, then stoned as a blasphemer in a place called Lud, and finally allowed to expire upon a cross. All this, explains Levi, because he revealed to the people the truths which they, the Pharisees, wished to bury for their own use. He had divined the occult theology of Israel, had compared it with the wisdom of Egypt, and found thereby the reason for a universal religious synthesis. However cautious one ought to be in accepting anything about Jesus from Jewish sources, it must be confessed that in some things they seem to be more correct in their statements, whenever their direct interest in stating facts is not concerned, than our good but too jealous fathers. One thing is certain, James, the brother of the Lord, is silent about the resurrection. He terms Jesus nowhere Son of God, nor even Christ God. Once only, speaking of Jesus, he calls him the Lord of glory, but so do the Nazarenes when writing about their prophet Iohanan bar Zechariah, or John, son of Zacharias, St. John Baptist. Their favorite expressions about their prophet are the same as those used by James when speaking of Jesus. A man of the seed of a man, messenger of life, of light, my Lord Apostle, king sprung of light, and so on. Have not the faith of our Lord Jesus Christ, the Lord of glory, etc., says James in his epistle 2:1, presumably addressing Christ as God. Peace to thee, my Lord John Abosabo, Lord of glory, says the Codex Nazareus 2:19, known to address but a prophet. Ye have condemned and killed the just, says James, verse 6. Iohanan, John, is the just one. He comes in the way of justice, says Matthew 21:32, Syriac text. James does not even call Jesus Messiah, in the sense given to the title by the Christians, but alludes to the Kabbalistic King Messiah, who is Lord of Sabaoth, verse 4, and repeats several times that the Lord will come, but identifies the latter nowhere with Jesus. Be patient, therefore, brethren, unto the coming of the Lord. Be patient, for the coming of the Lord draweth nigh. Verse 7-8. And he adds, Take, my brethren, the prophet, Jesus, who has spoken in the name of the Lord, for an example of suffering, affliction, and of patience. Though in the present version, the word prophet stands in the plural, yet this is a deliberate falsification of the original, the purpose of which is too evident. James, immediately after having cited the prophets as an example, adds, Behold, ye have heard of the patience of Job, and have seen the end of the Lord. Thus combining the examples of these two admirable characters, and placing them on a perfect equality. But we have more to adduce in support of our argument. Did not Jesus himself glorify the prophet of the Jordan? What went ye out for to see? A prophet? Yea, I say unto you, and more than a prophet. Verily, I say unto you, among them that are born of women, there hath not risen a greater than John the Baptist. And of whom was he who spoke thus born? It is but the Roman Catholics who have changed Mary, the mother of Jesus, into a goddess. In the eyes of all other Christians, she was a woman, whether his own birth was immaculate or otherwise. According to strict logic, then, Jesus confessed John greater than himself. Note how completely this matter is disposed of by the language employed by the angel Gabriel when addressing Mary. Blessed art thou among women. These words are unequivocal. He does not adore her as the mother of God, nor does he call her goddess. He does not even address her as virgin, but he calls her woman, and only distinguishes her above other women as having had better fortune through her purity. The Nazarenes were known as Baptists, Sabians, and John's Christians. Their belief was that the Messiah was not the Son of God, but simply a prophet who would follow John. Yohanan, the son of the Abosabo Zechariah, shall say to himself, Whoever will believe in my justice and my baptism shall be joined to my association. He shall share with me the seat which is the abode of life, of the supreme Mano, and of living fire. Codex Nazareus 2, page 115. Origen remarks, There are some who said of John, the Baptist, that he was the anointed, Christus. The angel Raziel of the Kabbalists is the angel Gabriel of the Nazarenes, and it is the latter who is chosen of all the celestial hierarchy by the Christians to become the messenger of the Annunciation. The genius sent by the Lord of Celsitude is Abel Zivo, whose name is also called Gabriel Legatus. Paul must have had the sect of the Nazarenes in mind when he said, "And last of all he, Jesus, was seen of me also, as of one born out of due time." 1 Corinthians 15:8. Thus reminding his listeners of the expression usual to the Nazarenes, who termed the Jews the abortions, or born out of time. Paul prides himself of belonging to a heresy. When the metaphysical conceptions of the Gnostics, who saw in Jesus the Logos and the Anointed, began to gain ground, the earliest Christians separated from the Nazarenes, who accused Jesus of perverting the doctrines of John and changing the baptism of the Jordan. Directly, says Milman, as it, the gospel, got beyond the borders of Palestine, and the name of Christ had acquired sanctity and veneration in the eastern cities, he became a kind of metaphysical impersonation, while the religion lost its purely moral cast and assumed the character of a speculative theogony. The only half-original document that has reached us from the primitive apostolic days is the Logia of Matthew. The real genuine doctrine has remained in the hands of the Nazarenes in this Gospel of Matthew containing the secret doctrine, the sayings of Jesus, mentioned by Papias. These sayings were, no doubt, of the same nature as the small manuscripts placed in the hands of the neophytes, who were candidates for the initiations into the mysteries, and which contained the aporita, the revelations of some important rites and symbols. For why should Matthew take such precautions to make them secret, were it otherwise? Primitive Christianity had its grip, passwords, and degrees of initiation. The innumerable Gnostic gems and amulets are weighty proofs of it. It is a whole symbolical science. The Kabbalists were the first to embellish the universal logos with such terms as light of light, the messenger of life and light, and we find these expressions adopted in toto by the Christians, with the addition of nearly all the Gnostic terms such as pleroma, fullness, archons, aeons, etc. As to the firstborn, the first, and the only begotten, these are as old as the world. Origen shows the word logos as existing among the Brahmins. The Brahmins say that the God is light, not such as one sees, nor such as the sun and fire, but they have the God logos, not the articulate, the logos of the gnosis, through whom the highest mysteries of the gnosis are seen by the wise. The Acts and the Fourth Gospel teem with Gnostic expressions. The Kabbalistic. God's firstborn emanated from the Most High, together with that which is the spirit of the anointing. And again, they called him the anointed of the highest, are reproduced in spirit and substance by the author of the Gospel, according to John. That was the true light, and the light shineth in darkness. And the Word was made flesh, and his fullness, pleroma, have all we received, etc. John 4:1. The Christ, then, and the Logos existed ages before Christianity. The Oriental Gnosis was studied long before the days of Moses, and we have to seek for the origin of all these in the archaic periods of the primeval Asiatic philosophy. Peter's second epistle and Jude's fragment, preserved in the New Testament, show by their phraseology that they belong to the Kabbalistic Oriental Gnosis, for they use the same expressions as did the Christian Gnostics who built a part of their system from the Oriental Kabbalah. Presumptuous are they, the Ophites, self-willed, they are not afraid to speak evil of dignities, says Peter. 2 Epistle 2:10, the original model for the later abusive Tertullian and Irenaeus. Likewise, even as Sodom and Gomorrah. Also, these filthy dreamers defile the flesh, despise dominion, and speak evil of dignities, says Jude, repeating the very words of Peter, and thereby expressions consecrated in the Kabbalah. Dominion is the empire, the 10th of the Kabbalistic Sephiroth. The powers and dignities are the subordinate genii of the archangels and angels of the Sohar. These emanations are the very life and soul of the Kabbalah and Zoroastrianism, and the Talmud itself, in its present state, is all borrowed from the Zendavesta. Therefore, by adopting the views of Peter, Jude, and other Jewish apostles, the Christians have become but a dissenting sect of the Persians, for they do not even interpret the meaning of all such powers as the true Kabbalists do. Paul's warning his converts against the worshipping of angels shows how well he appreciated, even so early as his period, the dangers of borrowing from a metaphysical doctrine, the philosophy of which could be rightly interpreted but by its well-learned adherents, the Magi and the Jewish Tanaim. Let no man beguile you of your reward in a voluntary humility and worshipping of angels, intruding into those things which he hath not seen, vainly puffed up by his fleshly mind, is a sentence laid right at the door of Peter and his champions. In the Talmud, Michael is prince of water, who has 7 inferior spirits subordinate to him. He is the patron, the guardian angel of the Jews, as Daniel informs us, and the Greek Ophites who identified him with their Ophiomorphos, the personified creation of the envy and malice of Ilda Baoth, the Demiurgus, creator of the material world, and undertook to prove that he was also Samuel, the Hebrew prince of the evil spirits, or Persian devs, were naturally regarded by the Jews as blasphemers. But did Jesus ever sanction this belief in angels, except insofar as hinting that they were the messengers and subordinates of God? And here the origin of the later splits between Christian beliefs is directly traceable to these two early contradictory views. Paul, believing in all such occult powers in the world unseen, but ever present, says, "Ye walked according to the eon of this world, according to the archon, Ildabaoth, the demiurge, that has the domination of the air. And we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against the dominations, the powers, the lords of darkness, the mischievousness of spirits in the upper regions." This sentence, "Ye were dead in sin and error," for ye walked according to the archon, or Ildabaoth, the god and creator of matter of the Ophites, shows unequivocally that, first, Paul, notwithstanding some dissensions with the more important doctrines of the Gnostics, shared more or less their cosmogonical views on the emanations, and the second, that he was fully aware that this demiurge, whose Jewish name was Jehovah, was not the God preached by Jesus. And now, if we compare the doctrine of Paul with the religious views of Peter and Jude, we find that not only did they worship Michael, the archangel, but that also they reverenced Satan, because the latter was also, before his fall, an angel. This they do quite openly, and abuse the Gnostics for speaking evil of him. No one can deny the following. Peter, when denouncing those who are not afraid to speak evil of dignities, adds immediately, "Whereas angels, which are greater in power and might, bring not railing accusations against them, the dignities, before the Lord." 2:11. Who are the dignities? Jude, in his general epistle, makes the word as clear as day. The dignities are the devils. Complaining of the disrespect shown by the Gnostics to the powers and dominions, Jude argues in the very words of Peter. And yet Michael the archangel, when contending with the devil, he disputed about the body of Moses, durst not bring against him a railing accusation, but said, "The Lord rebuke thee." 1:9. Is this plain enough? If not, Then we have the Kabbalah to prove who were the dignities. Considering that Deuteronomy tells us that the Lord himself buried Moses in a valley of Moab, 34:6, and no man knoweth of his sepulchre unto this day. This biblical lapsus linguae of Jude gives a strong coloring to the assertions of some of the Gnostics. They claimed but what was secretly taught by the Jewish Kabbalists themselves, to wit, that the highest supreme God was unknown and invisible. The King of Light is a closed eye. That Ilda Baoth, the Jewish second Adam, was the real demiurge, and that Yahweh, Adonai, Sabaoth, and Eloi were the quaternary emanation, which formed the unity of the God of the Hebrews, Jehovah. Moreover, the latter was also called Michael and Samael by them, and regarded but as an angel, several removes from the Godhead. In holding to such a belief, the Gnostics countenanced the teachings of the greatest of the Jewish doctors, Hillel, and other Babylonian divines. Josephus shows the great deference of the official synagogue in Jerusalem to the wisdom of the schools of Central Asia. The colleges of Sora, Pumbeditha, and Nahai were considered the headquarters of esoteric and theological learning by all the schools of Palestine. The Chaldean version of the Pentateuch, made by the well-known Babylonian divine, Onkelos, was regarded as the most authoritative of all, and it is according to this learned rabbi that Hillel and other Tanaim after him held that the being who appeared to Moses in the burning bush on Mount Sinai and who finally buried him was the angel of the Lord, Memro, and not the Lord himself, and that he whom the Hebrews of the Old Testament mistook for Iaho was but his messenger, one of his sons, or emanations. All this establishes but one logical conclusion, namely, that the Gnostics were by far the superiors of the disciples in point of education and general information, even in a knowledge of the religious tenets of the Jews themselves. While they were perfectly well versed in the Chaldean wisdom, the well-meaning, pious, but fanatical as well as ignorant disciples, unable to fully understand or grasp the religious spirit of their own system, were driven in their disputations to such convincing logic as the use of brute beasts, sows, dogs, and other epithets so freely bestowed by Peter. Since then, the epidemic has reached the apex of the sacerdotal hierarchy, from the day when the founder of Christianity uttered the warning that he who shall say to his brother, "Thou fool," shall be in danger of hell fire. All who have passed as its leaders, beginning with the ragged fishermen of Galilee, and ending with the jeweled pontiffs, have seemed to vie with each other in the invention of opprobrious epithets for their opponents. So we find Luther passing a final sentence on the Catholics and exclaiming that the papists are all asses, put them in whatever form you like, whether they are boiled, roasted, baked, fried, skinned, hashed, they will be always the same asses. Calvin called the victims he persecuted and occasionally burned malicious barking dogs, full of bestiality and insolence, base corrupters of the sacred writings, etc. Dr. Warburton terms the popish religion an impious farce, and Monseigneur Dupanloup asserts that the Protestant Sabbath service is the devil's mass, and all clergymen are thieves and ministers of the devil. The same spirit of incomplete inquiry and ignorance has led the Christian Church to bestow on its most holy apostles titles assumed by their most desperate opponents, the heretics and Gnostics. So we find, for instance, Paul termed the vase of election vas electionis, a title chosen by Manes, the greatest heretic of his day in the eyes of the Church, mans meaning, in the Babylonian language, the chosen vessel or receptacle. So with the Virgin Mary. They were so little gifted with originality that they copied from the Egyptian and Hindu religions, their several apostrophes, to their respective virgin mothers. The juxtaposition of a few examples will make this clear. Hindu, Litany of Our Lady Nari, Virgin, also Devanaki. 1. Holy Nari, Mariamma, Mother of Perpetual Fecundity. 2. Mother of an Incarnated God, Vishnu, Devanaki. 3. Mother of Krishna. 4. Eternal Virginity, Kanyabhava. 5. Mother, Pure Essence, Akasa. 6. Virgin Most Chaste, Kanya. 7. Mother Taumatra, of the 5 virtues or elements. 8. Virgin Trigana, of the 3 elements, power or richness, love and mercy. 9. Mirror of Supreme Conscience, Ahankara. 10. Wise Mother, Saraswati. 11. Virgin of the White Lotus, Padma or Kamala. 12. Womb of Gold, Hiranya. 13. Celestial Light, Lakshmi. 14. Ditto. 15. Queen of Heaven and of the Universe, Sakti. 16. Mother Soul of all beings, Paramatma. 17. Devanaki is conceived without sin and immaculate herself, according to the Brahmanic fancy. Egyptian, Litany of Our Lady Isis, Virgin. 1. Holy Isis, Universal Mother, Muth. 2. Mother of Gods, Ather. 3. Mother of Horus. 4. Virgo Generatrix, Ninth. 5. Mother Soul of the Universe, Anuk. 6. Virgin Sacred Earth, Isis. 7. Mother of all the virtues, Thme, with the same qualities. 8. Illustrious Isis, most powerful, merciful, just, Book of the Dead. 9. Mirror of Justice and Truth, Thame. 10. Mysterious Mother of the World, Bhutto, Secret Wisdom. 11. Sacred Lotus. 12. Sistrum of Gold. 13. Astarte, Syrian, Astaroth, Jewish. 14. Argua of the Moon. 15. Queen of Heaven and of the Universe, Sati. 16. Model of all mothers, Ather. 17. Isis is a Virgin Mother, Roman Catholic, Litany of Our Lady of Loreto, Virgin. 1. Holy Mary, Mother of Divine Grace. 2. Mother of God. 3. Mother of Christ. 4. Virgin of Virgins, 5. Mother of Divine Grace. 6. Virgin Most Chaste. 7. Mother Most Pure. Mother Undefiled. Mother Inviolate. Mother Most Amiable. Mother Most Admirable. 8. Virgin Most Powerful. Virgin Most Merciful. Virgin Most Faithful. 9. Mirror of Justice. 10. Seat of Wisdom. 11. Mystical Rose. 12. House of Gold. 13. Morning Star. 14. Ark of the Covenant. 15. Queen of Heaven. 16. Mater Dolorosa. 17. Mary conceived without sin, in accordance with later orders. If the Virgin Mary has her nuns, who are consecrated to her and bound to live in chastity, so had Isis her nuns in Egypt, as Vesta had hers at Rome, and the Hindu Nari, Mother of the World, hers. The virgins consecrated to her cultus, the Devadasi of the temples, who were the nuns of the days of old, lived in great chastity, and were objects of the most extraordinary veneration, as the holy women of the goddess. Would the missionaries and some travelers reproachfully point to the modern Devadasas, or Nautch girls. For all response, we would beg them to consult the official reports of the last quarter century, cited in Chapter 2, as to certain discoveries made at the raising of convents in Austria and Italy. Thousands of infants' skulls were exhumed from ponds, subterranean vaults, and gardens of convents. Nothing to match this was ever found in heathen lands. Christian theology, getting the doctrine of the archangels and angels directly from the Oriental Kabbalah, of which the Mosaic Bible is but an allegorical screen, ought at least to remember the hierarchy invented by the former for these personified emanations. The hosts of the cherubim and seraphim, with which we generally see the Catholic Madonnas surrounded in their pictures, belong, together with the Elohim and Beni Elohim of the Hebrews, to the third Kabbalistic world, Jezira. This world is but one remove higher than Azaya, the fourth and lowest world, in which dwell the grossest and most material beings, the Qliphoth, who delight in evil and mischief, and whose chief is Belial. Explaining in his way, of course, the various heresies of the first 2 centuries, Irenaeus says, "Our heretics hold that Propator is known but to the only begotten Son, that is to the mind, the nous. It was the Valentinians, the followers of the profoundest doctor of the Gnosis, Valentinus, who held that there was a perfect aion who existed before Bythos, or Buthon, the depth, called Propator." This is again Kabbalistic, for in the Sohar of Simon ben Yochai, we read the following: "Senior occultatus est et absconditus, micro prosopus manifestus est, et non manifestus." Rosenroth, The Sohar Liber Mysteries 4:1. In the religious metaphysics of the Hebrews, the highest one is an abstraction. He is without form or being, with no likeness with anything else. And even Philo calls the Creator, the Logos who stands next God, the second God who is his wisdom. God is nothing, he is nameless, and therefore called Ein Sof, the word Ayin, meaning nothing. But if, according to the older Jews, Jehovah is the God, and he manifested himself several times to Moses and the prophets, and the Christian church anathematized the Gnostics who denied the fact, how comes it then that we read in the 4th Gospel that no man hath seen God at any time, but the only begotten Son? He hath declared him. The very words of the Gnostics, in spirit and substance. This sentence of St. John, or rather whoever wrote the Gospel, now bearing his name, floors all the Petrine arguments against Simon Magus without appeal. The words are repeated and emphasized in chapter 6. Not that any man hath seen the Father, save he which is of God, he, Jesus, hath seen the Father. The very objection brought forward by Simon in the homilies. These words prove that either the author of the 4th Evangel had no idea of the existence of the homilies, or that he was not John, the friend and companion of Peter, whom he contradicts point blank with this emphatic assertion. Be it as it may, this sentence, like many more that might be profitably cited, blends Christianity completely with the Oriental Gnosis, and hence with the Kabbalah. While the doctrines, ethical code, and observances of the Christian religion were all appropriated from Brahmanism and Buddhism, its ceremonials, vestments, and pageantry were taken bodily from Lamaism. The Romish monastery and nunnery are almost servile copies of similar religious houses in Tibet and Mongolia, and interested explorers of Buddhist lands, when obliged to mention the unwelcome fact, have had no other alternative left them but, with an anachronism unsurpassed in recklessness, to charge the offense of plagiarism upon the religious system their own mother church had despoiled. This makeshift has served its purpose, and had its day. The time has at last come when this page of history must be written. Chapter 5. Learn to know all, but keep thyself unknown. Gnostic maxim. There is one God supreme over all gods, diviner than mortals, whose form is not like unto man's, and as unlike his nature. But vain mortals imagine that gods like themselves are begotten with human sensations and voice and corporeal members. Xenophanes. Clem. Aline Strom, verse 14, section 110. Tikiades. Can you tell me the reason, Philocles, why most men desire to lie, and delight not only to speak fictions themselves, but give busy attention to others who do? Philocles. There be many reasons, Tikiades, which compel some to speak lies, because they see 'tis profitable. A dialogue of Lucian. Spartan. Is it to thee, or to God, that I must confess? Priest. To God. Spartan. Then man. Stand back. Plutarch. Remarkable Lacedaemonian sayings. We will now give attention to some of the most important mysteries of the Kabbalah and trace their relations to the philosophical myths of various nations. In the oldest Oriental Kabbalah, the deity is represented as 3 circles in one, shrouded in a certain smoke or chaotic exhalation. In the preface to the Zohar, which transforms the 3 primordial circles into 3 heads, over these is described an exhalation, or smoke, neither black nor white, but colorless and circumscribed within a circle. This is the unknown essence. The origin of the Jewish image may perhaps be traced to Hermes's Pimander, the Egyptian Logos, who appears within a cloud of a humid nature, with a smoke escaping from it. In the Zohar, the highest god is, as we have shown in the preceding chapter, and, as in the case of the Hindu and Buddhist philosophies, a pure abstraction whose objective existence is denied by the latter. It is Hakama, the supreme wisdom that cannot be understood by reflection, and that lies within and without the cranium of Longface, Sephira, the uppermost of the 3 heads. It is the boundless and the infinite En Sof, the no-thing. The 3 heads, superposed above each other, are evidently taken from the 3 mystic triangles of the Hindus, which also superpose each other. The highest head contains the Trinity in chaos, out of which springs the manifested Trinity. En Sof, the unrevealed forever, who is boundless and unconditioned, cannot create, and therefore it seems to us a great error to attribute to him a creative thought, as is commonly done by the interpreters. In every cosmogony, this supreme essence is passive. If boundless, infinite, and unconditioned, it can have no thought nor idea. It acts not as the result of volition, but in obedience to its own nature, and according to the fatality of the law of which it is itself the embodiment. Thus, with the Hebrew Kabbalists, En Sof is non-existent, for it is incomprehensible to our finite intellects, and therefore cannot exist to our minds. Its first emanation was Sephira, the crown. When the time for an active period had come, then was produced a natural expansion of this divine essence from within outwardly, obedient to eternal and immutable law. And from this eternal and infinite light, which to us is darkness, was emitted a spiritual substance. This was the first Sephiroth, containing in herself the other 9 Sephiroth, or intelligences. In their totality and unity, they represent the archetypal man, Adam Kadmon, the protagonos, who in his individuality or unity is yet dual or bisexual, the Greek didymos, for he is the prototype of all humanity. Thus we obtain 3 trinities, each contained in a head. In the first head, or face, the three-faced Hindu Trimurti, we find Saphira, the first androgyne, at the apex of the upper triangle, emitting Hakama, or wisdom, a masculine and active potency, also called Ja and Bina, or intelligence, a female and passive potency, also represented by the name Jehovah. These three form the first trinity, or face, of the Sephiroth. This triad emanated Hesed, or mercy, a masculine active potency, also called El, from which emanated Gebura, Don, or justice, also called Eloha, a feminine passive potency. From the union of these two was produced Tifereth, beauty, clemency, the spiritual son, known by the divine name Elohim, and the second triad, face, or head, was formed. These emanating, in their turn, the masculine potency, Netzah, firmness, or Jehovah Sabaoth, who issued the feminine passive potency Hod, splendor, or Elohim Sabaoth. The two produced Jesod, foundation, who is the mighty living one El Chai, thus yielding the third trinity, or head. The 10th Sephiroth is rather a duad, and is represented on the diagrams as the lowest circle. It is Malkuth, or kingdom, and Shekinah, also called Adonai, and cherubim, among the angelic hosts. The first head is called the intellectual world. The second head is the sensuous, or the world of perception, and the third is the material, or physical world. Before he gave any shape to the universe, says the Kabbalah, before he produced any form, he was alone, without any form and resemblance to anything else. Who then can comprehend him? How he was, before the creation, since he was formless? Hence, it is forbidden to represent him by any form, similitude, or even by his sacred name, by a single letter, or a single point. The aged of the aged, the unknown of the unknown, has a form, and yet no form. He has a form whereby the universe is preserved, and yet has no form, because he cannot be comprehended. When he first assumed a form, in Saphira, his first emanation, he caused 9 splendid lights to emanate from it. And now, we will turn to the Hindu esoteric cosmogony and definition of him who is and yet is not. From him who is, from this immortal principle, which exists in our minds but cannot be perceived by the senses, is born Purusha, the divine male and female, who became Narayana, or the divine spirit moving on the water. Swayambhuva, the unknown essence of the Brahmins, is identical with En Sof, the unknown essence of the Kabbalists. As with the latter, the ineffable name could not be pronounced by the Hindus, under the penalty of death. In the ancient primitive trinity of India, that which may be certainly considered as pre-Vedic, the germ which fecundates the mother principle, the mundane egg, or the universal womb, is called Nara, the spirit, or the Holy Ghost, which emanates from the primordial essence. It is like Saphira, the oldest emanation, called the primordial point, and the whitehead, for it is the point of divine light appearing from within the fathomless and boundless darkness. In Manu, it is Nara, or the Spirit of God, which moves on ayana, chaos, or place of motion, and is called Narayana, or moving on the waters. In Hermes, the Egyptian, we read, "In the beginning of the time, there was naught in the chaos." But when the verbum, issuing from the void like a colorless smoke, makes its appearance, then this verbum moved on the humid principle. And in Genesis we find, "And darkness was upon the face of the deep, chaos, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters." In the Kabbalah, the emanation of the primordial passive principle, Sephira, by dividing itself into 2 parts, active and passive, emits Chochma wisdom and Binah Jehovah. And in conjunction with these 2 acolytes, which complete the Trinity, becomes the creator of the abstract universe, the physical world being the production of later and still more material powers. In the Hindu cosmogony, Swayambhuva emits Nara and Nari, its bisexual emanation, and dividing its parts into two halves, male and female. These fecundate the mundane egg, within which develops Brahma, or rather Viraj, the creator. The starting point of the Egyptian mythology, says Champollion, is a triad, namely Kneph, Ninth, and Ptah, and Ammon, the male, the father, Muth, the female and mother, and Khons, the son. The 10 Sephiroth are copies taken from the 10 Prajapatis created by Viraj, called the Lords of All Beings, and answering to the biblical patriarchs. Justin Martyr explains some of the heresies of the day, but in a very unsatisfactory manner. He shows, however, the identity of all the world religions at their starting points. The first beginning opens invariably with the unknown and passive deity, producing from himself a certain active power, or virtue, rational, which is sometimes called wisdom, sometimes the Son, very often God, angel, Lord, and Logos. The latter is sometimes applied to the very first emanation, but in several systems it proceeds from the first androgen, or double ray, produced at the beginning by the unseen. Philo depicts this wisdom as male and female. But though its first manifestation had a beginning, for it proceeded from Ulam, ion, time, the highest of the eons, when emitted from the fathers, it had remained with him before all creations, for it is part of him. Therefore, Philo Judaeus calls Adam Kadmon mind, the Anoia of Bythos in the Gnostic system. The mind, let it be named Adam. Strictly speaking, it is difficult to view the Jewish book of Genesis otherwise than as a chip from the trunk of the mundane tree of universal cosmogony, rendered in oriental allegories. As cycle succeeded cycle, and one nation after another came upon the world's stage to play its brief part in the majestic drama of human life, each new people evolved from ancestral traditions its own religion, giving it a local color and stamping it with its individual characteristics. While each of these religions had its distinguishing traits, by which, were there no other archaic vestiges, the physical and psychological status of its creators could be estimated, all preserved a common likeness to one prototype. This parent cult was none other than the primitive wisdom religion. The Israelitish scriptures are no exception. Their national history, if they can claim any autonomy before the return from Babylon, and were anything more than migratory septs of Hindu pariahs, cannot be carried back a day beyond Moses. And if this ex-Egyptian priest must, from theological necessity, be transformed into a Hebrew patriarch, we must insist that the Jewish nation was lifted with that smiling infant out of the bulrushes of Lake Morris. Abraham, their alleged father, belongs to the universal mythology. Most likely, he is but one of the numerous aliases of Zeruan, Saturn, the king of the Golden Age, who is also called the Old Man, emblem of time. It is now demonstrated by Assyriologists that in the old Chaldean books, Abraham is called Zeruan, or Zerb-an, meaning one very rich in gold and silver, and a mighty prince. He is also called Zaruan and Zarman, a decrepit old man. The ancient Babylonian legend is that Xisuthros, Hasisadra of the tablets, or Xisuthros, sailed with his ark to Armenia, and his son Sim became supreme king. Pliny says that Sim was called Zeruan, and Sim is Shem. In Hebrew, his name writes EMGEU2 207, Shem, a sign. Assyria is held by the ethnologists to be the land of Shem, and Egypt called that of Ham. Shem, in the 10th chapter of Genesis, is made the father of all the children of Eber, of Elam, Ulam, or Elam, and Ashur, Assur, or Assyria. The Nephilim, or fallen men, Gebers, mighty men spoken of in Genesis 6:4, come from Ulam, men of Shem. Even Ophir, which is evidently to be sought for in the India of the days of Hiram, is made a descendant of Shem. The records are purposely mixed up to make them fit into the frame of the Mosaic Bible. But Genesis, from its first verse down to the last, has naught to do with the chosen people. It belongs to the world's history. Its appropriation by the Jewish authors in the days of the so-called restoration of the destroyed books of the Israelites by Ezra proves nothing, and, until now, has been self-propped on an alleged divine revelation. It is simply a compilation of the universal legends of the universal humanity. Bunsen says that in the Chaldean tribe immediately connected with Abraham, we find reminiscences of dates disfigured and misunderstood as genealogies of single men or indications of epochs. The Abrahamic recollections go back at least 3 millennia beyond the grandfather of Jacob. Alexander Polyhister says that Abraham was born at Camarina, or Uriah, a city of soothsayers, and invented astronomy. Josephus claims the same for Terah, Abraham's father. The Tower of Babel was built as much by the direct descendants of Shem as by those of the accursed Ham and Canaan. For the people in those days were one, and the whole earth was of one language. And Babel was simply an astrological tower, and its builders were astrologers and adepts of the primitive wisdom religion, or, again, what we term secret doctrine. The Berosian Sibyl says, before the tower, Zeruan, Titan, and Japetosti governed the earth. Zeruan wished to be supreme, but his 2 brothers resisted, when their sister, Astlik, intervened and appeased them. It was agreed that Zeruan should rule, but his male children should be put to death, and strong titans were appointed to carry this into effect. Sar, circle, Saros, is the Babylonian god of the sky. He is also Asaros or Asher, the son of Shem, and Zero, Zero Ana, the chakra, or wheel, boundless time. Hence, as the first step taken by Zoroaster, while founding his new religion, was to change the most sacred deities of the Sanskrit Veda into names of evil spirits in his Zend scriptures, and even to reject a number of them, we find no traces in the Avesta of Chakra, the symbolic circle of the sky. Elam, another of the sons of Shem, is Ulam and refers to an order or cycle of events. In Ecclesiastes 33:11, it is termed world. In Ezekiel 26:20, of old time. In Genesis 3:22, the word stands as forever, and in chapter 9:16, eternal. Finally, the term is completely defined in Genesis 6:4, in the following words: there were Nephilim, giants, fallen men, or titans on the earth. The word is synonymous with eon, aeon. In Proverbs 8:23, it reads, I was effused from Ulam, from Ras, wisdom. By this sentence, the wise king Kabbalist refers to one of the mysteries of the human spirit, the immortal crown of the man Trinity, while it ought to read as above and be interpreted Kabbalistically to mean that the EY, or my eternal immortal ego, the spiritual entity, was effused from the boundless and nameless eternity. Through the creative wisdom of the unknown God, it reads in the canonical translation, the Lord possessed me in the beginning of his way, before his works of old, which is unintelligible nonsense, without the Kabbalistic interpretation. When Solomon is made to say that I was from the beginning, while, as yet, he, the supreme deity, had not made the earth, nor the highest part of the dust of the world, I was there, and when he appointed the foundations of the earth, then I was by him, as one brought up with him. What can the Kabbalist mean by the I, but his own divine spirit, a drop effused from that eternal fountain of light and wisdom, the universal spirit of the deity, the thread of glory emitted by Ensof from the highest of the three Kabbalistic heads, through which all things shine with light, the thread which makes its exit through Adam Primus, is the individual spirit of every man. I was daily his, Ensof's, delight, rejoicing always before him. And my delights were with the sons of men, adds Solomon, in the same chapter of the Proverbs. The immortal spirit delights in the sons of men, who, without this spirit, are but dualities, physical body and astral soul, or that life principle which animates even the lowest of the animal kingdom. But we have seen that the doctrine teaches that this spirit cannot unite itself with that man in whom matter and the grossest propensities of his animal soul will be ever crowding it out. Therefore Solomon, who is made to speak under the inspiration of his own spirit that possesses him for the time being, utters the following words of wisdom. Hearken unto me, my son, the dual man. Blessed are they who keep my ways. Blessed is the man that heareth me, watching daily at my gates. For whoso findeth me findeth life, and shall obtain favor of the Lord. But he that sinneth against me wrongeth his own soul, and loves death. Proverbs 7, 1-36. This chapter, as interpreted, is made by some theologians, like everything else, to apply to Christ, the Son of God, who states repeatedly that he who follows him obtains eternal life and conquers death. But even in its distorted translation, it can be demonstrated that it referred to anything but to the alleged Savior. Were we to accept it in this sense, then, the Christian theology would have to return, nolens volens, to Averroism and Buddhism, to the doctrine of emanation, in short. For Solomon says, I was effused from Olam and Rasit, both of which are a part of the deity, and thus Christ would not be, as their doctrine claims, God himself, but only an emanation of him, like the Christos of the Gnostics. Hence, the meaning of the personified Gnostic aeon, the word signifying cycles or determined periods in the eternity, and at the same time representing a hierarchy of celestial beings, spirits. Thus Christ is sometimes termed the eternal aeon, but the word eternal is erroneous in relation to the eons. Eternal is that which has neither beginning nor end, but the emanations, or eons, although having lived as absorbed in the divine essence from the eternity, when once individually emanated, must be said to have a beginning. They may be therefore endless in this spiritual life, never eternal. These endless emanations of the one first cause, all of which were gradually transformed by the popular fancy into distinct gods, spirits, angels, and demons, were so little considered immortal that all were assigned a limited existence. And this belief, common to all the peoples of antiquity, to the Chaldean Magi as well as to the Egyptians, and even in our day, held by the Brahmanists and Buddhists, most triumphantly evidences the monotheism of the ancient religious systems. This doctrine calls the life period of all the inferior divinities one day of Parabrahma. After a cycle of 14 milliards, 320 millions of human years, the tradition says, the Trinity itself, with all the lesser divinities, will be annihilated, together with the universe, and cease to exist. Then another universe will gradually emerge from the pralaya, dissolution, and men on earth will be enabled to comprehend Swayambhuva as he is. Alone, this primal cause will exist forever, in all his glory, filling the infinite space. What better proof could be adduced of the deep reverential feeling with which the heathen regard the one supreme eternal cause of all things visible and invisible? This is again the source from which the ancient Kabbalists derived identical doctrines. If the Christians understood Genesis in their own way, and if accepting the texts literally, they enforced upon the uneducated masses the belief in a creation of our world out of nothing, and moreover, assigned to it a beginning. It is surely not the Tanaim, the sole expounders of the hidden meaning contained in the Bible, who are to be blamed. No more than any other philosophers had they ever believed either in spontaneous, limited, or ex nihilo creations. The Kabbalah has survived to show that their philosophy was precisely that of the modern Nepal Buddhists, the Svabhavikas. They believed in the eternity and the indestructibility of matter, and hence, in many prior creations and destructions of worlds before our own. There were old worlds which perished. From this we see that the Holy One, blessed be his name, had successively created and destroyed sundry worlds before he created the present world. And when he created this world, he said, "This pleases me. The previous ones did not please me." Moreover, they believed, again like the Svabhavikas, now termed atheists, that everything proceeds, is created, from its own nature, and that once that the first impulse is given by that creative force, inherent in the self-created substance, or sephira, everything evolves out of itself, following its pattern, the more spiritual prototype which precedes it in the scale of infinite creation. The indivisible point, which has no limit, and cannot be comprehended, for it is absolute, expanded from within, and formed a brightness which served as a garment, a veil, to the indivisible points. It, too, expanded from within. Thus, everything originated through a constant upheaving agitation, and thus, finally, the world originated. In the later Zoroastrian books, after that Darius had restored both the worship of Ormazd and added to it the purer Magianism of the primitive secret wisdom, of which, as the inscription tells us, he was himself a hierophant, we see again reappearing the Zeru-ana, or boundless time, represented by the Brahmans in the chakra, or a circle, that we see figuring on the uplifted finger of the principal deities. Further on, we will show the relation in which it stands to the Pythagorean mystical numbers, the first and the last, which is a 0, 0, and to the greatest of the mystery gods, Iao. The identity of this symbol alone, in all the old religions, is sufficient to show their common descent from one primitive faith. This term of boundless time, which can be applied but to the One, who has neither beginning nor end, is called by the Zoroastrians Zeruana Akarain, because he has always existed. His glory, they say, is too exalted, his light too resplendent for either human intellect or mortal eyes to grasp and see. His primal emanation is eternal light, which, from having been previously concealed in darkness, was called out to manifest itself, and thus was formed Ormazd, the king of life. He is the firstborn of boundless time, but like his own antitype, or pre-existing spiritual idea, has lived within primitive darkness from all eternity. His logos created the pure intellectual world. After the lapse of 3 grand cycles, he created the material world in 6 periods. The 6 Amshaspans, or primitive spiritual men, whom Ormazd created in his own image, are the mediators between this world and himself. Mithras is an emanation of the Logos, and the chief of the 28 Isids, who are the tutelary angels over the spiritual portion of mankind, the souls of men. The Feruers are infinite in number. They are the ideas, or rather the ideal conceptions of things, which formed themselves in the mind of Ormazd, or Ahura Mazda, before he willed them to assume a concrete form. They are what Aristotle terms privations of forms and substances. The religion of Zarathustra, as he is always called in the Avesta, is one from which the ancient Jews have the most borrowed. In one of the yashts, Ahura Mazda, the Supreme, gives to the seer, as one of his sacred names, Ahmi, I am, and in another place, Ahmi Yat Ahmi, I am that I am, as Jehovah is alleged to have given it to Moses. This cosmogony, adopted with a change of names in the rabbinical Kabbalah, found its way, later, with some additional speculations of Manes, the half-Magus, half-Platonist, into the great body of Gnosticism. The real doctrines of the Basilidians, Valentinians, and the Marcionites cannot be correctly ascertained in the prejudiced and calumnious writings of the Fathers of the Church, but rather in what remains of the works of the Bardesanesians, known as the Nazarenes. It is next to impossible, now that all their manuscripts and books are destroyed, to assign to any of these sects its due part in dissenting views. But there are a few men still living, who have preserved books and direct traditions about the Ophites, although they care little to impart them to the world. Among the unknown sects of Mount Lebanon and Palestine, the truth has been concealed for more than 1,000 years, and their diagram of the Ophite scheme differs with the description of it given by Origen, and hence with the diagram of matter. The Kabbalistic Trinity is one of the models of the Christian one. The ancient, whose name be sanctified, is with 3 heads, but which make only one. Tria capita, exculpa sunt, unum inter alterum, et alterum supra alterum. 3 heads are inserted in one another, and one over the other. The first head is the concealed wisdom, sapientia abscondita. Under this head is the ancient, Pythagorean monad, the most hidden of mysteries, a head which is no head, caput quod non est caput. No one can know what that is in this head. No intellect is able to comprehend this wisdom. This senior sanctissimus is surrounded by the 3 heads. He is the eternal light of the wisdom, and the wisdom is the source from which all the manifestations have begun. These 3 heads included in one head, which is no head, and these 3 are bent down, overshadow. Short face, the sun, and through them all things shine with light. Ensof emits a thread from El or Al, the highest God of the Trinity, and the light follows the thread and enters, and passing through makes its exit through Adam Primus, Cadmon, who is concealed until the plan for arranging, statum dispositionis, is ready. It threads through him from his head to his feet, and in him, in the concealed Adam, is the figure of a man. Whoso wishes to have an insight into the sacred unity, let him consider a flame rising from a burning coal or a burning lamp. He will see first a 2-fold light, a bright white, and a black or blue light. The white light is above and ascends in a direct light, while the blue or dark light is below and seems as the chair of the former. Yet both are so intimately connected together that they constitute only one flame. The seat, however, formed by the blue or dark light, is again connected with the burning matter, which is under it again. The white light never changes its color. It always remains white, but various shades are observed in the lower light, whilst the lowest light, moreover, takes 2 directions. Above, it is connected with the white light, and below, with the burning matter. Now, this is constantly consuming itself, and perpetually ascends to the upper light, and thus everything merges into a single unity. Such were the ancient ideas of the Trinity in the unity as an abstraction. Man, who is the microcosmos of the macrocosmos, or of the archetypal heavenly man, Adam Kadmon, is likewise a trinity, for he is body, soul, and spirit. All that is created by the ancient of the ancients can live and exist only by a male and a female, says the Sohar. He alone, to whom no one can say, thou, for he is the spirit of the white head, in whom the three heads are united, is uncreated. Out of the subtile fire, on one side of the white head, and of the subtile air, on the other, emanates Shekinah, his veil, the femininized Holy Ghost. This air, says Idra Rabbah, is the most occult, occultissimous attribute of the Ancient of the Days. The Ancienter of the Ancienter is the concealed of the concealed. All things are himself, and himself is concealed on every way. The cranium of the white head has no beginning, but its end has a shining reflection and a roundness, which is our universe. They regard, says Klenker, the firstborn as man and wife, insofar as his light includes in itself all other lights, and insofar as his spirit of life or breath of life includes all other life spirits in itself. The Kabbalistic Shekinah answers to the Ophite Sophia. Properly speaking, Adam Kadmon is the Bythos, but in this emanation system, where everything is calculated to perplex and place an obstacle to inquiry, he is the source of light, the first primitive man, and at the same time, Enoia, the thought of Bythos, the depth, for he is Pymander. The Gnostics, as well as the Nazarenes, allegorizing on the personification, said that the first and second man loved the beauty of Sophia, Sephira, the first woman, and thus the Father and the Son fecundated the heavenly woman, and, from primal darkness, procreated the visible light. Sephira is the invisible, or spiritual light, whom they called the anointed Christum, or King Messiah. This Christus is the atom of dust before his fall, with the spirit of the Adonai, his father, and Shekinah Adonai, his mother, upon him. For Adam Primus is Adon, Adonai, or Adonis. The primal existence manifests itself by its wisdom and produces the intelligible Logos, all visible creation. This wisdom was venerated by the Ophites under the form of a serpent. So far we see that the first and second life are the two atoms, or the first and the second man. In the former lies Ava, or the yet unborn spiritual Eve, and she is within Adam Primus, for she is a part of himself, who is androgyne. The Eva of dust, she who will be called in Genesis the mother of all that live, is within Adam, the second. And now, from the moment of its first manifestation, the Lord Mano, the unintelligible wisdom, disappears from the scene of action. It will manifest itself only as Shekinah, the grace, for the corona is the innermost light of all lights, and hence it is darkness's own substance. In the Kabbalah, Shekinah is the ninth emanation of Sephira, which contains the whole of the 10 Sephiroth within herself. She belongs to the third triad and is produced together with Malkuth, or kingdom, of which she is the female counterpart. Otherwise, she is held to be higher than any of these, for she is the divine glory, the veil, or garment, of Ein Sof. The Jews, whenever she is mentioned in the Targum, say that she is the glory of Jehovah, which dwelt in the tabernacle, manifesting herself like a visible cloud. The glory rested over the mercy seat in the Sanctum Sanctorum. In the Nazarene, or Bardisanian system, which may be termed the Kabbalah within the Kabbalah, the Ancient of Days, Antiquus Altus, who is the father of the Demiurgus of the universe, is called the third life, or Abatur, and he is the father of Fetahil, who is the architect of the visible universe, which he calls into existence by the powers of his genii, at the order of the greatest. The Abatur, answering to the father of Jesus in the later Christian theology. These two superior lives, then, are the crown within which dwells the greatest Furho. Before any creature came into existence, the Lord Furho existed. This one is the first life, formless and invisible, in whom the living spirit of life exists, the highest grace. The two are one from eternity, for they are the light and the cause of the light. Therefore they answer to the Kabbalistic concealed wisdom and to the concealed Shekinah, the Holy Ghost. This light, which is manifested, is the garment of the heavenly concealed, says Idrasutta, and the heavenly man is the superior Adam. No one knows his paths except Macroprosopis, Longface, the superior active God. Not as I am written will I be read. In this world my name will be written Jehovah and read Adonai, say the rabbins very correctly. Adonai is the Adam Kadmon. He is father and mother both. By this double mediatorship, the spirit of the ancient descends upon the Microprosopis, Shortface, or the Adam of Eden. And the Lord God breathes into his nostrils the breath of life. When the woman separates herself from her androgyny and becomes a distinct individuality, the first story is repeated over again. Both the Father and Son, the two Adams, love her beauty, and then follows the allegory of the temptation and fall. It is in the Kabbalah, as in the Ophite system, in which both the Ophis and the Ophiomorphos are emanations emblematized as serpents, the former representing eternity, wisdom, and spirit, as in the Chaldean magism of aspic worship and wisdom doctrine in the olden times, and the latter, cunning, envy, and matter. Both spirit and matter are serpents, and Adam Kadmon becomes the Ophis who tempts himself, man and woman, to taste of the tree of good and evil, in order to teach them the mysteries of spiritual wisdom. Light tempts darkness, and darkness attracts light, for darkness is matter, and the highest light shines not in its tenebrae. With knowledge comes the temptation of the Ophiomorphos, and he prevails. The dualism of every existing religion is shown forth by the fall. I have gotten a man from the Lord, exclaims Eve, when the dualism Cain and Abel, evil and good, is born. And the Adam knew Hua, his woman, Astu, and she became pregnant and bore kin, and she said, Kiniti is Yava. I have gained or obtained a husband, even Yava, is Is, man. Cum arbore peccati Deus creavit seculum. And now we will compare this system with that of the Jewish Gnostics, the Nazarenes, as well as with other philosophies. The Ishmon, the pleroma, or the boundless circle within which lie all forms, is the thought of the power divine. It works in silence, and suddenly light is begotten by darkness. It is called the second life, and this one produces or generates the third. This third light is the father of all things that live, as EUA is the mother of all that live. He is the creator who calls inert matter into life through his vivifying spirit, and therefore is called the Ancient of the World. Abitur is the father who creates the first Adam, who creates in his turn the second. Abitur opens a gate and walks to the dark water, chaos, and looking down into it, the darkness reflects the image of himself, and lo, a sun is formed, the Logos or Demiurge. Phetahil, who is the builder of the material world, is called into existence. According to the Gnostic dogma, this was the Metatron, the Archangel Gabriel, or messenger of life, or, as the biblical allegory has it, the androgynous Adam Kadmon again, the Son, who, with his Father's Spirit, produces the anointed, or Adam, before his fall. When Swayambhuva, the Lord who exists through himself, feels impelled to manifest himself, he is thus described in the Hindu sacred books. Having been impelled to produce various beings from his own divine substance, he first manifested the waters, which developed within themselves a productive seed. The seed became a germ, bright as gold, blazing like the luminary, with 1,000 beams. And in that egg he was born himself, in the form of Brahma, the great principle of all the beings. Manu, Book 1, Slokas 8-9. The Egyptian Kneph, or Chnupis, divine wisdom, represented by a serpent, produces an egg from his mouth, from which issues Phtha. In this case, Phtha represents the universal germ, as well as Brahma, who is of the neuter gender, when the final A has a diaeresis on it. Otherwise, it becomes simply one of the names of the deity. The former was the model of the 3 lives of the Nazarenes, as that of the Kabbalistic faces, Pharazupha, which, in its turn, furnished the model for the Christian trinity of Irenaeus and his followers. The egg was the primitive matter which served as a material for the building of the visible universe. It contained, as well as the Gnostic Pleroma, the Kabbalistic Shekinah, the man and wife, the spirit and life, whose light includes all other lights, or life spirits. This first manifestation was symbolized by a serpent, which is at first divine wisdom, but, falling into generation, becomes polluted. Phtha is the heavenly man, the Egyptian Adam Kadmon, or Christ, who, in conjunction with the female Holy Ghost, the Zizai, produces the 5 elements: air, water, fire, earth, and ether, the latter being a servile copy from the Buddhist Ad, and his 5 dhyana Buddhas, as we have shown in the preceding chapter. The Hindu Swayambhuva Nara develops from himself the mother principle, enclosed within his own divine essence, Nari, the immortal virgin, who, when impregnated by his spirit, becomes Tanmatra, the mother of the 5 elements: air, water, fire, earth, and ether. Thus may be shown how from the Hindu cosmogony all others proceed. Knorr von Rosenroth, busying himself with the interpretation of the Kabbalah, argues that, in this first state of secret wisdom, the infinite God himself can be understood as Father of the New Covenant. But the light being let down by the infinite through a canal into the primal Adam, or Messiah, and joined with him, can be applied to the name Son, and the influx emitted down from him, the Son, to the lower parts of the universe, can be applied to the character of the Holy Ghost. Sophia Achamoth, the half-spiritual, half-material life, which vivifies the inert matter in the depths of chaos, is the Holy Ghost of the Gnostics, and the Spiritus, female, of the Nazarenes. She is, be it remembered, the sister of Christos, the perfect emanation, and both are children, or emanations of Sophia, the purely spiritual and intellectual daughter of Bythos, the depth. For the elder, Sophia is Shekinah, the face of God, God's Shekinah, which is his image. The son Zeus Belus, or Sol Mithra, is an image of the Father, an emanation from the supreme light, says Movers. He passed for creator. Philosophers say the first air is anima mundi, but the garment, Shekinah, is higher than the first air, since it is joined closer to the Ein Sof, the boundless. Thus Sophia is Shekinah, and Sophia Achamoth the anima mundi, the astral light of the Kabbalists, which contains the spiritual and material germs of all that is. For the Sophia Achamoth, like Eve, of whom she is the prototype, is the mother of all that live. There are 3 trinities in the Nazarene system as well as in the Hindu philosophy of the ante and early Vedic period. While we see the few translators of the Kabbalah, the Nazarene Codex, and other abstruse works hopelessly floundering amid the interminable pantheon of names, unable to agree as to a system in which to classify them, for the one hypothesis contradicts and overturns the other, we can but wonder at all this trouble, which could be so easily overcome. But even now, when the translation and even the perusal of the ancient Sanskrit has become so easy as a point of comparison, they would never think it possible that every philosophy, whether Semitic, Hamitic, or Turanian, as they call it, has its key in the Hindu sacred works. Still, facts are there, and facts are not easily destroyed. Thus, while we find the Hindu Trimurti triply manifested as Nara, or Para Purusha, Agni, Brahma, the Father, Nari, Mariama, Vaya, Vishnu, the Mother, Viraj, Brahma, Surya, Siva, the Sun, and the Egyptian Trinity as follows: Kineph, or Amun, Osiris, Ra, Horus, the Father, Maut, or Mut, Isis, the Mother, Khons, Horus, Maluli, the Sun, the Nazarene. System runs: Ferho, Ishamon, Mano, Abater, the Father, Chaos, Dark Water, Spiritus, Female, Netubto, the Mother, Fetahil, Ledayo, Lord Jordan, the Son. The first is the concealed or non-manifested Trinity, a pure abstraction. The other, the active or the One, revealed in the results of creation, proceeding out of the former, its spiritual prototype. The third is the mutilated image of both the others, crystallized in the form of human dogmas, which vary according to the exuberance of the national materialistic fancy. The Supreme Lord of splendor and of light, luminous and refulgent, before which no other existed, is called Corona, the crown, Lord Ferho, the unrevealed life which existed in the former, from eternity, and Lord Jordan, the Spirit, the living water of grace. He is the one through whom alone we can be saved, and thus he answers to the Shekinah, the spiritual garment of Ensof, or the Holy Ghost. These three constitute the Trinity abscondito. The second Trinity is composed of the three lives. The first is the similitude of Lord Ferho, through whom he has proceeded forth, and the second, Ferho, is the King of Light, Mono, Rex Lucas. He is the heavenly life and light, and older than the architect of heaven and earth. The second life is Ish Amun, Pleroma, the vase of election, containing the visible thought of the Iordanus Maximus, the type, or its intelligible reflection, the prototype of the living water, who is the spiritual Jordan. Third life, which is produced by the other two, is Abatur, Abe, the parent or father. This is the mysterious and decrepit, aged of the aged, the ancient senem sui obtugentem et grandaevum mundi. This latter third life is the father of the demiurge Fetahil, the creator of the world, whom the Ophites call Ilda Bayoth, though Fetahil is the only begotten one, the reflection of the Father, Abatur, who begets him by looking into the dark water. But the Lord Mano, the Lord of loftiness, the Lord of all genii, is higher than the Father. In this Kabbalistic codex, one is purely spiritual, the other material. So, for instance, while Abatur's only begotten one is the genius Fetahil, the creator of the physical world, Lord Mano, the Lord of Celsitude, who is the son of him, who is the father of all who preach the gospel, produces also an only begotten one, the Lord Ledayo, a just Lord. He is the Christos, the anointed, who pours out the grace of the invisible Jordan, the spirit of the highest crown. In the arcanum, in the assembly of splendor, lighted by Mano, to whom the scintillas of splendor owe their origin, the genii who live in light rose. They went to the visible Jordan and flowing water. They assembled for a council and called forth the only begotten Son of an imperishable image, and who cannot be conceived by reflection, Lebdayo, the just Lord, and sprung from Lebdayo, the just Lord, whom the life had produced by his word. Mano is the chief of the 7 aeons, who are Mano, Rex Lucis, Iar Zivo, Ignis Vivus, Lux, Vita, Aqua Viva, the living water of baptism, the genius of the Jordan, and Ipsa, Vita, the chief of the 6 genii, which form with him the mystic 7. The Nazarene Manu is simply the copy of the Hindu first Manu, the emanation of Manu Swayambhuva, from whom evolve in succession the 6 other Manus, types of the subsequent races of men. We find them all represented by the apostle Kabbalist John in the 7 lamps of fire burning before the throne, which are the 7 spirits of God, and in the 7 angels bearing the 7 vials. Again, in Fetahil, we recognize the original of the Christian doctrine. In the revelation of Johannes, Theologos, it is said, I turned and saw in the midst of the 7 candlesticks one like unto the Son of Man. His head and his hairs were white, like wool, as white as snow, and his eyes were as a flame of fire, and his feet like unto fine brass, as if they burned in a furnace. 1 13, 14, 15. John here repeats, as is well known, the words of Daniel and Ezekiel, the Ancient of Days, whose hair was white as pure wool, etc. And the appearance of a man above the throne, and the appearance of fire, and it had brightness round about. The fire being the glory of the Lord. Fetahil is son of the man, the 3rd life, and his upper part is represented as white as snow. While standing near the throne of the living fire, he has the appearance of a flame. All these apocalyptic visions are based on the description of the white head of the Sohar, in whom the Kabbalistic Trinity is united. The white head, which conceals in its cranium the spirit, and which is environed by subtile fire. The appearance of a man is that of Adam Kadmon, through which passes the thread of light represented by the fire. Fetahil is the Vir Novissimus, the newest man, the son of Abatur, the latter being the man, or the 3rd life, now the 3rd personage of the Trinity. John sees one like unto the Son of Man, holding in his right hand 7 stars, and standing between 7 golden candlesticks. Revelation 1. Fetahil takes his stand on high, according to the will of his Father, the highest Eon who has 7 scepters, and 7 genii, who astronomically represent the 7 planets or stars. He stands shining in the garment of the Lords, resplendent by the agency of the genii. He is the son of his Father, life, and his mother, spirit or light. The Logos is represented in the Gospel, according to John, as one in whom was life, and the life was the light of men. 1:4. Fetahil is the Demiurge, and his Father created the visible universe of matter through him. In the Epistle of Paul to the Ephesians, 3:9, God is said to have created all things by Jesus. In the Codex, the parent life says, Arise, go, our Son first begotten, ordained for all creatures. As the living Father hath sent me, says Christ, God sent his only begotten Son, that we might live. Finally, having performed his work on earth, Fetahil reascends to his father Abatur. Etki, relicto quem procreavit mundo, ad Abatur sum patrem contendit. My Father sent me, I go to the Father, repeats Jesus. Laying aside the theological disputes of Christianity, which try to blend together the Jewish creator of the 1st chapter of Genesis with the Father of the New Testament, Jesus states repeatedly of his Father that he is in secret. Surely he would not have so termed the ever-present Lord God of the Mosaic books, who showed himself to Moses and the patriarchs, and finally allowed all the elders of Israel to look on himself. When Jesus is made to speak of the temple at Jerusalem as of his Father's house, he does not mean the physical building, which he maintains he can destroy and then again rebuild in 3 days, but of the temple of Solomon, the wise Kabbalist, who indicates in his Proverbs that every man is the temple of God, or of his own divine spirit. This term of the Father who is in secret we find used as much in the Kabbalah as in the Codex Nazareus and elsewhere. No one has ever seen the wisdom concealed in the cranium, and no one has beheld the depth, Bythos. Simon the magician preached, one Father unknown to all. We can trace this appellation of a secret God still farther back. In the Kabbalah, the Son of the concealed Father who dwells in light and glory is the Anointed, the Ser Anpan, who unites in himself all the Sephiroth. He is Christos, or the heavenly man. It is through Christ that the Pneuma, or the Holy Ghost, creates all things, Ephesians 3:9, and produces the four elements, air, water, fire, and earth. This assertion is unquestionable, for we find Irenaeus basing on this fact his best argument for the necessity of there being four Gospels. There can be neither more nor fewer than four, he argues, for as there are 4 quarters of the world, and 4 general winds, Catholica Pneumata, it is right that she, the Church, should have 4 pillars, from which it is manifest that the Word, the Maker of all, he who sitteth upon the cherubim, as David says, supplicating his advent, thou that sittest between the cherubim, shine forth. For the cherubim also are four-faced, and their faces are symbols of the working of the Son of God. We will not stop to discuss at length the special holiness of the four-faced cherubim, although we might, perhaps, show their origin in all the ancient pagodas of India, in the vahans, or vehicles, of their chief gods. As likewise, we might easily attribute the respect paid to them to the Kabbalistic wisdom, which, nevertheless, the Church rejects with great horror. But we cannot resist the temptation to remind the reader that he may easily ascertain the several significances attributed to these cherubs by reading the Kabbalah. When the souls are to leave their abode, says the Sohar, holding to the doctrine of the pre-existence of souls in the world of emanations, each soul separately appears before the Holy King, dressed in a sublime form with the features in which it is to appear in this world. It is from this sublime form that the image proceeds. Sohar 3, page 104 AB. Then it goes on to say that the types or forms of these faces are 4 in number, those of the angel or man, of the lion, the bull, and the eagle. Furthermore, we may well express our wonder that Irenaeus should not have reinforced his argument for the 4 Gospels by citing the whole pantheon of the 4-armed Hindu gods. Ezekiel, in representing his 4 animals, now called cherubim, as types of the 4 symbolical beings, which, in his visions, support the throne of Jehovah, had not far to go for his models. The Chaldeo-Babylonian protecting genii were familiar to him. The said Alap or Kirub, cherubim, the bull with the human face, the Nergal, human-headed lion, Ustur, the Sphinx man, and the Nathga with its eagle's head. The religion of the masters, the idolatrous Babylonians and Assyrians, was transferred almost bodily into the revealed scripture of the captives, and from thence came into Christianity. Already we find Ezekiel addressed by the likeness of the glory of the Lord, as Son of Man. This peculiar title is used repeatedly throughout the whole book of this prophet, which is as Kabbalistic as the roll of a book, which the glory causes him to eat. It is written within and without, and its real meaning is identical with that of the Apocalypse. It appears strange that so much stress should be laid on this peculiar appellation, said to have been applied by Jesus to himself, when, in the symbolical or Kabbalistic language, a prophet is so addressed. It is as extraordinary to see Irenaeus indulging in such graphic descriptions of Jesus as to show him, the maker of all, sitting upon a cherubim, unless he identifies him with Shekinah, whose usual place was among the cherubs of the mercy seat. We also know that the cherubim and seraphim are titles of the old serpent, the orthodox devil, the seraphs being the burning or fiery serpents in Kabbalistic symbolism. The 10 emanations of Adam Kadmon, called the Sephiroth, have all emblems and titles corresponding to each. So, for instance, the last two are Victory, or Jehovah Sabaoth, whose symbol is the right column of Solomon, the pillar Jachin, while Glory is the left pillar, or Boaz, and its name is the old serpent, and also seraphim and cherubim. The Son of Man is an appellation which could not be assumed by anyone but a Kabbalist, except, as shown above, in the Old Testament, it is used but by one prophet, Ezekiel, the Kabbalist. In their mysterious and mutual relations, the eons or Sephiroth are represented in the Kabbalah by a great number of circles, and sometimes by the figure of a man, which is symbolically formed out of such circles. This man is Seir Anpin, and the 243 numbers of which his figure consists relate to the different orders of the celestial hierarchy. The original idea of this figure, or rather the model, may have been taken from the Hindu Brahma, and the various castes typified by the several parts of his body, as King suggests in his Gnostics. In one of the grandest and most beautiful cave temples at Ellora, Nasak, dedicated to Vishvakarma, son of Brahma, is a representation of this god and his attributes. To one acquainted with Ezekiel's description of the likeness of 4 living creatures, every one of which had 4 faces, and the hands of a man under its wings, etc., this figure at Ellora must certainly appear absolutely biblical. Brahma is called the father of man, as well as Jupiter and other highest gods. It is in the Buddhistic representations of Mount Meru, called by the Burmese Myanmar and by the Siamese Sineru, that we find one of the originals of the Adam Kadmon, Seir Anpin, the heavenly man, and of all the eons, Sephiroth, powers, dominions, thrones, virtues, and dignities of the Kabbalah. Between 2 pillars, which are connected by an arch, the keystone of the latter is represented by a crescent. This is the domain in which dwells the supreme wisdom of Adi Buddha, the supreme and invisible deity. Beneath this highest central point comes the circle of the direct emanation of the unknown, the circle of Brahma, with some Hindus, of the first avatar of Buddha, according to others. This answers to Adam Kadmon and the 10 Sephiroth. 9 of the emanations are encircled by the 10th, and occasionally represented by pagodas, each of which bears a name which expresses one of the chief attributes of the manifested deity. Then below come the 7 stages, or heavenly spheres, each sphere being encircled by a sea. These are the celestial mansions of the devatas, or gods, each losing somewhat in holiness and purity as it approaches the earth. Then comes Meru itself, formed of numberless circles within 3 large ones, typifying the Trinity of man. And for one acquainted with the numerical value of the letters in biblical names, like that of the great beast, or that of Mithras Avrachas, and others, it is an easy matter to establish the identity of the Meru gods with the emanations, or Sephiroth, of the Kabbalists. Also the genii of the Nazarenes, with their special missions, are all found on this most ancient mythos, a most perfect representation of the symbolism of the secret doctrine, as taught in archaic ages. King gives a few hints, though doubtless too insufficient to teach anything important, for they are based upon the calculations of Bishop Newton, as to this mode of finding out mysteries in the value of letters. However, we find this great archaeologist, who has devoted so much time and labor to the study of Gnostic gems, corroborating our assertion. He shows that the entire theory is Hindu, and points out that the Durga, or female counterpart of each Asiatic god, is what the Kabbalists term active virtue in the celestial hierarchy, a term which the Christian fathers adopted and repeated without fully appreciating, and the meaning of which the later theology has utterly disfigured. But to return to Meru, the whole is surrounded by the Mahasamat, or the Great Sea, the astral light and ether of the Kabbalists and scientists, and within the central circles appears the likeness of a man. He is the Akadoth of the Nazarenes, the twofold unity, or the androgyne man, the heavenly incarnation, and a perfect representation of Ser Anpan, short face, the son of Arik Anpan, long face. This likeness is now represented in many Lama series by Gautama Buddha, the last of the incarnated avatars. Still lower, under the Meru, is the dwelling of the great Naga, who is called Raja Naga, the king serpent, the serpent of Genesis, the Gnostic Ophis, and the goddess of the earth, Bhume Nari, or Yama, who waits upon the great dragon, for she is Eve, the mother of all that live. Still lower is the eighth sphere, the infernal regions. The uppermost regions of Brahma are surrounded by the sun, moon, and planets, the seven stellars of the Nazarenes, and just as they are described in the Codex. The seven impostor daemons who deceive the sons of Adam. The name of one is Soul, of another Spiritus Venereus, Astro, of the third Nebu, Mercurius a false messiah. The name of a fourth is Sin Luna. The fifth is Kiun, Saturnus. The sixth, Belzeus. The seventh, Nerig Mars. Then there are 7 lives procreated, 7 good stellars, which are from Kabarzio, and are those bright ones who shine in their own form and splendor that pours from on high. At the gate of the house of life, the throne is fitly placed for the Lord of splendor, and there are 3 habitations. The habitations of the Trimurti, the Hindu Trinity, are placed beneath the keystone, the golden crescent, in the representation of Meru. And there was, under his feet, of the God of Israel, as it were a paved work of a sapphire stone. Exodus 24:10. Under the crescent is the heaven of Brahma, all paved with sapphires. The paradise of Indra is resplendent with 1,000 suns. That of Siva, Saturn, is in the northeast. His throne is formed of lapis lazuli, and the floor of heaven is of fervid gold. When he sits on the throne, he blazes with fire up to the loins. At Hardwar, during the fair, in which he is more than ever Mahadeva, the highest god, the attributes and emblems sacred to the Jewish Lord God may be recognized one by one in those of Siva. The Binlang stone, sacred to this Hindu deity, is an unhewn stone, like the Bethel, consecrated by the patriarch Jacob and set up by him for a pillar, and like the latter, Binlang is anointed. We need hardly remind the student that the linga, the emblem sacred to Siva, and whose temples are modeled after this form, is identical in shape, meaning, and purpose with the pillars set up by the several patriarchs to mark their adoration of the Lord God. In fact, one of these patriarchal lithoi might even now be carried in the Sivaitic processions of Calcutta, without its Hebrew derivation being suspected. The 4 arms of Siva are often represented with appendages like wings. He has 3 eyes and a 4th in the crescent, obtained by him at the churning of the ocean, as Pancha Mukti Siva has 4 heads. In this, God we recognize the description given by Ezekiel in the 1st chapter of his book of his vision, in which he beholds the likeness of a man in the 4 living creatures, who had 4 faces, 4 wings, who had 1 pair of straight feet, which sparkled like the color of burnished brass, and their rings were full of eyes round, about them four. It is the throne and heaven of Siva that the prophet describes in saying, "And there was the likeness of a throne, as the appearance of a sapphire stone. And I saw as the color of amber, gold, as the appearance of fire around about, from his loins even upward, and from the appearance of his loins even downward, I saw, as it were, the appearance of fire." Ezekiel 1:27. "And his feet like unto fine brass, as if they burned in a furnace." Revelation 1:15. As for their faces, one had the face of a cherub and the face of a lion. They also had the face of an ox and the face of an eagle. Ezekiel 1:10, 10, 14. This fourfold appearance which we find in the two cherubims of gold on the two ends of the ark, these symbolic four faces being adopted, moreover, later, one by each evangelist, as may be easily ascertained from the pictures of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, prefixed to their respective Gospels in the Roman Vulgate and Greek Bibles. Tyaut, the great god of the Phoenicians, says Sanchoniathon, to express the character of Saturn or Kronos, made his image having four eyes, two before, two behind, open and closed, and four wings, two expanded, two folded. The eyes denote that the god sees in sleep and sleeps in waking, the position of the wings that he flies in rest, and rests in flying. The identity of Saturn with Siva is corroborated still more when we consider the emblem of the latter, the Damara, which is an hourglass, to show the progress of time, represented by this god in his capacity of a destroyer. The bull Nardi, the Vihan of Siva, and the most sacred emblem of this god, is reproduced in the Egyptian Apis, and in the bull created by Ormazd and killed by Ahriman. The religion of Zoroaster, all based upon the secret doctrine, is found held by the people of Eretini. It was the religion of the Persians when they conquered the Assyrians. From thence, it is easy to trace the introduction of this emblem of life, represented by the bull, in every religious system. The College of the Magians had accepted it with the change of dynasty. Daniel is described as a rabbi, the chief of the Babylonian astrologers and magi. Therefore we see the Assyrian little bulls and the attributes of Siva reappearing under a hardly modified form in the cherubs of the Talmudistic Jews, as we have traced the bull Apis in the sphinxes or cherubs of the Mosaic Ark, and as we find it several thousand years later in the company of one of the Christian evangelists, Luke. Whoever has lived in India long enough to acquaint himself even superficially with the native deities must detect the similarity between Jehovah and other gods besides Siva. As Saturn, the latter was always held in great respect by the Talmudists. He was held in reverence by the Alexandrian Kabbalists as the direct inspirer of the law and the prophets. One of the names of Saturn was Israel, and we will show in time his identity in a certain way with Abram, which movers and others hinted at long since. Thus it cannot be wondered at if Valentinus, Basilides, and the Ophite Gnostics placed the dwelling of their Ilda-Baoth, also a destroyer, as well as a creator, in the planet Saturn, for it was he who gave the law in the wilderness and spoke through the prophets. If more proof should be required, we will show it in the testimony of the canonical Bible itself. In Amos, the Lord pours vials of wrath upon the people of Israel. He rejects their burnt offerings and will not listen to their prayers, but inquires of Amos, "Have ye offered unto me sacrifices and offerings in the wilderness 40 years, O house of Israel? But ye have borne the tabernacles of your Moloch and Kiun your images, the star of your God. 5:25-26. Who are Moloch and Kiun but Baal, Saturn, Siva, and Kiun, Kivan, the same Saturn whose star the Israelites had made to themselves? There seems no escape in this case. All these deities are identical, the same in the case of the numerous logoi, while the Zoroastrian Sosiosh is framed on that of the 10th Brahmanical avatar and the 5th Buddha of the followers of Gautama, and we find the former, after having passed part and parcel into the Kabbalistic system of King Messiah, reflected in the Apostle Gabriel of the Nazarenes, and Abel Zivo, the legatus, sent on earth by the Lord of Celsitude and Light. All of these Hindu and Persian, Buddhist and Jewish, the Christos of the Gnostics and the Philonean Logos, are found combined in the Word made flesh of the fourth gospel. Christianity includes all these systems, patched and arranged to meet the occasion. Do we take up the Avesta? We find there the dual system so prevalent in the Christian scheme. The struggle between Ahriman, darkness, and Ormazd, light, has been going on in the world continually since the beginning of time. When the worst arrives, and Ahriman will seem to have conquered the world and corrupted all mankind, then will appear the Savior of mankind, Sosiosh. He will come seated upon a white horse, and followed by an army of good genii equally mounted on milk-white steeds, and this we find faithfully copied in the Revelation. I saw heaven opened, and beheld a white horse, and he that sat upon him was called Faithful and True. And the armies which were in heaven followed him upon white horses. Revelation 11:14. Sosiosh himself is but a later Persian permutation of the Hindu Vishnu. The figure of this god may be found unto this day, representing him as the Savior, the Preserver, the preserving Spirit of God, in the temple of Rama. The picture shows him in his 10th incarnation, the Kalki avatar, which is yet to come, as an armed warrior mounted upon a white horse. Waving over his head the sword destruction, he holds in his other hand a discus made up of rings encircled in one another, an emblem of the revolving cycles or great ages, for Vishnu will thus appear but at the end of the Kali Yuga, answering to the end of the world expected by our Adventists. And out of his mouth goeth a sharp sword. On his head were many crowns. Revelation 12. Vishnu is often represented with several crowns superposed on his head. And I saw an angel standing on the sun. 17. The white horse is the horse of the sun. Sosiosh, the Persian savior, is also born of a virgin, and at the end of days he will come as a redeemer to regenerate the world. But he will be preceded by 2 prophets, who will come to announce him. Hence the Jews who had Moses and Elias are now waiting for the Messiah. Then comes the general resurrection, when the good will immediately enter into this happy abode, the regenerated earth, and Ahriman and his angels, the devils, and the wicked be purified by immersion in a lake of molten metal. Henceforward, all will enjoy unchangeable happiness, and, headed by Sosiosh, ever sing the praises of the Eternal One. The above is a perfect repetition of Vishnu in his 10th avatar, for he will then throw the wicked into the infernal abodes, in which, after purifying themselves, they will be pardoned. Even those devils which rebelled against Brahma, and were hurled into the bottomless pit by Siva, as also the blessed ones, will go to dwell with the gods over the Mount Meru. Having thus traced the similarity of views respecting the Logos, Metatron, and Mediator, as found in the Kabbalah and the Codex of the Christian Nazarenes and Gnostics, the reader is prepared to appreciate the audacity of the patristic scheme to reduce a purely metaphysical figure into concrete form and make it appear as if the finger of prophecy had from time immemorial been pointing down the vista of ages to Jesus as the coming Messiah. A theomythos intended to symbolize the coming day, near the close of the great cycle, when the glad tidings from heaven should proclaim the universal brotherhood and common faith of humanity, the day of regeneration, was violently distorted into an accomplished fact. Why callest thou me good? There is none good but one, that is God, says Jesus. Is this the language of a God? Of the second person in the Trinity, who is identical with the first? And if this Messiah, or Holy Ghost of the Gnostic and pagan trinities, had come in his person, what did he mean by distinguishing between himself, the Son of Man, and the Holy Ghost? And whosoever shall speak a word against the Son of Man, it shall be forgiven him. But unto him that blasphemeth against the Holy Ghost, it shall not be forgiven, he says. And how account for the marvelous identity of this very language with the precepts enunciated centuries before by the Kabbalists and the pagan initiates? The following are a few instances out of many. No one of the gods, no man or lord, can be good, but only God alone, says Hermes. To be a good man is impossible. God alone possesses this privilege, repeats Plato, with a slight variation. 6 centuries before Christ, the Chinese philosopher Confucius said that his doctrine was simple and easy to comprehend. Lunyu, chapter 5, section 15. To which one of his disciples added, "The doctrine of our master consists in having an invariable correctness of heart, and in doing toward others as we would that they should do to us." Jesus of Nazareth, a man approved of God among you by miracles, exclaims Peter, long after the scene of Calvary. There was a man sent from God, whose name was John, says the 4th Gospel, thus placing the Baptist on an equality with Jesus. John the Baptist, in one of the most solemn acts of his life, that of baptizing Christ, thinks not that he is going to baptize a God, but uses the word man. This is he of whom I said, "After me cometh a man." Speaking of himself, Jesus says, "You seek to kill me, a man that hath told you the truth, which I have heard of God." Even the blind man of Jerusalem, healed by the great thaumaturgist, full of gratitude and admiration for his benefactor, in narrating the miracle, does not call Jesus God, but simply says, "A man that is called Jesus, made clay." We do not close the list for lack of other instances and proofs, but simply because what we now say has been repeated and demonstrated by others many times before us. But there is no more incurable evil than blind and unreasoning fanaticism. Few are the men who, like Dr. Priestley, have the courage to write, "We find nothing like divinity ascribed to Christ before Justin Martyr, AD 141, who, from being a philosopher, became a Christian." Mahomet appeared nearly 600 years after the presumed deicide. The Greco-Roman world was still convulsed with religious dissensions, withstanding all the past imperial edicts and forcible Christianization. While the Council of Trent was disputing about the Vulgate, the unity of God quietly superseded the Trinity, and soon the Mahometans outnumbered the Christians. Why? Because their prophet never sought to identify himself with Allah. Otherwise, it is safe to say, he would not have lived to see his religion flourish. Till the present day, Mahometanism has made and is now making more proselytes than Christianity. Buddha Siddhartha came as a simple mortal, centuries before Christ. The religious ethics of this faith are now found to far exceed, in moral beauty, anything ever dreamed of by the Tertullians and Augustines. The true spirit of Christianity can alone be fully found in Buddhism. Partially, it shows itself in other heathen religions. Buddha never made of himself a god, nor was he deified by his followers. The Buddhists are now known to far outnumber Christians. They are enumerated at nearly 500,000. While cases of conversion among Buddhists, Brahmanists, Mohammedans, and Jews become so rare as to show how sterile are the attempts of our missionaries, atheism and materialism spread their gangrenous ulcers and gnaw every day deeper at the very heart of Christianity. There are no atheists among heathen populations, and those few among the Buddhists and Brahmins who have become infected with materialism may always be found to belong to large cities densely thronged with Europeans and only among educated classes. Truly, says Bishop Kidder, were a wise man to choose his religion from those who profess it, perhaps Christianity would be the last religion he would choose. In an able little pamphlet from the pen of the popular lecturer J.M. Peebles, M.D., the author quotes from the London Athenaeum an article in which are described the welfare and civilization of the inhabitants of Yarkand and Kashgar, who seem virtuous and happy. "Gracious heavens!" fervently exclaims the honest author, who himself was once a Universalist clergyman. "Grant to keep Christian missionaries away from happy and heathen Tartary." From the earliest days of Christianity, when Paul upbraided the Church of Corinth for a crime, as is not so much as named among the Gentiles, that one should have his father's wife, and for their making a pretext of the Lord's Supper for debauch and drunkenness, 1 Corinthians 5:1. The profession of the name of Christ has ever been more a pretext than the evidence of holy feeling. However, a correct form of this verse is, "Everywhere the lewd practice among you is heard about, such a lewd practice as is nowhere among the heathen nations, even the having or marrying of the father's wife." The Persian influence would seem to be indicated in this language. The practice existed nowhere among the nations, except in Persia, where it was esteemed especially meritorious. Hence, too, the Jewish stories of Abraham marrying his sister, Nahor, his niece, Amram, his father's sister, and Judah, his son's widow, whose children appear to have been legitimate. The Aryan tribes esteemed endogamic marriages, while the Tartars and all barbarous nations required all alliances to be exogamous. There was but one apostle of Jesus worthy of that name, and that was Paul. However disfigured were his epistles by dogmatic hands before being admitted into the canon, his conception of the great and divine figure of the philosopher who died for his idea can still be traced in his addresses to the various Gentile nations. Only, he who would understand him better yet must study the Philonean logos, reflecting now and then the Hindu sabda, logos, of the Mimamsa school. As to the other apostles, those whose names are prefixed to the Gospels, we cannot well believe in their veracity when we find them attributing to their master miracles, surrounded by circumstances, recorded, if not in the oldest books of India, at least in such as antedated Christianity, and in the very phraseology of the traditions. Who, in his days of simple and blind credulity, but marveled at the touching narrative given in the Gospels according to Mark and Luke of the resurrection of the daughter of Jairus. Who has ever doubted its originality? And yet the story is copied entirely from the Hari Purana and is recorded among the miracles attributed to Krishna. We translate it from the French version. The king Angashuna caused the betrothal of his daughter, the beautiful Kalavati, with the young son of Vamadeva, the powerful king of Antarvedi, named Govinda, to be celebrated with great pomp. But as Kalavati was amusing herself in the groves with her companions, she was stung by a serpent and died. Angashuna tore his clothes, covered himself with ashes, and cursed the day when he was born. Suddenly, a great rumor spread through the palace, and the following cries were heard, 1,000 times repeated, Patya Pitaram, Patya Gurum, the Father, the Master. Then Krishna approached, smiling, leaning on the arm of Arjuna. Master, cried Angashuna, casting himself at his feet and sprinkling them with his tears. See my poor daughter. And he showed him the body of Kalavati, stretched upon a mat. Why do you weep? Replied Krishna in a gentle voice. Do you not see that she is sleeping? Listen to the sound of her breathing, like the sigh of the night wind, which rustles the leaves of the trees. See, her cheeks resuming their color, her eyes, whose lids tremble as if they were about to open, her lips quiver as if about to speak. She is sleeping, I tell you, and hold, see, she moves, Kalavati. Rise and walk. Hardly had Krishna spoken, when the breathing, warmth, movement, and life returned little by little into the corpse, and the young girl, obeying the injunction of the demigod, rose from her couch and rejoined her companions. But the crowd marveled and cried out, This is a god, since death is no more for him than sleep. All such parables are enforced upon Christians, with the addition of dogmas which, in their extraordinary character, leave far behind them the wildest conceptions of heathenism. The Christians, in order to believe in a deity, have found it necessary to kill their God, that they themselves should live. And now, the Supreme, Unknown One, the Father of grace and mercy, and his celestial hierarchy are managed by the Church as though they were so many theatrical stars and supernumeraries under salary. 6 centuries before the Christian era, Xenophanes had disposed of such anthropomorphism by an immortal satire, recorded and preserved by Clement of Alexandria. There is one God supreme, whose form is not like unto man's, and as unlike his nature. But vain mortals imagine that gods like themselves are begotten with human sensations and voice and corporeal members. So if oxen or lions had hands and could work in man's fashion, and trace out with chisel or brush their conception of Godhead, then would horses depict gods like horses, and oxen like oxen, each kind the divine with its own form and nature endowing. And here Vyasa, the poet pantheist of India, who, for all the scientists can prove, may have lived, as Jacoliot has it, some 15,000 years ago, discoursing on Maya, the illusion of the senses. All religious dogmas only serve to obscure the intelligence of man. Worship of divinities, under the allegories of which is hidden respect for natural laws, drives away truth to the profit of the basest superstitions. Vyasa Maya. It was given to Christianity to paint us God Almighty, after the model of the Kabbalistic abstraction of the Ancient of Days. From old frescoes on cathedral ceilings, Catholic missals, and other icons and images, we now find him depicted by the poetic brush of Gustave Doré. The awful unknown majesty of him, whom no heathen dared to reproduce in concrete form, is figuring in our own century in Dor's illustrated Bible. Treading upon clouds that float in midair, darkness and chaos behind him, and the world beneath his feet, a majestic old man stands, his left hand gathering his flowing robes about him, and his right raised in the gesture of command. He has spoken the word, and from his towering person streams an effulgence of light, the Shekinah. As a poetic conception, the composition does honor to the artist, but does it honor God? Better, the chaos behind him, than the figure itself. For there, at least, we have a solemn mystery. For our part, we prefer the silence of the ancient heathens. with such a gross, anthropomorphic, and, as we conceive, blasphemous representation of the first cause, who can feel surprised at any iconographic extravagance in the representation of the Christian Christ, the apostles, and the putative saints? With the Catholics, St. Peter becomes quite naturally the janitor of heaven and sits at the door of the celestial kingdom, a ticket taker to the Trinity. In a religious disturbance which recently occurred in one of the Spanish-American provinces, there were found upon the bodies of some of the killed passports signed by the bishop of the diocese and addressed to St. Peter, bidding him admit the bearer as a true son of the Church. It was subsequently ascertained that these unique documents were issued by the Catholic prelate just before his deluded parishioners went into the fight at the instigation of their priests. In their immoderate desire to find evidence for the authenticity of the New Testament, the best men, the most erudite scholars, even among Protestant divines, but too often fall into deplorable traps. We cannot believe that such a learned commentator as Canon Westcott could have left himself in ignorance as to Talmudistic and purely Kabbalistic writings. How then is it that we find him quoting, with such serene assurance, as presenting striking analogies to the Gospel of St. John, passages from the work of the pastor of Hermas, which are complete sentences from the Kabbalistic literature? The view which Hermas gives of Christ's nature and work is no less harmonious with apostolic doctrine, and it offers striking analogies to the Gospel of St. John. He, Jesus, is a rock higher than the mountains, able to hold the whole world, ancient, and yet having a new gate. He is older than creation, so that he took counsel with the Father about the creation which he made. No one shall enter in unto him otherwise than by his Son. Now while, as the author of Supernatural Religion well proves, there is nothing in this which looks like a corroboration of the doctrine taught in the fourth Gospel, he omits to state that nearly everything expressed by the pseudo-Hermas in relation to his parabolic conversation with the Lord is a plain quotation, with repeated variations, from the Sohar and other Kabbalistic books. We may as well compare, so as to leave the reader in no difficulty to judge for himself. God, says Hermas, planted the vineyard, that is, he created the people and gave them to his Son, and the Son, himself, cleansed their sins, etc. i.e., the Son washed them in his blood, in commemoration of which Christians drink wine at the communion. In the Kabbalah, it is shown that the aged of the aged, or long face, plants a vineyard, the latter typifying mankind, and a vine, meaning life. The spirit of King Messiah is therefore shown as washing his garments in the wine from above, from the creation of the world. Adam, or Adam, is blood. The life of the flesh is in the blood, nephesh, soul, Leviticus 17, and Adam Kadmon is the only begotten. Noah also plants a vineyard, the allegorical hotbed of future humanity. As a consequence of the adoption of the same allegory, we find it reproduced in the Nazarene Codex. 7 vines are procreated, which spring from Yukabar Ziva, and Ferho, or Parcha, Rabbah, waters them. When the blessed will ascend among the creatures of light, they shall see Iavar Zivo, Lord of life, and the first vine. These Kabbalistic metaphors are thus naturally repeated in the Gospel according to John 15:1. I am the true vine, and my Father is the husbandman. In Genesis 49, the dying Jacob is made to say, the scepter shall not depart from Judah, the lion's whelp, nor a lawgiver from between his feet, until Shiloh, Silo, comes, binding his colt unto the vine, and his ass's colt unto the choice vine. He washed his garments in wine, and his clothes in the blood of grapes. Shiloh is King Messiah, as well as the Shiloh in Ephraim, which was to be made the capital and the place of the sanctuary. In the Targum of Onkelos, the Babylonian, the words of Jacob read, "Until the King Messiah shall come." The prophecy has failed in the Christian as well as in the Kabbalistico-Jewish sense. The scepter has departed from Judah, whether the Messiah has already or will come, unless we believe, with the Kabbalists, that Moses was the first Messiah, who transferred his soul to Joshua, Jesus. Says Hermas, "And in the middle of the plain, he showed me a great white rock, which had risen out of the plain, and the rock was higher than the mountains, rectangular, so as to be able to hold the whole world. But that rock was old, having a gate hewn out of it, and the hewing out of the gate seemed to me to be recent." In the Sohar, we find, "To 40,000 superior worlds, the white of the skull of his head, of the most sacred ancient in absconditus, is extended." When Seir, the first reflection and image of his father, the ancient of the ancient, will, through the mystery of the 70 names of Metatron, descend into Iazira, the third world, he will open a new gate. The Spiritus Decisorius will cut and divide the garment, Shekinah, into 2 parts. At the coming of King Messiah, from the sacred cubical stone of the temple, a white light will be arising during 40 days. This will expand until it encloses the whole world. At that time, King Messiah will allow himself to be revealed, and will be seen coming out of the gate of the Garden of Odon, Eden. He will be revealed in the land Galil. When he has made satisfaction for the sins of Israel, he will lead them on through a new gate to the seat of judgment. At the gate of the house of life, the throne is prepared for the Lord of splendor. Further on, the commentator introduces the following quotation: "This rock and this gate are the Son of God." "How, Lord?" I said. "Is the rock old and the gate new?" "Listen," he said, "and understand, thou ignorant man. The Son of God is older than all of his creation, so that he was a counselor with the Father in his works of creation, and for this is he old." Now, these 2 assertions are not only purely Kabbalistic, without even so much as a change of expression, but Brahmanical and pagan likewise. Vidi virum excellentem coeli terreque conditori natu majorem. I have seen the most excellent, superior man, who is older by birth than the maker of heaven and earth, says the Kabbalistic Codex. The Eleusinian Dionysus, whose particular name was Iacchos, Iaho, the god from whom the liberation of souls was expected, was considered older than the demiurge. At the mysteries of the Anthesteria, at the lakes, the Limnae, after the usual baptism by purification of water, the Mystae were made to pass through to another door, gate, and one particularly for that purpose, which was called the Gate of Dionysus, and that of the Purified. In the Sohar, the Kabbalists are told that the workmaster, the demiurge, said to the Lord, "Let us make man after our image." In the original texts of the 1st chapter of Genesis, it stands, "And the Elohim, translated as the Supreme God, who are the highest gods or powers, said, Let us make man in our image, after our likeness." In the Vedas, Brahma holds counsel with Parabrahma as to the best mode to proceed to create the world. Canon Westcott, quoting Hermas, shows him asking, "And why is the gate new, Lord?" I said. "Because," he replied, "he was manifested at the last of the days of the dispensation. For this cause the gate was made new, in order that they who shall be saved might enter by it into the kingdom of God." There are 2 peculiarities worthy of note in this passage. To begin with, it attributes to the Lord a false statement of the same character as that so emphasized by the Apostle John, and which brought, at a later period, the whole of the Orthodox Christians, who accepted the apostolic allegories as literal, to such inconvenient straits. Jesus, as Messiah, was not manifested at the last of the days, for the latter are yet to come, notwithstanding a number of divinely inspired prophecies, followed by disappointed hopes, as a result, to testify to his immediate coming. The belief that the last times had come was natural, when once the coming of King Messiah had been acknowledged. The second peculiarity is found in the fact that the prophecy could have been accepted at all, when even its approximate determination is a direct contradiction of Mark, who makes Jesus distinctly state that neither the angels nor the Son himself know of that day or that hour. We might add that, as the belief undeniably originated with the apocalypse, it ought to be a self-evident proof that it belonged to the calculations peculiar to the Kabbalists and the pagan sanctuaries. It was the secret computation of a cycle, which, according to their reckoning, was ending toward the latter part of the 1st century. It may also be held as a corroborative proof that the Gospel according to Mark, as well as that ascribed to John and the Apocalypse, were written by men, of whom neither was sufficiently acquainted with the other. The Logos was first definitely called Petra, rock, by Philo. The word, moreover, as we have shown elsewhere, means, in Chaldaic and Phoenician, interpreter. Justin Martyr calls him, throughout his works, angel, and makes a clear distinction between the Logos and God the Creator. The Word of God is his Son, and he is also called angel and apostle, for he declares whatever we ought to know, interprets, and is sent to declare whatever is disclosed. Adon Inferior is distributed into its own paths, into 32 sides of paths, yet it is not known to anyone but Ser. But no one knows the superior Adon, nor his paths, except that long face, the supreme God. Ser is the Nazarene genius, who is called Abel Zivo, and Gabriel Legatus, also Apostle Gabriel. The Nazarenes held with the Kabbalists that even the Messiah who was to come did not know the superior Adon, the concealed deity, no one except the supreme God, thus showing that above the supreme intelligible deity there is one still more secret and unrevealed. Ser Anpan is the third God, while Logos, according to Philo Judaeus, is the second one. This is distinctly shown in the Codex. The false Messiah shall say, I am Deus, son of Deus. My Father sent me here. I am the first legate. I am Abel Zivo. I am come from on high. But distrust him, for he will not be Abel Zivo. Abel Zivo will not permit himself to be seen in this age. Hence the belief of some Gnostics that it was not Abel Zivo, Archangel Gabriel, who overshadowed Mary, but Ilda Bauth, who formed the material body of Jesus, Christos uniting himself with him only at the moment of baptism in the Jordan. Can we doubt Nork's assertion that the Bereshith Rabbah, the oldest part of the Midrash Rabbath, was known to the Church Fathers in a Greek translation? But if, on the one hand, they were sufficiently acquainted with the different religious systems of their neighbors to have enabled them to build a new religion, alleged to be distinct from all others, their ignorance of the Old Testament itself, let alone the more complicated questions of Grecian metaphysics, is now found to have been deplorable. So, for instance, in Matthew 27:9, the passage from Zechariah 11:12-13 is attributed to Jeremiah, says the author of Supernatural Religion. In Mark Thaurenforn's 2, a quotation from Malachi 3. 1 is ascribed to Isaiah in 1 Corinthians 2:9. A passage is quoted as Holy Scripture, which is not found in the Old Testament at all, but which is taken, as Origen and Jerome state, from an apocryphal work, the revelation of Elias, Origin, Tract 35. And the passage is similarly quoted by the so-called Epistle of Clement to the Corinthians, 34. How reliable are the pious fathers in their explanations of divers heresies may be illustrated in the case of Epiphanius, who mistook the Pythagorean sacred tetrad, called in the Valentinian gnosis, kol arbas, for a heretic leader. What with the involuntary blunders and deliberate falsifications of the teachings of those who differed in views with them, the canonization of the mythological aura placida, gentle breeze, into a pair of Christian martyrs, Saint Aura and Saint Placida, the deification of a spear and a cloak under the names of SS, Longimus and Amphibolus, and the patristic quotations from prophets of what was never in those prophets at all. One may well ask in blank amazement whether the so-called religion of Christ has ever been other than an incoherent dream since the death of the great Master. So malicious do we find the Holy Fathers in their unrelenting persecution of pretended heresies that we see them telling, without hesitation, the most preposterous untruths and inventing entire narratives, the better to impress their own otherwise unsupported arguments upon ignorance. If the mistake in relation to the tetrad had at first originated as a simple consequence of an unpremeditated blunder of Hippolytus, the explanations of Epiphanius and others who fell into the same absurd error have a less innocent look. When Hippolytus gravely denounces the great heresy of the tetrad, kol arbas, and states that the imaginary Gnostic leader is kol arbasis, who endeavors to explain religion by measures and numbers, we may simply smile. But when Epiphanius, with abundant indignation, elaborates upon the theme, which is heresy the 15th, and pretending to be thoroughly acquainted with the subject adds, a certain Heracleon follows after Colorbasis, which is heresy the 16th. Then he lays himself open to the charge of deliberate falsification. If this zealous Christian can boast so unblushingly of having caused, by his information, 70 women, even of rank, to be sent into exile, through the seductions of some in whose number he had himself been drawn into joining their sect, he has left us a fair standard by which to judge him. C. W. King remarks very aptly on this point that it may reasonably be suspected that this worthy renegade had in this case saved himself from the fate of his fellow religionists by turning evidence against them on the opening of the persecution. And thus, one by one, perished the Gnostics, the only heirs to whose share had fallen a few stray crumbs of the unadulterated truth of primitive Christianity. All was confusion and turmoil during these first centuries, till the moment when all these contradictory dogmas were finally forced upon the Christian world and examination was forbidden. For long ages it was made a sacrilege, punishable with severe penalties, often death, to seek to comprehend that which the Church had so conveniently elevated to the rank of divine mystery. But since biblical critics have taken upon themselves to set the house in order, the cases have become reversed. Pagan creditors now come from every part of the globe to claim their own, and Christian theology begins to be suspected of complete bankruptcy. Such is the sad result of the fanaticism of the orthodox sects, who, to borrow an expression of the author of The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, never were, like the Gnostics, the most polite, the most learned, and most wealthy of the Christian name, and, if not all of them, smelt garlic, as Renan will have it. On the other hand, none of these Christian saints have ever shrunk from spilling their neighbor's blood, if the views of the latter did not agree with their own. And so all our philosophers were swept away by the ignorant and superstitious masses. The Philhellethians, the lovers of truth, and their eclectic school, perished. And there, where the young Hypatia had taught the highest philosophical doctrines, and where Ammonius Saccas had explained that the whole which Christ had in view was to reinstate and restore to its primitive integrity the wisdom of the ancients, to reduce within bounds the universally prevailing dominion of superstition, and to exterminate the various errors that had found their way into the different popular religions. There, we say, freely raved the e-poli of Christianity. No more precepts from the mouth of the God-taught philosopher, but others expounded by the incarnation of a most cruel, fiendish superstition. If thy father, wrote St. Jerome, lies down across thy threshold, if thy mother uncovers to thine eyes the bosom which suckled thee, trample on thy father's lifeless body, trample on thy mother's bosom, and with eyes unmoistened and dry, fly to the Lord who calleth thee. This sentence is equaled, if not outrivalled, by this other, pronounced in a like spirit. It emanates from another father of the early church, the eloquent Tertullian, who hopes to see all the philosophers in the Gehenna fire of hell. What shall be the magnitude of that scene? How shall I laugh? How shall I rejoice? How shall I triumph when I see so many illustrious kings, who were said to have mounted into heaven, groaning with Jupiter, their god, in the lowest darkness of hell? Then shall the soldiers who have persecuted the name of Christ burn in more cruel fire than any they had kindled for the saints. These murderous expressions illustrate the spirit of Christianity till this day. But do they illustrate the teachings of Christ? By no means. As Eliphas Levi says, the God in the name of whom we would trample on our mother's bosom, we must see in the hereafter, a hell gaping widely at his feet, and an exterminating sword in his hand. Moloch burned children but a few seconds. It was reserved to the disciples of a God who is alleged to have died to redeem humanity on the cross, to create a new Moloch, whose burning stake is eternal. That this spirit of true Christian love has safely crossed 19 centuries and rages now in America is fully instanced in the case of the rabid Moody, the revivalist, who exclaims, "I have a son, and no one but God knows how I love him. But I would see those beautiful eyes dug out of his head tonight, rather than see him grow up to manhood and go down to the grave without Christ and without hope." To this, an American paper of Chicago very justly responds, "This is the spirit of the Inquisition, which we are told is dead. If Moody in his zeal would dig out the eyes of his darling son, to what lengths may he not go with the sons of others, whom he may love less?" It is the spirit of Loyola, gibbering in the 19th century, and prevented from lighting the faggot flame and heating red-hot the instruments of torture only by the arm of law. Chapter 6. The curtains of yesterday drop down, the curtains of tomorrow roll up, but yesterday and tomorrow both are. Sartor Resartus, natural supernaturalism. May we not then be permitted to examine the authenticity of the Bible, which since the 2nd century has been put forth as the criterion of scientific truth? To maintain itself in a position so exalted, it must challenge human criticism. Conflict between religion and science. One kiss of Nara upon the lips of Nari, and all nature wakes. Venus Nadi, a Hindu poet. We must not forget that the Christian Church owes its present canonical Gospels, and hence its whole religious dogmatism, to the Sortes Sanctorum. Unable to agree as to which were the most divinely inspired of the numerous Gospels extant in its time. The mysterious Council of Nicaea concluded to leave the decision of the puzzling question to miraculous intervention. This Nicene Council may well be called mysterious. There was a mystery first in the mystical number of its 318 bishops, on which Barnabas, 8:11, 12, 13, lays such a stress. Added to this, there is no agreement among ancient writers as to the time and place of its assembly, nor even as to the bishop who presided. Notwithstanding the grandiloquent eulogium of Constantine, Sabinus, the bishop of Heraclea, affirms that, except Constantine the emperor and Eusebius Pamphilus, these bishops were a set of illiterate simple creatures that understood nothing, which is equivalent to saying that they were a set of fools. Such was apparently the opinion entertained of them by Pappus, who tells us of the bit of magic resorted to decide which were the true Gospels. In his Synodicon to that council, Pappus says, having promiscuously put all the books that were referred to the council for determination under a communion table in a church, they, the bishops, besought the Lord that the inspired writings might get upon the table, while the spurious ones remained underneath, and it happened accordingly. But we are not told who kept the keys of the council chamber overnight. On the authority of ecclesiastical eyewitnesses, therefore, we are at liberty to say that the Christian world owes its word of God to a method of divination, for resorting to which the Church subsequently condemned unfortunate victims as conjurers, enchanters, magicians, witches, and vaticinators, and burnt them by thousands. In treating of this truly divine phenomenon of the self-sorting manuscripts, the Fathers of the Church say that God Himself presides over the sorts. As we have shown elsewhere, Augustine confesses that he himself used this sort of divination. But opinions, like revealed religions, are liable to change. That which for nearly 1,500 years was imposed on Christendom as a book, of which every word was written under the direct supervision of the Holy Ghost, of which not a syllable nor a comma could be changed without sacrilege, is now being retranslated, revised, corrected, and clipped of whole verses, in some cases of entire chapters. And yet, as soon as the new edition is out, its doctors would have us accept it as a new revelation of the 19th century, with the alternative of being held as an infidel. Thus, we see that no more within than without its precincts is the infallible Church to be trusted more than would be reasonably convenient. The forefathers of our modern divines found authority for the sorts in the verse where it is said, "The lot is cast into the lap, but the whole disposing thereof is of the Lord." And now their direct heirs hold that the whole disposing thereof is of the devil. Perhaps they are unconsciously beginning to endorse the doctrine of the Syrian Bardesanes, that the actions of God, as well as of man, are subject to necessity. It was no doubt also, according to strict necessity, that the Neoplatonists were so summarily dealt with by the Christian mob. In those days, the doctrines of the Hindu naturalists and antediluvian Pyrrhonists were forgotten, if they ever had been known at all, to any but a few philosophers. And Mr. Darwin, with his modern discoveries, had not even been mentioned in the prophecies. In this case, the law of the survival of the fittest was reversed. The Neoplatonists were doomed to destruction from the day when they openly sided with Aristotle. At the beginning of the 4th century, crowds began gathering at the door of the academy, where the learned and unfortunate Hypatia expounded the doctrines of the divine Plato and Plotinus, and thereby impeded the progress of Christian proselytism. She too successfully dispelled the mist hanging over the religious mysteries invented by the fathers, not to be considered dangerous. This alone would have been sufficient to imperil both herself and her followers. It was precisely the teachings of this pagan philosopher, which had been so freely borrowed by the Christians to give a finishing touch to their otherwise incomprehensible scheme, that had seduced so many into joining the new religion. And now the Platonic light began shining so inconveniently bright upon the pious patchwork as to allow everyone to see whence the revealed doctrines were derived. But there was a still greater peril. Hypatia had studied under Plutarch, the head of the Athenian school, and had learned all the secrets of theurgy. While she lived to instruct the multitude, no divine miracles could be produced before one who could divulge the natural causes by which they took place. Her doom was sealed by Cyril, whose eloquence she eclipsed and whose authority, built on degrading superstitions, had to yield before hers, which was erected on the rock of immutable natural law. It is more than curious that Cave, the author of the Lives of the Fathers, should find it incredible that Cyril sanctioned her murder on account of his general character. A saint who will sell the gold and silver vessels of his church, and then, after spending the money, lie at his trial, as he did, may well be suspected of anything. Besides, in this case, the church had to fight for her life, to say nothing of her future supremacy. Alone, the hated and erudite pagan scholars, and the no less learned Gnostics, held in their doctrines the hitherto concealed wires of all these theological marionettes. Once the curtain should be lifted, the connection between the old pagan and the new Christian religions would be exposed, and then what would have become of the mysteries into which it is sin and blasphemy to pry? With such a coincidence of the astronomical allegories of various pagan myths, with the dates adopted by Christianity for the nativity, crucifixion, and resurrection, and such an identity of rites and ceremonies, what would have been the fate of the new religion, had not the Church, under the pretext of serving Christ, got rid of the too well-informed philosophers? To guess what, if the coup d'etat had then failed, might have been the prevailing religion in our own century, would indeed be a hard task. But, in all probability, the state of things which made of the Middle Ages a period of intellectual darkness, which degraded the nations of the Occident and lowered the European of those days almost to the level of a Papuan savage, could not have occurred. The fears of the Christians were but too well founded, and their pious zeal and prophetic insight was rewarded from the very first. In the demolition of the Serapeum, after the bloody riot between the Christian mob and the pagan worshippers had ended with the interference of the emperor, a Latin cross of a perfect Christian shape was discovered hewn upon the granite slabs of the adytum. This was a lucky discovery indeed, and the monks did not fail to claim that the cross had been hallowed by the pagans in a spirit of prophecy. At least Sozomen, with an air of triumph, records the fact. But archaeology and symbolism, those tireless and implacable enemies of clerical false pretenses, have found in the hieroglyphics of the legend running around the design at least a partial interpretation of its meaning. According to King and other numismatists and archaeologists, the cross was placed there as the symbol of eternal life. Such a Tau, or Egyptian cross, was used in the Bacchic and Eleusinian mysteries. Symbol of the dual generative power, it was laid upon the breast of the initiate after his new birth was accomplished, and the Mystae had returned from their baptism in the sea. It was a mystic sign that his spiritual birth had regenerated and united his astral soul with his divine spirit. and that he was ready to ascend in spirit to the blessed abodes of light and glory. The Eleusinia. The Tau was a magic talisman at the same time as a religious emblem. It was adopted by the Christians through the Gnostics and Kabbalists, who used it largely, as their numerous gems testify, and who had the Tau, or handled cross, from the Egyptians, and the Latin cross from the Buddhist missionaries, who brought it from India, where it can be found until now, 2 or 3 centuries BC. The Assyrians, Egyptians, ancient Americans, Hindus, and Romans had it in various, but very slight modifications of shape. Till very late in the medieval ages, it was considered a potent spell against epilepsy and demoniacal possession, and the signet of the living God, brought down in St. John's vision, by the angel ascending from the east to seal the servants of our God in their foreheads, was but the same mystic Tau, the Egyptian cross. In the painted glass of St. Dionysius, France, this angel is represented as stamping this sign on the forehead of the elect. The legend reads, Sig enviem te. In King's Gnostics, the author reminds us that this mark is commonly borne by St. Anthony, an Egyptian recluse. What the real meaning of the Tau was is explained to us by the Christian St. John, the Egyptian Hermes, and the Hindu Brahmins. It is but too evident that with the apostle at least, it meant the ineffable name, as he calls this signet of the living God. A few chapters further on, the Father's name written in their foreheads. The Brahmatma, the chief of the Hindu initiates, had on his headgear 2 keys, symbol of the revealed mystery of life and death, placed cross-like. And, in some Buddhist pagodas of Tartary and Mongolia, the entrance of a chamber within the temple, generally containing the staircase which leads to the inner dagoba, and the porticos of some prachita, are ornamented with a cross formed of 2 fishes, and is found on some of the zodiacs of the Buddhists. We should not wonder at all at learning that the sacred device in the tombs in the catacombs at Rome, the Vesica Piscis, was derived from the said Buddhist zodiacal sign. How general must have been that geometrical figure in the world symbols may be inferred from the fact that there is a Masonic tradition that Solomon's temple was built on 3 foundations, forming the triple Tau, or 3 crosses. In its mystical sense, the Egyptian cross owes its origin, as an emblem, to the realization by the earliest philosophy of an androgynous dualism of every manifestation in nature, which proceeds from the abstract ideal of a likewise androgynous deity, while the Christian emblem is simply due to chance. Had the Mosaic law prevailed, Jesus should have been lapidated. The crucifix was an instrument of torture and utterly common among Romans as it was unknown among Semitic nations. It was called the Tree of Infamy. It is but later that it was adopted as a Christian symbol. But during the first 2 decades, the apostles looked upon it with horror. It is certainly not the Christian cross that John had in mind when speaking of the signet of the living God, but the mystic Tau, the tetragrammaton, or mighty name, which, on the most ancient Kabbalistic talismans, was represented by the 4 Hebrew letters composing the Holy Word. The famous Lady Ellenborough, known among the Arabs of Damascus and in the desert after her last marriage as Hanum Medjouye, had a talisman in her possession, presented to her by a Druze from Mount Lebanon. It was recognized by a certain sign on its left corner to belong to that class of gems which is known in Palestine as a messianic amulet of the 2nd or 3rd century BC. It is a green stone of a pentagonal form. At the bottom is engraved a fish, higher, Solomon's seal, and still higher, the 4 Chaldaic letters, Jod, He, Vav, He, Iaho, which form the name of the deity. These are arranged in quite an unusual way, running from below upward, in reversed order and forming the Egyptian Tau. Around these there is a legend which, as the gem is not our property, we are not at liberty to give. The Tau, in its mystical sense, as well as the crux ansata, is the tree of life. It is well known that the earliest Christian emblems, before it was ever attempted to represent the bodily appearance of Jesus, were the lamb, the good shepherd, and the fish. The origin of the latter emblem, which has so puzzled the archaeologists, thus becomes comprehensible. The whole secret lies in the easily ascertained fact that while in the Kabbalah, the King Messiah is called interpreter, or revealer of the mystery, and shown to be the fifth emanation in the Talmud, for reasons we will now explain. The Messiah is very often designated as Dag, or the fish. This is an inheritance from the Chaldees, and relates, as the very name indicates, to the Babylonian Dagon, the man-fish, who was the instructor and interpreter of the people, to whom he appeared. Abarbanel explains the name by stating that the sign of his, Messiah's coming, is the conjunction of Saturn and Jupiter in the sign Pisces. Therefore, as the Christians were intent upon identifying their Christos with the Messiah of the Old Testament, they adopted it so readily as to forget that its true origin might be traced still farther back than the Babylonian Dagon. How eagerly and closely the ideal of Jesus was united by the early Christians with every imaginable Kabbalistic and pagan tenet may be inferred from the language of Clemens of Alexandria, addressed to his brother co-religionists. When they were debating upon the choice of the most appropriate symbol to remind them of Jesus, Clemens advised them in the following words: "Let the engraving upon the gem of your ring be either a dove or a ship running before the wind, the arga, or a fish." Was the good father, when writing this sentence, laboring under the recollection of Joshua, son of Nun, called Jesus in the Greek and Slavonian versions, or had he forgotten the real interpretation of these pagan symbols? Joshua, son of Nun, or Nave, Navis, could have with perfect propriety adopted the image of a ship, or even of a fish, for Joshua means Jesus, son of the fish god. But it was really too hazardous to connect the emblems of Venus, Astarte, and all the Hindu goddesses, the arga, dove, and fish, with the immaculate birth of their god. This looks very much as if in the early days of Christianity, but little difference was made between Christ, Bacchus, Apollo, and the Hindu Krishna, the incarnation of Vishnu, with whose first avatar this symbol of the fish originated. In the Hari Purana, in the Bhagavad Gita, as well as in several other books, the god Vishnu is shown as having assumed the form of a fish with a human head, in order to reclaim the Vedas lost during the deluge. Having enabled Visvamitra to escape with all his tribe in the ark, Vishnu, pitying weak and ignorant humanity, remained with them for some time. It was this god who taught them to build houses, cultivate the land, and to thank the unknown deity whom he represented, by building temples and instituting a regular worship. And, as he remained half fish, half man, all the time, at every sunset he used to return to the ocean, wherein he passed the night. It is he, says the sacred book, who taught men, after the diluvium, all that was necessary for their happiness. One day, he plunged into the water and returned no more, for the earth had covered itself again with vegetation, fruit, and cattle. But he had taught the Brahmas the secret of all things, Hari Purana. So far, we see in this narrative the double of the story given by the Babylonian Berosus about Oannes, the fish man, who is no other than Vishnu, unless indeed we have to believe that it was Chaldea, which civilized India. We say again, we desire to give nothing on our sole authority. Therefore, we cite Jekalliot, who, however criticized and contradicted on other points, and however loose he may be in the matter of chronology, though even in this he is nearer right than those scientists who would have all Hindu books written since the Council of Nicaea, at least cannot be denied the reputation of a good Sanskrit scholar. And he says, while analyzing the word Oan, or Oans, that O in Sanskrit is an interjection expressing an invocation, as O, Swayambhuva, O God, etc. And An is a radical, signifying in Sanskrit a spirit, a being, and, we presume, what the Greeks meant by the word demon, a semi-god. What an extraordinary antiquity, he remarks, this fable of Vishnu, disguised as a fish, gives to the sacred books of the Hindus, especially in presence of the fact that the Vedas and Manu reckon more than 25,000 years of existence, as proved by the most serious as the most authentic documents. Few peoples, says the learned Hald, have their annals more authentic or serious than the Hindus. We may perhaps throw additional light upon the puzzling question of the fish symbol by reminding the reader that according to Genesis, the first created of living beings, the first type of animal life, was the fish. And the Elohim said, let the waters bring forth abundantly the moving creature that hath life. And God created great whales, and the morning and the evening were the fifth day. Jonah is swallowed by a big fish and is cast out again 3 days later. This the Christians regard as a premonition of the 3 days sepulture of Jesus which preceded his resurrection, though the statement of the 3 days is as fanciful as much of the rest, and adopted to fit the well-known threat to destroy the temple and rebuild it again in 3 days. Between his burial and alleged resurrection, there intervened but 1 day, the Jewish Sabbath, as he was buried on Friday evening and rose to life at dawn on Sunday. However, whatever other circumstance may be regarded as a prophecy, the story of Jonah cannot be made to answer the purpose. Big fish is Cetus, the Latinized form of Cato. Catos and Cato is Dagon, Poseidon, the female gender of it being Caton Atargatis, the Syrian goddess, and Venus of Ascalon. The figure or bust of Dercato or Astarte was generally represented on the prow of the ships. Jonah, the Greek Iona, or dove sacred to Venus, fled to Jaffa, where the god Dagon, the manfish, was worshipped, and dared not go to Nineveh, where the dove was revered. Hence, some commentators believe that when Jonah was thrown overboard and was swallowed by a fish, we must understand that he was picked up by one of these vessels, on the prow of which was the figure of Cato. But the Kabbalists have another legend to this effect. They say that Jonah was a runaway priest from the temple of the goddess where the dove was worshipped and desired to abolish idolatry and institute monotheistic worship. That, caught near Jaffa, he was held prisoner by the devotees of Dagon in one of the prison cells of the temple, and that it is the strange form of the cell which gave rise to the allegory. In the collection of Mos de Garcia, a Portuguese Kabbalist, there is a drawing representing the interior of the temple of Dagon. In the middle stands an immense idol, the upper portion of whose body is human and the lower fish-like. Between the belly and the tail is an aperture which can be closed, like the door of a closet. In it, the transgressors against the local deity were shut up until further disposal. The drawing in question was made from an old tablet, covered with curious drawings and inscriptions in old Phoenician characters, describing this Venetian oubliette of biblical days. The tablet itself was found in an excavation a few miles from Jaffa. Considering the extraordinary tendency of Oriental nations for puns and allegories, is it not barely possible that the big fish by which Jonah was swallowed was simply the cell within the belly of Dagon? It is significant that this double appellation of Messiah and dog, fish, of the Talmudists should so well apply to the Hindu Vishnu, the preserving spirit, and the second personage of the Brahmanic Trinity. This deity, having already manifested itself, is still regarded as the future savior of humanity, and is the selected Redeemer, who will appear at its 10th incarnation or avatar, like the Messiah of the Jews, to lead the blessed onward and restore to them the primitive Vedas. At his first avatar, Vishnu is alleged to have appeared to humanity, in form like a fish. In the temple of Rama, there is a representation of this god which answers perfectly to that of Dagon, as given by Berosus. He has the body of a man issuing from the mouth of a fish, and holds in his hands the lost Veda. Vishnu, moreover, is the water god, in one sense, the logos of the Parabrahm, for as the three persons of the manifested Godhead constantly interchange their attributes, we see him in the same temple represented as reclining on the seven-headed serpent, Ananta, eternity, and moving like the Spirit of God on the face of the primeval waters. Vishnu is evidently the Adam Kadmon of the Kabbalists, for Adam is the Logos, or the first anointed, as Adam second is the King Messiah. Lakshmi, or Lakshmi, the passive or feminine counterpart of Vishnu, the creator and the preserver, is also called Ada Maya. She is the mother of the world, Dematri, the Venus Aphrodite of the Greeks, also Isis and Eve. While Venus is born from the sea foam, Lakshmi springs out from the water at the churning of the sea. When born, she is so beautiful that all the gods fall in love with her. The Jews, borrowing their types wherever they could get them, made their first woman after the pattern of Lakshmi. It is curious that Viracocha, the supreme being in Peru, means literally translated foam of the sea. Eugene Burnouf, the great authority of the French school, announces his opinion in the same spirit. We must learn one day, he observes, that all ancient traditions disfigured by emigration and legend belong to the history of India. Such is the opinion of Colebrook, Inman, King, Jacoliot, and many other Orientalists. We have said above that, according to the secret computation peculiar to the students of the hidden science, Messiah is the fifth emanation, or potency. In the Jewish Kabbalah, where the 10 Sephiroth emanate from Adam Kadmon, placed below the crown, he comes fifth. So in the Gnostic system, so in the Buddhistic, in which the fifth Buddha, Maitri, will appear at his last advent to save mankind before the final destruction of the world. If Vishnu is represented in his forthcoming and last appearance as the 10th avatar, or incarnation, it is only because every unit held as an androgen manifests itself doubly. The Buddhists who reject this dual-sexed incarnation reckon but 5. Thus, while Vishnu is to make his last appearance in his 10th, Buddha is said to do the same in his 5th incarnation. The better to illustrate the idea and show how completely the real meaning of the avatars, known only to the students of the secret doctrine, was misunderstood by the ignorant masses, we elsewhere give the diagrams of the Hindu and Chaldeo-Kabbalistic avatars and emanations. This basic and true fundamental stone of the secret cycles shows on its very face that, far from taking their revealed Vedas and Bible literally, the Brahman Pundits and the Tanaim, the scientists and philosophers of the pre-Christian epochs, speculated on the creation and development of the world quite in a Darwinian way, both anticipating him and his school in the natural selection of species gradual development, and transformation. We advise everyone tempted to enter an indignant protest against this affirmation to read more carefully the books of Manu, even in the incomplete translation of Sir William Jones and the more or less careless one of Jacoliot. If we compare the Sanchoniathon Phoenician cosmogony and the record of Berosus with the Bhagavata and Manu, we will find enunciated exactly the same principles as those now offered as the latest developments of modern science. We have quoted from the Chaldean and Phoenician records in our first volume. We will now glance at the Hindu books. When this world had issued out of darkness, the subtile elementary principles produced the vegetal seed, which animated first the plants. From the plants, life passed into fantastical bodies, which were born in the ilus of the waters. Then, through a series of forms and various animals, it reached man. He, man, before becoming such, will pass successively through plants, worms, insects, fish, serpents, tortoises, cattle, and wild animals. Such is the inferior degree. Such from Brahma down to the vegetables are declared the transmigrations which take place in this world. In the Sanchoniathonian cosmogony, men are also evolved out of the ilus of the chaos, and the same evolution and transformation of species are shown. And now we will leave the rostrum to Mr. Darwin. I believe that animals have descended from at most only 4 or 5 progenitors. Again, I should infer from analogy that probably all the organic beings which have ever lived on this earth have descended from some one primordial form. I view all beings not as special creations, but as the lineal descendants of some few beings which lived long before the first bed of the Silurian system was deposited. In short, they lived in the Sanchoniathonian chaos and in the ilus of Manu. Vyasa and Kapila go still farther than Darwin and Manu. They see in Brahma but the name of the universal germ. They deny the existence of a first cause and pretend that everything in nature found itself developed only in consequence of material and fatal forces, says Jacoliot. Correct as may be this latter quotation from Kapila, it demands a few words of explanation. Jacoliot repeatedly compares Kapila and Vedavyasa with Pyrrho and Littre. We have nothing against such a comparison with the Greek philosopher, but we must decidedly object to any with the French Comtist. We find it an unmerited fling at the memory of the great Aryan sage. Nowhere does this prolific writer state the repudiation by either ancient or modern Brahmans of God, the unknown universal spirit, nor does any other Orientalist accuse the Hindus of the same, however perverted the general deductions of our savants about Buddhistic atheism. On the contrary, Jacoliot states more than once that the learned pundits and educated Brahmins have never shared the popular superstitions, and affirms their unshaken belief in the unity of God and the soul's immortality, although most assuredly neither Kapila nor the initiated Brahmins nor the followers of the Vedanta school would ever admit the existence of an anthropomorphic creator, a first cause in the Christian sense. Jacoliot, in his Indo-European and African traditions, is the first to make an onslaught on Professor Muller for remarking that the Hindu gods were masks without actors, names without being, and not beings without names. Quoting, in support of his argument, numerous verses from the sacred Hindu books, he adds, "Is it possible to refuse to the author of these stanzas a definite and clear conception of the divine force, of the unique being, master and sovereign of the universe? Were the altars then built to a metaphor?" The latter argument is perfectly just, so far as Max Müller's negation is concerned. But we doubt whether the French rationalist understands Kapila's and Vyasa's philosophy better than the German philologist does the theological twaddle, as the latter terms the Atharva Veda. Professor Müller and Jacoliot may have ever so great claims to erudition and be ever so familiar with Sanskrit and other ancient Oriental languages. But both lack the key to the 1,001 mysteries of the old secret doctrine and its philosophy. Only while the German philologist does not even take the trouble to look into this magical and theological twaddle, we find the French Indianis never losing an opportunity to investigate. Moreover, he honestly admits his incompetency to ever fathom this ocean of mystical learning. In its existence, he not only firmly believes, but throughout his works he incessantly calls the attention of science to its unmistakable traces at every step in India. Still, though the learned pundits and Brahmins, his revered masters of the pagodas of Villanur and Chilambram, in the Carnatic as it seems, positively refused to reveal to him the mysteries of the magical part of the Agrochada Parikshay and of Brahmatma's triangle, he persists in the honest declaration that everything is possible in Hindu metaphysics, even to the Kapila and Vyasa systems having been hitherto misunderstood. Monsieur Jacoliot weakens his assertion immediately afterward with the following contradiction. We were one day inquiring of a Brahman of the pagoda of Chelambrum, who belonged to the skeptical school of the naturalists of Vyasa, whether he believed in the existence of God. He answered us, smiling, Aham, eva param Brahma. I am myself a God. What do you mean by that? I mean that every being on earth, however humble, is an immortal portion of the immortal matter. The answer is one which would suggest itself to every ancient philosopher, Kabbalist, and Gnostic of the early days. It contains the very spirit of the Delphic and Kabbalistic commandment, for esoteric philosophy solved, ages ago, the problem of what man was, is, and will be. If persons believing the Bible verse which teaches that the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, reject at the same time the idea that every atom of this dust, as every particle of this living soul, contains God within itself, then we pity the logic of that Christian. He forgets the verses which precede the one in question. God blesses equally every beast of the field and every living creature, in the water as in the air, and he endows them all with life, which is a breath of his own spirit and the soul of the animal. Humanity is the Adam Kadmon of the unknown, his microcosm and his only representative on earth, and every man is a god on earth. We would ask this French scholar, who seems so familiar with every sloka of the books of Manu and other Vedic writers, the meaning of this sentence so well known to him. Plants and vegetation reveal a multitude of forms because of their precedent actions. They are surrounded by darkness, but are nevertheless endowed with an interior soul and feel equally pleasure and pain. Manu, Book 1. If the Hindu philosophy teach the presence of a degree of soul in the lowest forms of vegetable life, and even in every atom in space, how is it possible that it should deny the same immortal principle to man? And if it once admit the immortal spirit in man, how can it logically deny the existence of the parent source? I will not say the first, but the eternal cause. Neither rationalists nor sensualists, who do not comprehend Indian metaphysics, should estimate the ignorance of Hindu metaphysicians by their own. The grand cycle, as we have heretofore remarked, includes the progress of mankind from its germ in the primordial man of spiritual form to the deepest depth of degradation he can reach, each successive step in the descent being accompanied by a greater strength and grossness of the physical form than its precursor, and ends with the flood. But while the grand cycle, or age, is running its course, 7 minor cycles are passed, each marking the evolution of a new race out of the preceding one, on a new world. And each of these races, or grand types of humanity, breaks up into subdivisions of families, and they again into nations and tribes, as we see the Earth's inhabitants subdivided today into Mongols, Caucasians, Indians, etc. Before proceeding to show by diagrams the close resemblance between the esoteric philosophies of all the ancient peoples, however geographically remote from each other, it will be useful to briefly explain the real ideas which underlie all those symbols and allegorical representations and have hitherto so puzzled the uninitiated commentators. Better than anything, it may show that religion and science were closer knit than twins in days of old, that they were 1 in 2 and 2 in 1 from the very moment of their conception. With mutually convertible attributes, science was spiritual and religion was scientific. Like the androgyne man of the first chapter of Genesis, male and female, passive and active, created in the image of the Elohim. Omniscience developed omnipotency, the latter called for the exercise of the former, and thus the giant had dominion given him over all the 4 kingdoms of the world. But, like the second Adam, these androgynes were doomed to fall and lose their powers as soon as the 2 halves of the duality separated. The fruit of the tree of knowledge gives death without the fruit of the tree of life. Man must know himself before he can hope to know the ultimate genesis, even of beings and powers less developed in their inner nature than himself. So with religion and science, united 2 in 1, they were infallible, for the spiritual intuition was there to supply the limitations of physical senses. Separated, exact science rejects the help of the inner voice, while religion becomes merely dogmatic theology. Each is but a corpse without a soul. The esoteric doctrine, then, teaches, like Buddhism and Brahmanism, and even the persecuted Kabbalah, that the one infinite and unknown essence exists from all eternity, and in regular and harmonious successions is either passive or active. In the poetical phraseology of Manu, these conditions are called the day and the night of Brahma. The latter is either awake or asleep. The Svabhavikas, or philosophers of the oldest school of Buddhism, which still exists in Nepal, speculate but upon the active condition of this essence, which they call Svabhavat, and deem it foolish to theorize upon the abstract and unknowable power in its passive condition. Hence they are called atheists by both Christian theology and modern scientists, for neither of the two are able to understand the profound logic of their philosophy. The former will allow of no other God than the personified secondary powers, which have blindly worked out the visible universe, and which became with them the anthropomorphic God of the Christians, the Jehovah, roaring amid thunder and lightning. In its turn, rationalistic science greets the Buddhists and the Svabhavikas as the positivists of the archaic ages. If we take a one-sided view of the philosophy of the latter, our materialists may be right in their own way. The Buddhists maintain that there is no creator, but an infinitude of creative powers, which collectively form the one eternal substance, the essence of which is inscrutable, hence not a subject for speculation for any true philosopher. Socrates invariably refused to argue upon the mystery of universal being, yet no one would ever have thought of charging him with atheism, except those who were bent upon his destruction. upon inaugurating an active period, says the secret doctrine, an expansion of this divine essence from within outwardly, occurs in obedience to eternal and immutable law, and the phenomenal or visible universe is the ultimate result of the long chain of cosmical forces thus progressively set in motion. In like manner, when the passive condition is resumed, a contraction of the divine essence takes place, and the previous work of creation is gradually and progressively undone. The visible universe becomes disintegrated, its material dispersed, and darkness, solitary and alone, broods once more over the face of the deep. To use a metaphor which will convey the idea still more clearly, an outbreathing of the unknown essence produces the world, and an inhalation causes it to disappear. This process has been going on from all eternity, and our present universe is but one of an infinite series which had no beginning and will have no end. Thus, we are enabled to build our theories solely on the visible manifestations of the deity, on its objective natural phenomena. To apply to these creative principles, the term God is puerile and absurd. One might as well call by the name of Benvenuto Cellini, the fire which fuses the metal, or the air that cools it when it is run in the mold. If the inner and ever-concealed spiritual, and to our minds abstract, essence within these forces can ever be connected with the creation of the physical universe, it is but in the sense given to it by Plato. It may be termed, at best, the framer of the abstract universe, which developed gradually in the divine thought within which it had lain dormant. In Chapter 8, we will attempt to show the esoteric meaning of Genesis and its complete agreement with the ideas of other nations. The 6 days of creation will be found to have a meaning little suspected by the multitude of commentators who have exercised their abilities to the full extent in attempting to reconcile them by turns with Christian theology and unchristian geology. Disfigured as the Old Testament is, yet in its symbolism is preserved enough of the original in its principal features to show the family likeness to the cosmogonies of older nations than the Jews. We here give the diagrams of the Hindu and the Chaldeo-Jewish cosmogonies. The antiquity of the diagram of the former may be inferred from the fact that many of the Brahmanical pagodas are designed and built on this figure, called the Sri Yantara. And yet we find the highest honors paid to it by the Jewish and medieval Kabbalists, who call it Solomon's seal. It will be quite an easy matter to trace it to its origin, once we are reminded of the history of the king, Kabbalist, and his transaction with King Hiram and Ophir, the country of peacocks, gold, and ivory, for which land we have to search in old India. Explanation of the two diagrams, representing the chaotic and the formative periods before and after our universe began to be evolved, from the esoteric Brahmanical, Buddhistic, and Chaldean standpoints, which agree in every respect with the evolutionary theory of modern science. The Hindu doctrine, the upper triangle, contains the ineffable name. It is the Aum, to be pronounced only mentally, under penalty of death. The unrevealed Parabrahma, the passive principle, the absolute and unconditioned Mukta, which cannot enter into the condition of a creator, as the latter, in order to think, will, and plan, must be bound and conditioned, Bada. Hence, in one sense, be a finite being. This Parabrahma was absorbed in the non-being, imperceptible, without any distinct attribute, non-existent for our senses. He was absorbed in his, to us, eternal, to himself, periodical, sleep. For it was one of the nights of Brahma. Therefore he is not the first, but the eternal cause. He is the soul of souls, whom no being can comprehend in this state. But he who studies the secret mantras and comprehends the Vak, the spirit or hidden voice of the mantras, the active manifestation of the latent force, will learn to understand him in his revealed aspect. Both this and Ein Sof, in their first manifestation of light, emerging from within darkness, may be summarized in the Svabhavat, the eternal and the uncreated self-existing substance which produces all, while everything which is of its essence produces itself out of its own nature. The space around the upper triangle. When the night of Brahma was ended, and the time came for the self-existent to manifest itself by revelation, it made its glory visible by sending forth from its essence an active power, which, female at first, subsequently becomes androgyne. It is Aditi, the infinite, the boundless, or rather, the unbounded. Aditi is the mother of all the gods, and Aditi is the father and the son. Who will give us back to the great Aditi, that I may see father and mother? It is in conjunction with the latter female, force, that the divine but latent thought produces the great, deep water. Water is born from a transformation of light, and from a modification of the water is born the earth, says Manu, Book 1. Ye are born of Aditi, from the water. You, who are born of the earth, hear ye all my call. In this water, or primeval chaos, the infinite androgyne, which, with the eternal cause, forms the first abstract triad, rendered by Aum, deposited the germ of universal life. It is the mundane egg, in which took place the gestation of Purusha, or the manifested Brahma. The germ which fecundated the mother principle, the water, is called Nara, the divine spirit or Holy Ghost, and the waters themselves are an emanation of the former, Nari, while the spirit which brooded over it is called Narayana. In that egg, the great power sat inactive a whole year of the Creator, at the close of which, by his thought alone, he caused the egg to divide itself. The upper half became heaven, the lower, the waters are called Nara, because they were the production of Nara, the Spirit of God. Institutes of Manu, Sir 1:10. Earth, both yet in their ideal, not their manifested form. Thus, this second triad, only another name for the first one, never pronounced aloud, and which is the real pre-Vedic and primordial secret Trimurti, consisted of Nara, Father Heaven, Nari, Mother Earth, Viraj, the Sun, or Universe. The Trimurti, comprising Brahma, the Creator, Vishnu, the Preserver, and Siva, the Destroyer and Regenerator, belongs to a later period. It is an anthropomorphic afterthought, invented for the more popular comprehension of the uninitiated masses. The Dikshita, the initiate, knew better. Thus, also, the profound allegory under the colors of a ridiculous fable, given in the Aitareya Brahmana, which resulted in the representations in some temples of Brahmnara, assuming the form of a bull, and his daughter, Aditi Nari, that of a heifer, contains the same metaphysical idea as the fall of man, or that of the spirit into generation, matter. The all-pervading divine spirit, embodied under the symbols of heaven, the sun, and heat, fire. The correlation of cosmic forces fecundates matter or nature, the daughter of spirit, and Parabrahma himself has to submit to and bear the penance of the curses of the other gods, Elohim, for such an incest. See corresponding column. According to the immutable, and therefore fatal law, both Nara and Nari are mutually father and mother, as well as father and daughter. Matter, through infinite transformation, is the gradual product of spirit. The unification of one eternal supreme cause required such a correlation, and if nature be the product or effect of that cause, in its turn, it has to be fecundated by the same divine ray which produced nature itself. The most absurd cosmogonical allegories, if analyzed without prejudice, will be found built on strict and logical necessarianism. Being was born from not being, says a verse in the Rig Veda. The first being had to become androgyne and finite by the very fact of its creation as a being. And thus, even the sacred Trimurti, containing Brahma, Vishnu, and Siva, will have an end when the night of Parabrahma succeeds the present day or period of universal activity. The second, or rather the first, triad, as the highest one, is a pure abstraction, is the intellectual world. The Vak which surrounds it is a more definite transformation of Aditi. Besides its occult significance in the secret mantram, Vak is personified as the active power of Brahma proceeding from him. In the Vedas, she is made to speak of herself as the supreme and universal soul. I bore the Father on the head of the universal mind, and my origin is in the midst of the ocean, and therefore do I pervade all beings. Originating all beings, I pass like the breeze, Holy Ghost. I am above this heaven, beyond this earth, and what is the great one that am I? Literally, Vak is speech, the power of awakening, through the metrical arrangement contained in the number and syllables of the mantras, corresponding powers in the invisible world. In the sacrificial mysteries, Vach stirs up the Brahma Jinvati, or the power lying latent at the bottom of every magical operation. It existed from eternity, as the yajna, its latent form, lying dormant in Brahma from no beginning, and proceeded forth from him as Vak, the active power. It is the key to the Trividya, the thrice sacred science, which teaches the yajus, the sacrificial mysteries. Having done with the unrevealed triad and the first triad of the Sephiroth, called the intellectual world, little remains to be said. In the great geometrical figure which has the double triangle in it, the central circle represents the world within the universe. The double triangle belongs to one of the most important, if it is not in itself the most important, of the mystic figures in India. It is the emblem of the Trimurti, 3 in 1. The triangle with its apex upward indicates the male principle, downward, the female, the two typifying at the same time spirit and matter. This world within the infinite universe is the microcosm within the macrocosm, as in the Jewish Kabbalah. It is the symbol of the womb of the universe, the terrestrial egg, whose archetype is the golden mundane egg. It is from within this spiritual bosom of Mother Nature that proceed all the great saviors of the universe, the avatars of the invisible deity, of him who is and yet is not. From the not being, eternal cause, is born the being, Purusha, says Manu, the legislator. Purusha is the divine male, the second god, and the avatar, or the logos of Parabrahma, and his divine son, who in his turn produced Viraj, the sun, or the ideal type of the universe. Viraj begins the work of creation by producing the 10 Prajapati, the lords of all beings. According to the doctrine of Manu, the universe is subjected to a periodical and never-ending succession of creations and dissolutions, which periods of creation are named Manvantara. It is the germ, which the divine spirit produced from its own substance, which never perishes in the being, for it becomes the soul of being, and at the period of pralaya, dissolution, it returns to absorb itself again into the divine spirit, which itself rests from all eternity within Swayambhuva, the self-existent. Institute of Manu, Book 1. As we have shown, neither the Svabhavikas, Buddhist philosophers, nor the Brahmins believe in a creation of the universe ex nihilo, but both believe in the prakriti, the indestructibility of matter, the evolution of species, and the successive appearance of various new types is very distinctly shown in Manu. From earth, heat, and water are born all creatures, whether animate or inanimate, produced by the germ which the divine spirit drew from its own substance. Thus has Brahma established the series of transformations from the plant up to man, and from man up to the primordial essence. Among them, each succeeding being, or element, acquires the quality of the preceding, and in as many degrees as each of them is advanced. With so many properties is it said to be endowed. Manu, Book 1, Sloka 20. This, we believe, is the veritable theory of the modern evolutionists. The Chaldean doctrine, the upper triangle, contains the ineffable name. It is En Sof, the boundless, the infinite, whose name is known to no one but the initiated, and could not be pronounced aloud under the penalty of death. No more than Parabrahma can En Sof create, for he is in the same condition of non-being as the former. He is non-existent so long as he lies in his latent or passive state within Ulam, the boundless and termless time. As such, he is not the creator of the visible universe, neither is he the Or, light. He will become the latter when the period of creation shall have compelled him to expand the force within himself, according to the law of which he is the embodiment and essence. Whosoever acquaints himself with the Merkaba and the Lahgash, secret speech or incantation, will learn the secret of secrets. Both this and En Sof, in their first manifestation of light, emerging from within darkness, may be summarized in the Svabhavat, the eternal and the uncreated self-existing substance which produces all, while everything which is of its essence produces itself out of its own nature. The space around the upper triangle. When the active period had arrived, En Sof sent forth, from within his own eternal essence, Sephira, the active power, called the primordial point, and the crown, Keter. It is only through her that the unbounded wisdom could give a concrete form to his abstract thought. Two sides of the upper triangle, the right side and the base, are composed of unbroken lines. The third, the left side, is dotted. It is through the latter that emerges Sephira. Spreading in every direction, she finally encompasses the whole triangle. In this emanation of the female active principle from the left side of the mystic triangle is foreshadowed the creation of Eve from Adam's left rib. Adam is the microcosm of the macrocosm and is created in the image of the Elohim. In the tree of life, the triple triad is disposed in such a manner that the three male Sephiroth are on the right, the three female on the left, and the four uniting principles in the center. From the invisible dew falling from the higher head, Sephira creates primeval water, or chaos taking shape. It is the first step toward the solidification of spirit, which through various modifications will produce earth. It requires earth and water to make a living soul, says Moses. When Sephira emerges like an active power from within the latent deity, she is female. When she assumes the office of a creator, she becomes a male. Hence, she is androgen. She is the father and mother Aditi of the Hindu cosmogony. After brooding over the deep, the Spirit of God produces its own image in the water, the universal womb, symbolized in Manu by the golden egg. In the Kabbalistic cosmogony, heaven and earth are personified by Adam Kadmon and the second Adam. The first ineffable triad, contained in the abstract idea of the three heads, was a mystery name. It was composed of Ensof, Sephira, and Adam Kadmon, the protogonos, the latter being identical with the former, when bisexual. B. In every triad, there is a male, a female, and an androgen. Adam Sephira is the crown, Keter. It sets itself to the work of creation by first producing chochma, male wisdom, a masculine active potency, represented by Jah, or the wheels of creation, from which proceeds Bina, intelligence, female and passive potency, which is Jehovah, whom we find in the Bible figuring as the Supreme. But this Jehovah is not the Kabbalistic Jochava. The binary is the fundamental cornerstone of Gnosis. As the binary is the unity multiplying itself and self-creating, the Kabbalists show the unknown passive Ensof as emanating from himself, Sephira, which, becoming visible light, is said to produce Adam Kadmon. But in the hidden sense, Sephira and Adam are one and the same light, only latent and active, invisible and visible. The second Adam, as the human tetragram, produces in his turn Eve out of his side. It is this second triad with which the Kabbalists have hitherto dealt, hardly hinting at the supreme and ineffable one, and never committing anything to writing. All knowledge concerning the latter was imparted orally. It is the second Adam, then, who is the unity represented by Jod, emblem of the Kabbalistic male principle, and at the same time, he is Chochma, wisdom, while Bina, or Jehovah, is Eve, the first Chochma issuing from Keter, or the androgyne, Adam Kadmon, and the second Bina, from Chochma. If we combine with Jod the three letters which form the name of Eve, we will have the divine tetragram pronounced Eevo Heva, Adam and Eve, Jehovah, male and female, or the idealization of humanity embodied in the first man. Thus is it that we can prove that, while the Jewish Kabbalists, in common with their initiated masters, the Chaldeans and the Hindus, adored the supreme and unknown God, in the sacred silence of their sanctuaries, the ignorant masses of every nation were left to adore something which was certainly less than the eternal substance of the Buddhists, the so-called atheists. As Brahma, the deity manifested in the mythical Manu, or the first man, born of Swayambhuva, or the self-existent, is finite, so Jehovah, embodied in Adam and Eve, is but a human God. He is the symbol of humanity, a mixture of good with a portion of unavoidable evil, of spirit fallen into matter. In worshiping Jehovah, we simply worship nature, as embodied in man, half spiritual and half material at best. We are pantheists, when not fetish worshippers, like the idolatrous Jews, who sacrificed on high places in groves to the personified male and female principle, ignorant of Iao, the supreme, secret name of the mysteries. Shekinah is the Hindu Vach, and praised in the same terms as the latter. Though shown in the Kabbalistic tree of life as proceeding from the ninth Sephiroth, yet Shekinah is the veil of Ensof and the garment of Jehovah. The veil, for it succeeded for long ages in concealing the real supreme God, the universal spirit, and masking Jehovah, the exoteric deity, made the Christians accept him as the father of the initiated Jesus. Yet the Kabbalists, as well as the Hindu Dikshita, know the power of the Shekinah or Vach, and call it the secret wisdom. The triangle played a prominent part in the religious symbolism of every great nation, for everywhere it represented the three great principles, spirit, force, and matter, or the active male, passive female, and the dual or correlative principle, which partakes of both and binds the two together. It was the Arba, or mystic four, the mystery gods, the Kabiri, summarized in the unity of one supreme deity. It is found in the Egyptian pyramids, whose equal sides tower up until lost in one crowning point. In the Kabbalistic diagram, the central circle of the Brahmanical figure is replaced by the cross, the celestial perpendicular, and the terrestrial horizontal baseline. But the idea is the same. Adam Kadmon is the type of humanity as a collective totality within the unity of the creative God and the universal spirit. Of him who is formless, the non-existent, also the eternal, but not first cause, is born the heavenly man. But after he created the form of the heavenly man, he used it as a vehicle wherein to descend, says the Kabbalah. Thus, Adam Kadmon is the avatar of the concealed power. After that, the heavenly Adam creates or engenders by the combined power of the Sephiroth, the earthly Adam. The work of creation is also begun by Sephira in the creation of the 10 Sephiroth, who are the Prajapatis of the Kabbalah, for they are likewise the lords of all beings. The Zohar asserts the same. According to the Kabbalistic doctrine, there were old worlds. See Idrasuta, Zohar 3, page 292b. Everything will return some day to that from which it first proceeded. All things of which this world consists, spirit as well as body, will return to their principle and the roots from which they proceeded. Zohar 2, 218b. The Kabbalists also maintain the indestructibility of matter, albeit their doctrine is shrouded still more carefully than that of the Hindus. The creation is eternal, and the universe is the garment, or the veil of God, Shekinah, and the latter is immortal and eternal, as him within whom it has ever existed. Every world is made after the pattern of its predecessor, and each more gross and material than the preceding one. In the Kabbalah, all were called sparks. Finally, our present grossly materialistic world was formed. In the Chaldean account of the period which preceded the genesis of our world, Berosus speaks of a time when there existed nothing but darkness, and an abyss of waters, filled with hideous monsters, produced of a twofold principle. These were creatures in which were combined the limbs of every species of animals. In addition to these fishes, reptiles, serpents, with other monstrous animals, which assumed each other's shape and countenance. In the first book of Manu, we read, "Know that the sum of 1,000 divine ages composes the totality of one day of Brahma, and that one night is equal to that day. 1,000 divine ages is equal to 4,420,000 of human years in the Brahmanical calculations. At the expiration of each night, Brahma, who has been asleep, awakes, and through the soul energy of the motion causes to emanate from himself the spirit, which in its essence is, and yet is not. Prompted by the desire to create, the spirit, first of the emanations, operates the creation and gives birth to ether, which the sages consider as having the faculty of transmitting sound. Ether begets air whose property is tangible and which is necessary to life. Through a transformation of the air, light is produced. From air and light, which begets heat, water is formed, and the water is the womb of all the living germs. Throughout the whole immense period of progressive creation, covering 4,820,000 years, ether, air, water, and fire, heat, are constantly forming matter under the never-ceasing impulse of the Spirit, or the unrevealed God who fills up the whole creation. For he is in all, and all is in him. This computation, which was secret and which is hardly hinted at even now, led Higgins into the error of dividing every 10 ages into 6,000 years. Had he added a few more ciphers to his sums, he might have come nearer to a correct explanation of the neuroses, or secret cycles, In the Sefer Jezireh, the Kabbalistic book of creation, the author has evidently repeated the words of Manu. In it, the divine substance is represented as having alone existed from the eternity, boundless and absolute, and emitted from itself, the Spirit. One is the Spirit of the living God, blessed be his name, who liveth forever. Voice, Spirit, and Word, this is the Holy Spirit. And this is the Kabbalistic abstract Trinity, so unceremoniously anthropomorphized by the Fathers. From this triple one emanated the whole cosmos. First from one emanated number 2, or air, the creative element, and then number 3, water, proceeded from the air. Ether or fire, complete the mystic 4, the Arba-Il. When the concealed of the concealed wanted to reveal himself, he first made a point, primordial point, or the first sephira, air, or Holy Ghost, shaped it into a sacred form, the 10 Sephiroth, or the heavenly man, and covered it with a rich and splendid garment, that is the world. He maketh the wind, his messengers flaming fire his servants, says the Jezireh, showing the cosmical character of the later euhemerized angels, and that the Spirit permeates every minutest atom of the cosmos. When the cycle of creation is run down, the energy of the manifested Word is weakening. He alone, the unconceivable, is unchangeable, ever latent. But the creative force, though also eternal, as it has been in the former from no beginning, yet must be subject to periodical cycles of activity and rest. As it had a beginning in one of its aspects, when it first emanated, therefore must also have an end. Thus, the evening succeeds the day, and the night of the deity approaches. Brahma is gradually falling asleep. In one of the books of Sohar, we read the following. As Moses was keeping a vigil on Mount Sinai, in company with the deity, who was concealed from his sight by a cloud, he felt a great fear overcome him, and suddenly asked, Lord, where art thou? Sleepest thou, O Lord? And the Spirit answered him, I never sleep. Were I to fall asleep for a moment before my time, all the creation would crumble into dissolution in one instant. And Vamadeva Maudali describes the night of Brahma, or the second period of the divine unknown existence, thus, strange noises are heard, proceeding from every point. These are the precursors of the night of Brahma. Dusk rises at the horizon, and the sun passes away behind the 30th degree of Makara, sign of the zodiac, and will reach no more the sign of the Minas, zodiacal Pisces or fish. The gurus of the pagodas appointed to watch the Ras Chakra, zodiac, may now break their circle and instruments, for they are henceforth useless. Gradually light pales, heat diminishes, uninhabitable spots multiply on the earth, the air becomes more and more rarefied, the springs of waters dry up, the great rivers see their waves exhausted, the ocean shows its sandy bottom, and plants die. Men and animals decrease in size daily. Life and motion lose their force, planets can hardly gravitate in space. They are extinguished one by one, like a lamp which the hand of the chokra, servant, neglects to replenish. Surya, the sun, flickers and goes out. Matter falls into dissolution, pralaya, and Brahma merges back into Dios, the unrevealed God, and his task being accomplished, he falls asleep. Another day is passed. Night sets in and continues until the future dawn. And now, again, re-enter into the golden egg of his thought, the germs of all that exist, as the divine Manu tells us. During his peaceful rest, the animated beings, endowed with the principles of action, cease their functions, and all feeling, manas, becomes dormant. When they are all absorbed in the Supreme Soul, this soul of all the beings sleeps in complete repose, till the day when it resumes its form and awakes again from its primitive darkness. If we now examine the 10 mythical avatars of Vishnu, we find them recorded in the following progression. 1. Matsya avatar, as a fish. It will also be his 10th and last avatar at the end of the Kali Yuga. 2. Kurm avatar, as a tortoise. 3. Varaha, as a boar. 4. Narasingh, as a man-lion, last animal stage. 5. Vamuna, as a dwarf, first step toward the human form. 6. Parasurama, as a hero, but yet an imperfect man. 7. Ramachandra, as the hero of Ramayana, physically a perfect man, his next of kin, friend, and ally Hanuma, the monkey god, the monkey endowed with speech. 8. Krishna avatar, the son of the virgin Devanagai, or Devaki, one formed by God, or rather by the manifested deity Vishnu, who is identical with Adam Kadmon. Krishna is also called Kanaya, the son of the virgin. 9. Gautama Buddha Siddhartha, or Sakyamuni. The Buddhists reject this doctrine of their Buddha being an incarnation of Vishnu. 10. This avatar has not yet occurred. It is expected in the future, like the Christian Advent, the idea of which was undoubtedly copied from the Hindu. When Vishnu appears for the last time, he will come as a savior. According to the opinion of some Brahmins, he will appear himself under the form of the horse Kalki. Others maintain that he will be mounting it. This horse is the envelope of the spirit of evil, and Vishnu will mount it, invisible to all, till he has conquered it for the last time. The Kalki Avataram, or the last incarnation, divides Brahmanism into 2 sects. That of the Vaishnava refuses to recognize the incarnations of their god Vishnu in animal forms literally. They claim that these must be understood as allegorical. In this diagram of avatars, we see traced the gradual evolution and transformation of all species out of the anti-Silurian mud of Darwin and the eyeless of Sanchoniathon and Berosus, beginning with the Azoic time, corresponding to the eyeless in which Brahma implants the creative germ. We pass through the Paleozoic and Mesozoic times, covered by the first and second incarnations as the fish and tortoise, and the Cenozoic, which is embraced by the incarnations in the animal and semi-human forms of the boar and man-lion, and we come to the 5th and crowning geological period, designated as the Era of Mind or Age of Man, whose symbol in the Hindu mythology is the dwarf, the first attempt of nature at the creation of man. In this diagram, we should follow the main idea, not judge the degree of knowledge of the ancient philosophers by the literal acceptance of the popular form in which it is presented to us in the grand epical poem of Mahabharata and its chapter, the Bhagavad Gita. Even the 4 ages of the Hindu chronology contain a far more philosophical idea than appears on the surface. It defines them according to both the psychological or mental and the physical states of man during their period. Krita Yuga, the golden age, the age of joy or spiritual innocence of man. Treta Yuga, the age of silver or that of fire, the period of supremacy of man and of giants and of the sons of God. Dwapara Yuga, the age of bronze, a mixture already of purity and impurity, spirit and matter, the age of doubt, and at last our own, the Kali Yuga, or age of iron, of darkness, misery, and sorrow. In this age, Vishnu had to incarnate himself in Krishna, in order to save humanity from the goddess Kali, consort of Siva, the all-annihilating, the goddess of death, destruction, and human misery. Kali is the best emblem to represent the fall of man, the falling of spirit into the degradation of matter, with all its terrific results. We have to rid ourselves of Kali before we can ever reach moksha, or nirvana, the abode of blessed peace and spirit. With the Buddhists, the last incarnation is the fifth. When Maitri Buddha comes, then our present world will be destroyed, and a new and a better one will replace it. The 4 arms of every Hindu deity are the emblems of the 4 preceding manifestations of our earth from its invisible state, while its head typifies the 5th and last Kalki avatar, when this would be destroyed, and the power of Bud, wisdom, with the Hindus of Brahma, will be again called into requisition to manifest itself as a logos, to create the future world. In this diagram, the male gods typify spirit in its deific attributes, while their female counterparts, the Sakti, represent the active energies of these attributes. The Durga, active virtue, is a subtle, invisible force which answers to Shekinah, the garment of Ensof. She is the Sakti, through which the passive eternal calls forth the visible universe from its first ideal conception. Every one of the 3 personages of the exoteric Trimurti are shown as using their Sakti as a Vahan, vehicle. Each of them is, for the time being, the form which sits upon the mysterious wagon of Ezekiel. Nor do we see less clearly carried out in this succession of avatars the truly philosophical idea of a simultaneous spiritual and physical evolution of creatures and man. From a fish, the progress of this dual transformation carries on the physical form through the shape of a tortoise, a boar, and a man-lion, and then, appearing in the dwarf of humanity, it shows Parasurama physically, a perfect, spiritually, an undeveloped entity, until it carries mankind personified by one godlike man to the apex of physical and spiritual perfection, a god on earth. In Krishna and the other saviors of the world, we see the philosophical idea of the progressive dual development understood and is clearly expressed in the Sohar. The heavenly man, who is the protogonos, tikkun, the firstborn of God, or the universal form and idea, engenders Adam. Hence the latter is God-born in humanity and endowed with the attributes of all the 10 Sephiroth. These are wisdom, intelligence, justice, love, beauty, splendor, firmness, etc. They make him the foundation, or basis, the mighty living one, and the crown of creation, thus placing him as the Alpha and Omega to reign over the kingdom, Malkuth. Man is both the import and the highest degree of creation, says the Sohar. As soon as man was created, everything was complete, including the upper and nether worlds, for everything is comprised in man. He unites in himself all forms. 3, page 48a. But this does not relate to our degenerated mankind. It is only occasionally that men are born who are the types of what man should be, and yet is not. The first races of men were spiritual, and their protoplastic bodies were not composed of the gross and material substances of which we see them composed nowadays. The first men were created with all the faculties of the deity, and powers far transcending those of the angelic host, for they were the direct emanations of Adam Kadmon, the primitive man, the macrocosm, while the present humanity is several degrees removed even from the earthly Adam, who was the microcosm, or the little world. Ser Anpin, the mystical figure of the man, consists of 243 numbers, and we see in the circles which follow each other that it is the angels which emanated from the primitive man, not the Sephiroth from angels. Hence, man was intended from the first to be a being of both a progressive and retrogressive nature. Beginning at the apex of the divine cycle, he gradually began receding from the center of light, acquiring at every new and lower sphere of being, worlds each inhabited by a different race of human beings, a more solid physical form, and losing a portion of his divine faculties. In the fall of Adam, we must see not the personal transgression of man, but simply the law of the dual evolution. Adam, or man, begins his career of existences by dwelling in the Garden of Eden, dressed in the celestial garment, which is a garment of heavenly light. Sohar 2:229b. But when expelled, he is clothed by God, or the eternal law of evolution, or necessarianism, with coats of skin. But even on this earth of material degradation, in which the divine spark, soul, a coruscation of the spirit, was to begin its physical progression in a series of imprisonments from a stone up to a man's body, if he but exercise his will and call his deity to his help, man can transcend the powers of the angel. Know ye not that we shall judge angels? Asks Paul, 1 Corinthians 6:3. The real man is the soul, spirit, teaches the Sohar. The mystery of the earthly man is after the mystery of the heavenly man. The wise can read the mysteries in the human face. 2:76a. This is still another of the many sentences by which Paul must be recognized as an initiate. For reasons fully explained, we give far more credit for genuineness to certain epistles of the apostles, now dismissed as apocryphal, than to many suspicious portions of the Acts. And we find corroboration of this view in the epistle of Paul to Seneca. In this message, Paul styles Seneca, my respected master, while Seneca terms the apostle simply brother. No more than the true religion of Judaic philosophy can be judged by the absurdities of the exoteric Bible. Have we any right to form an opinion of Brahmanism and Buddhism by their nonsensical and sometimes disgusting popular forms? If we only search for the true essence of the philosophy of both Manu and the Kabbalah, we will find that Vishnu is, as well as Adam Kadmon, the expression of the universe itself, and that his incarnations are but concrete and various embodiments of the manifestations of this stupendous whole. I am the soul, O Arjuna. I am the soul which exists in the heart of all beings, and I am the beginning and the middle, and also the end of existing things, says Vishnu to his disciple in Bhagavad Gita, chapter 10, page 71. I am Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end. I am the first and the last, says Jesus to John, Revelations 1:6-17. Brahma, Vishnu, and Siva are a trinity in a unity, and, like the Christian Trinity, they are mutually convertible. In the esoteric doctrine, they are one and the same manifestation of Him, whose name is too sacred to be pronounced, and whose power is too majestic and infinite to be imagined. Thus, by describing the avatars of one, all others are included in the allegory, with a change of form, but not of substance. It is out of such manifestations that emanated the many worlds that were, and that will emanate the one, which is to come. Coleman, followed in it by other Orientalists, presents the seventh avatar of Vishnu in the most caricatured way, apart from the fact that the Ramayana is one of the grandest epic poems in the world, the source and origin of Homer's inspiration. This avatar conceals one of the most scientific problems of our modern day. The learned Brahmins of India never understood the allegory of the famous war between men, giants, and monkeys, otherwise than in the light of the transformation of species. It is our firm belief that we're European academicians to seek for information from some learned native Brahmins, instead of unanimously and incontinently rejecting their authority. And were they, like Jacoliot, against whom they have nearly all arrayed themselves, to seek for light in the oldest documents scattered about the country in pagodas, they might learn strange, but not useless lessons. Let anyone inquire of an educated Brahman the reason for the respect shown to monkeys. the origin of which feeling is indicated in the story of the valorous feats of Hanuma, the generalissimo and faithful ally of the hero of Ramayana. And he would soon be disabused of the erroneous idea that the Hindus accord deific honors to a monkey god. He would perhaps learn, were the Brahman to judge him worthy of an explanation, that the Hindu sees in the ape but what Manu desired he should, the transformation of species most directly connected with that of the human family, a bastard branch engrafted on their own stock before the final perfection of the latter. He might learn further that in the eyes of the educated heathen, the spiritual or inner man is one thing, and his terrestrial, physical casket another. That physical nature, the great combination of physical correlations of forces ever creeping on toward perfection, has to avail herself of the material at hand. She models and remodels as she proceeds, and finishing her crowning work in man, presents him alone as a fit tabernacle for the overshadowing of the divine spirit. But the latter circumstance does not give man the right of life and death over the animals lower than himself in the scale of nature, or the right to torture them. Quite the reverse. Besides being endowed with a soul, of which every animal and even plant is more or less possessed, man has his immortal rational soul, or nous, which ought to make him at least equal in magnanimity to the elephant who treads so carefully, lest he should crush weaker creatures than himself. It is this feeling which prompts Brahmin and Buddhist alike to construct hospitals for sick animals, and even insects, and to prepare refuges wherein they may finish their days. It is this same feeling, again, which causes the Jain sectarian to sacrifice 1/2 of his lifetime to brushing away from his path the helpless, crawling insects, rather than recklessly deprive the smallest of life. And it is again from this sense of highest benevolence and charity toward the weaker, however abject the creature may be, that they honor one of the natural modifications of their own dual nature, and that later the popular belief in metempsychosis arose. No trace of the latter is to be found in the Vedas, and the true interpretation of the doctrine, discussed at length in Manu and the Buddhistic sacred books, having been confined from the first to the learned sacerdotal castes, the false and foolish popular ideas concerning it need occasion no surprise. Upon those who, in the remains of antiquity, see evidence that modern times can lay small claim to originality, it is common to charge a disposition to exaggerate and distort facts. But the candid reader will scarcely aver that the above is an example in point. There were evolutionists before the day when the mythical Noah is made, in the Bible, to float in his ark, and the ancient scientists were better informed and had their theories more logically defined than the modern evolutionists. Plato, Anaxagoras, Pythagoras, the Eleatic schools of Greece, as well as the old Chaldean sacerdotal colleges, all taught the doctrine of the dual evolution, the doctrine of the transmigration of souls, referring only to the progress of man from world to world after death here. Every philosophy worthy of the name taught that the spirit of man, if not the soul, was pre-existent. The Essenes, says Josephus, believed that the souls were immortal, and that they descended from the ethereal spaces to be chained to bodies. In his turn, Philo-Judaeus says, the air is full of them, of souls, those which are nearest the earth, descending to be tied to mortal bodies, palindromusin aphthes, return to other bodies, being desirous to live in them. In the Sohar, the soul is made to plead her freedom before God. Lord of the universe, I am happy in this world, and do not wish to go into another world, where I shall be a handmaid and be exposed to all kinds of pollutions. The doctrine of fatal necessity, the everlasting immutable law, is asserted in the answer of the deity. Against thy will thou becomest an embryo, and against thy will thou art born. Light would be incomprehensible without darkness, to make it manifest by contrast. Good would be no good without evil, to show the priceless nature of the boon. And so, personal virtue could claim no merit, unless it had passed through the furnace of temptation. Nothing is eternal and unchangeable, save the concealed deity. Nothing that is finite, whether because it had a beginning or must have an end, can remain stationary. It must either progress or recede, and a soul which thirsts after a reunion with its spirit, which alone confers upon it immortality, must purify itself through cyclic transmigrations onward toward the only land of bliss and eternal rest, called in the Sohar, the palace of love, in the Hindu religion, moksha, among the Gnostics, the pleroma of eternal light, and by the Buddhists, nirvana. The Christian calls it the kingdom of heaven, and claims to have alone found the truth, whereas he has but invented a new name for a doctrine which is coeval with man. The proof that the transmigration of the soul does not relate to man's condition on this earth after death is found in the Sohar, notwithstanding the many incorrect renderings of its translators. All souls which have alienated themselves in heaven from the Holy One, blessed be his name, have thrown themselves into an abyss at their very existence, and have anticipated the time when they are to descend on earth. Come and see when the soul reaches the abode of love. The soul could not bear this light, but for the luminous mantle which she puts on. For, just as the soul, when sent to this earth, puts on an earthly garment to preserve herself here, so she receives above a shining garment, in order to be able to look without injury into the mirror, whose light proceeds from the Lord of light. Moreover, the Sohar teaches that the soul cannot reach the abode of bliss unless she has received the holy kiss, or the reunion of the soul with the substance from which she emanated, spirit. All souls are dual, and while the latter is a feminine principle, the spirit is masculine. While imprisoned in body, man is a trinity, unless his pollution is such as to have caused his divorce from the spirit. Woe to the soul which prefers to her divine husband, spirit, the earthly wedlock with her terrestrial body, records a text of the Book of the Keys. These ideas on the transmigrations and the trinity of man were held by many of the early Christian fathers. It is the jumble made by the translators of the New Testament and ancient philosophical treatises between soul and spirit that has occasioned the many misunderstandings. It is also one of the many reasons why Buddha, Plotinus, and so many other initiates are now accused of having longed for the total extinction of their souls, absorption unto the deity, or reunion with the universal soul, meaning, according to modern ideas, annihilation. The animal soul must, of course, be disintegrated of its particles before it is able to link its purer essence forever with the immortal spirit. But the translators of both the Acts and the Epistles, who laid the foundation of the kingdom of heaven, and the modern commentators on the Buddhist Sutra of the foundation of the kingdom of righteousness, have muddled the sense of the great apostle of Christianity, as of the great reformer of India. The former have smothered the word psychikos, so that no reader imagines it to have any relation with soul. And with this confusion of soul and spirit together, Bible readers get only a perverted sense of anything on the subject, and the interpreters of the latter have failed to understand the meaning and object of the Buddhist 4 degrees of dhyana. In the writings of Paul, the entity of man is divided into a trine, flesh, psychical existence or soul, and the overshadowing and at the same time interior entity or spirit. His phraseology is very definite. When he teaches the anastasis, or the continuation of life of those who have died, he maintains that there is a psychical body which is sown in the corruptible, and a spiritual body that is raised in incorruptible substance. The first man is of the earth earthy, the second man from heaven. Even James 3:15 identifies the soul by saying that its wisdom descendeth not from the above, but is terrestrial, psychical, demoniacal. See Greek text. Plato, speaking of the soul, Sush, observes that when she allies herself to the no, divine substance, a god, as Sush is a goddess, she does everything aright and felicitously, but the case is otherwise when she attaches herself to a noia. What Plato calls nous, Paul terms the spirit, and Jesus makes the heart what Paul says of the flesh. The natural condition of mankind was called in Greek apostasia, the new condition anastasis. In Adam came the former, death, in Christ the latter, and resurrection. For it is he who first publicly taught mankind the noble path to eternal life, as Gautama pointed the same path to nirvana. To accomplish both ends, there was but one way, according to the teachings of both. Poverty, chastity, contemplation or inner prayer, contempt for wealth and the elusive joys of this world. Enter on this path and put an end to sorrow. Verily the path has been preached by me, who have found out how to quench the darts of grief. You yourselves must make the effort. The Buddhas are only preachers. The thoughtful who enter the path are freed from the bondage of the deceiver. Mara. Enter ye in at the strait gate, for wide is the gate, and broad is the way that leadeth to destruction. Follow me. Every one that heareth these sayings, and doeth them not, shall be likened unto a foolish man. Matthew 7:8. I can, of mine own self, do nothing. John 30. The care of this world and the deceitfulness of riches choke the word. Matthew 8:22. Say the Christians, and it is only by shaking off all delusions that the Buddhist enters on the path, which will lead him away from the restless tossing waves of the ocean of life, and take him to the calm city of peace, to the real joy and rest of nirvana. The Greek philosophers are alike made misty instead of mystic by their two learned translators. The Egyptians revered the divine spirit, the one only one, as Naut. It is most evident that it is from that word that Anaxagoras borrowed his denominative null, or, as he calls it, nous autocratis, the mind or spirit self-potent, the RR 063-3c, Sietes kinesios. All things, says he, were in chaos, then came nous and introduced order. He also denominated this nous, the one that ruled the many. In his idea, nous was God, and the logos was man, the emanation of the former. The external powers perceived phenomena. The nous alone recognized phenomena, or subjective things. This is purely Buddhistic and esoteric. Here Socrates took his clue and followed it, and Plato after him, with the whole world of interior knowledge, where the old Ionico-Italian world culminated in Anaxagoras. The new world began with Socrates and Plato. Pythagoras made the soul a self-moving unit, with three elements, the nous, the phren, and the thumos. The latter two shared with the brutes, the former only, being his essential self. So the charge that he taught transmigration is refuted. He taught no more than Gautama Buddha ever did, whatever the popular superstition of the Hindu rabble made of it after his death. Whether Pythagoras borrowed from Buddha or Buddha from somebody else matters not. The esoteric doctrine is the same. The Platonic school is even more distinct in enunciating all this. The real selfhood was at the basis of all. Socrates therefore taught that he had a daimonion, a spiritual something which put him in the road to wisdom. He himself knew nothing, but this put him in the way to learn all. Plato followed him with a full investigation of the principles of being. There was an agathon, supreme God, who produced in his own mind a paradigma of all things. He taught that in man was the immortal principle of the soul, a mortal body, and a separate mortal kind of soul, which was placed in a separate receptacle of the body from the other. The immortal part was in the head, Timaeus 19:20. The other in the trunk. 44. Nothing is plainer than that Plato regarded the interior man as constituted of two parts, one always the same, formed of the same entity as deity, and one mortal and corruptible. Plato and Pythagoras, says Plutarch, distribute the soul into two parts, the rational, noetic, and irrational, agnoia. That part of the soul of man, which is rational, is eternal. For though it be not God, yet it is the product of an eternal deity. But that part of the soul, which is divested of reason, agnoia, dies. Man, says Plutarch, is compound, and they are mistaken who think him to be compounded of two parts only. For they imagine that the understanding is a part of the soul, but they err in this, no less than those who make the soul to be a part of the body. For the understanding, nu, as far exceeds the soul, as the soul is better and diviner than the body. Now this composition of the soul, psyche, with the understanding, nous, makes reason, and with the body, passion, of which the one is the beginning or principle of pleasure and pain, and the other of virtue and vice. Of these three parts conjoined and compacted together, the earth has given the body, the moon the soul, and the sun the understanding, to the generation of man. Now of the deaths we die, the one makes man two of three, and the other one of out of two. The former is in the region and jurisdiction of Demeter, whence the name given to the mysteries Tellin resembled that given to death, Telephthan. The Athenians also heretofore called the deceased sacred to Demeter. As for the other death, it is in the moon or region of Persephone, and as with the one the terrestrial, so with the other the celestial Hermes doth dwell. This suddenly and with violence plucks the soul from the body, but Proserpina mildly and in a long time disjoins the understanding from the soul. For this reason, she is called monogenes, only begotten, or rather begetting one, alone. For the better part of man becomes alone when it is separated by her. Now both the one and the other happens thus, according to nature. It is ordained by faith that every soul, whether with or without understanding, nous, when gone out of the body, should wander for a time, though not all for the same, in the region lying between the earth and moon. For those that have been unjust and dissolute suffer there the punishment due to their offenses, but the good and virtuous are there detained till they are purified, and have, by expiation, purged out of them all the infections they might have contracted from the contagion of the body, as if from foul health, living in the mildest part of the air, called the meadows of Hades, where they must remain for a certain prefixed and appointed time. And then, as if they were returning from a wandering pilgrimage or long exile into their country, they have a taste of joy, such as they principally receive who are initiated into sacred mysteries, mixed with trouble, admiration, and each one's proper and peculiar hope. The demonium of Socrates was this nous, mind, spirit, or understanding of the divine in it. The nous of Socrates, says Plutarch, was pure and mixed itself with the body no more than necessity required. Every soul hath some portion of nous, reason. A man cannot be a man without it, but as much of each soul as is mixed with flesh and appetite is changed, and through pain or pleasure becomes irrational. Every soul doth not mix herself after one sort. Some plunge themselves into the body, and so, in this life, their whole frame is corrupted by appetite and passion. Others are mixed as to some part, but the purer part, nous, still remains without the body. It is not drawn down into the body, but it swims above and touches, overshadows, the extremest part of the man's head. It is like a cord to hold up and direct the subsiding part of the soul, as long as it proves obedient and is not overcome by the appetites of the flesh. The part that is plunged into the body is called soul, but the incorruptible part is called the nous, and the vulgar think it is within them, as they likewise imagine the image reflected from a glass to be in that glass. But the more intelligent, who know it to be without, call it a demon, a god, a spirit. The soul, like to a dream, flies quick away, which it does not immediately, as soon as it is separated from the body, but afterward, when it is alone and divided from the understanding, no. The soul being molded and formed by the understanding, nous, and itself molding and forming the body, by embracing it on every side, receives from it an impression and form, so that although it be separated both from the understanding and the body, it nevertheless so retains still its figure and resemblance for a long time, that it may, with good right, be called its image. And of these souls, the moon is the element, because souls resolve into her, as the bodies of the deceased do into earth. Those indeed, who have been virtuous and honest, living a quiet and philosophical life without embroiling themselves in troublesome affairs, are quickly resolved, because being left by the nous, understanding, and no longer using the corporeal passions, they incontinently vanish away. We find even Irenaeus, that untiring and mortal enemy of every Grecian and heathen heresy, explain his belief in the Trinity of man. The perfect man, according to his views, consists of flesh, soul, and spirit. Carne, anima, spiritu, altero quidem figurante. Spiritu, altero quod formatur, carne. Id vero quod inter haec est duo, est anima, quae aliquando subsequent spiritum elevatur ab eo, aliquando autem consentiens carni interrenas concupiscentias. Irenaeus, Fig. 1. And Origen, in his 6th epistle to the Romans, says, there is a threefold partition of man, the body or flesh, the lowest part of our nature, on which the old serpent by original sin inscribed the law of sin, and by which we are tempted to vile things, and as oft as we are overcome by temptations, are joined fast to the devil. The Spirit, in or by which we express the likeness of the divine nature, in which the very best Creator, from the archetype of his own mind, engraved with his finger, that is, his spirit, the eternal law of honesty. By this, we are joined, conglutinated, to God, and made one with God. In the third, the soul mediates between these, which, as in a factious republic, cannot but join with one party or the other, is solicited this way and that, and is at liberty to choose the side to which it will adhere. If, renouncing the flesh, it betakes itself to the party of the spirit, it will itself become spiritual. But if it cast itself down to the cupidities of the flesh, it will degenerate itself into body. Plato, in Laws X, defines soul as the motion that is able to move itself. Soul is the most ancient of all things, and the commencement of motion. Soul was generated prior to body, and body is posterior and secondary, as being, according to nature, ruled over by the ruling soul. The soul, which administers all things that are moved in every way, administers likewise the heavens. Soul then leads everything in heaven, and on earth, and in the sea, by its movements, the names of which are to will, to consider, to take care of, to consult, to form opinions true and false, to be in a state of joy, sorrow, confidence, fear, hate, love, together with all such primary movements as are allied to these. Being a goddess herself, she ever takes as an ally Nous, a god, and disciplines all things correctly and happily, but when with annoia, not new, it works out everything the contrary. In this language, as in the Buddhist texts, the negative is treated as essential existence. Annihilation comes under a similar exegesis. The positive state is essential being, but no manifestation as such. When the spirit, in Buddhistic parlance, entered nirvana, it lost objective existence, but retained subjective. To objective minds, this is becoming absolute nothing. To subjective, no thing, nothing to be displayed to sense. These rather lengthy quotations are necessary for our purpose. Better than anything else, they show the agreement between the oldest pagan philosophies, not assisted by the light of divine revelation, to use the curious expression of Laboulaye in relation to Buddha, and the early Christianity of some fathers. Both pagan philosophy and Christianity, however, owe their elevated ideas on the soul and spirit of man and the unknown deity to Buddhism and the Hindu Manu. No wonder that the Manichaeans maintained that Jesus was a permutation of Gautama, that Buddha, Christ, and Mani were one and the same person, for the teachings of the former two were identical. It was the doctrine of old India that Jesus held to when preaching the complete renunciation of the world and its vanities in order to reach the kingdom of heaven, nirvana, where men neither marry nor are given in marriage, but live like the angels. It is the philosophy of Siddhartha Buddha, again, that Pythagoras expounded, when asserting that the ego, nous, was eternal with God, and that the soul only passed through various stages, Hindu Rupalokas, to arrive at the divine excellence. Meanwhile, the thumos returned to the earth, and even the phren was eliminated. Thus, the metempsychosis was only a succession of disciplines through refugee heavens, called by the Buddhists Zion, to work off the exterior mind, to rid the nous of the phren or soul, the Buddhist Vijnanaskandhaya, that principle that lives from karma and the skandhas, groups. It is the latter, the metaphysical personations of the deeds of man, whether good or bad, which, after the death of his body, incarnate themselves, so to say, and form their many invisible but never dying compounds into a new body, or rather, into an ethereal being, the double of what man was morally. It is the astral body of the Kabbalist and the incarnated deeds which form the new sentient self as his ahankara, the ego, self-consciousness, given to him by the sovereign master, the breath of God, can never perish, for it is immortal per se as a spirit. Hence, the sufferings of the newly born self, till he rids himself of every earthly thought, desire, and passion. We now see that the four mysteries of the Buddhist doctrine have been as little understood and appreciated as the wisdom hinted at by Paul, and spoken among them that are perfect, initiated, the mystery wisdom, which none of the archons of this world knew. The fourth degree of the Buddhist dhyana, the fruit of samadhi, which leads to the utmost perfection. To vikondham, a term correctly rendered by Burnouf in the verb perfected, is wholly misunderstood by others, as well as in himself. Defining the condition of dhyana, Saint Hilaire argues thus: finally, having attained the fourth degree, the ascetic possesses no more this feeling of beatitude, however obscure it may be. He has also lost all memory. He has reached impassibility, as near a neighbor of nirvana as can be. However, this absolute impassibility does not hinder the ascetic from acquiring, at this very moment, omniscience and the magical power, a flagrant contradiction about which the Buddhists no more disturb themselves than about so many others. And why should they, when these contradictions are, in fact, no contradictions at all? It ill behooves us to speak of contradictions in other people's religions when those of our own have bred, besides the three great conflicting bodies of Romanism, Protestantism, and the Eastern Church, 1,001 most curious, smaller sects. However it may be, we have here a term applied to one and the same thing by the Buddhist holy mendicants and Paul the Apostle, when the latter says, "If so be that I might attain the resurrection from among the dead, the nirvana, not as though I had already attained or were already perfect, initiated." He uses an expression common among the initiated Buddhists. When a Buddhist ascetic has reached the fourth degree, he is considered a rahat. He produces every kind of phenomena by the sole power of his freed spirit. A rahat, say the Buddhists, is one who has acquired the power of flying in the air, becoming invisible, commanding the elements, and working all manner of wonders, commonly, and as erroneously, called mepo, miracles. He is a perfect man, a demigod. A god he will become when he reaches nirvana. For, like the initiates of both testaments, the worshippers of Buddha know that they are gods. Genuine Buddhism, overleaping the barrier between finite and infinite mind, urges its followers to aspire, by their own efforts, to that divine perfectibility of which it teaches that man is capable, and by attaining which man becomes a god, says Brian Houghton Hodgson. Dreary and sad were the ways, and blood-covered the tortuous paths by which the world of the Christians was driven to embrace the Irenaean and Eusebian Christianity. And yet, unless we accept the views of the ancient pagans, what claim has our generation to having solved any of the mysteries of the kingdom of heaven? What more does the most pious and learned of Christians know of the future destiny and progress of our immortal spirits than the heathen philosopher of old, or the modern pagan beyond the Himalaya? Can he even boast that he knows as much, although he works in the full blaze of divine revelation? We have seen a Buddhist holding to the religion of his fathers, both in theory and practice. And, however blind may be his faith, however absurd his notions on some particular doctrinal points, later engraftings of an ambitious clergy, yet in practical works his Buddhism is far more Christ-like in deed and spirit than the average life of our Christian priests and ministers. The fact alone that his religion commands him to honor his own faith, but never slander that of other people, is sufficient. It places the Buddhist Lama immeasurably higher than any priest or clergyman who deems it his sacred duty to curse the heathen to his face and sentence him and his religion to eternal damnation. Christianity becomes every day more a religion of pure emotionalism. The doctrine of Buddha is entirely based on practical works. A general love of all beings, human and animal, is its nucleus. A man who knows that unless he toils for himself, he has to starve, and understands that he has no scapegoat to carry the burden of his iniquities for him, is 10 times as likely to become a better man than one who is taught that murder, theft, and profligacy can be washed in one instant as white as snow, if he but believes in a God who, to borrow an expression of Volney, once took food upon earth, and is now himself the food of his people. Chapter 7. Of the tenets of the Druses, nothing authentic has ever come to light. The popular belief amongst their neighbors is that they adore an idol in the form of a calf. King. The Gnostics and their remains. O ye lords of truth without fault, who are forever cycling for eternity, save me from the annihilation of this region of the two truths. Egyptian ritual of the dead. Pythagoras correctly regarded the ineffable name of God as the key to the mysteries of the universe. Pan Coast, blue and red light. In the next 2 chapters, we shall notice the most important of the Christian secret sects, the so-called heresies, which sprang into existence between the 1st and 4th centuries of our era. Glancing rapidly at the Ophites and Nazarians, we shall pass to their scions, which yet exist in Syria and Palestine, under the name of Druses of Mount Lebanon, and near Basra or Bassora in Persia, under that of Mendaeans, or disciples of St. John. All these sects have an immediate connection with our subject, for they are of Kabbalistic parentage and have once held to the secret wisdom religion, recognizing as the one supreme, the mystery God of the ineffable name. Noticing these numerous secret societies of the past, we will bring them into direct comparison with several of the modern. We will conclude with a brief survey of the Jesuits and of that venerable nightmare of the Roman Catholic Church, modern Freemasonry. All of these modern as well as ancient fraternities, present, Freemasonry excepted, were and are more or less connected with magic, practically, as well as theoretically, and every one of them, Freemasonry not excepted, was, and still is, accused of demonolatry, blasphemy, and licentiousness. Our object is not to write the history of either of them, but only to compare these sorely abused communities with the Christian sects, past and present, and then, taking historical facts for our guidance, to defend the secret science as well as the men who are its students and champions against any unjust imputation. One by one, the tide of time engulfed the sects of the early centuries, until of the whole number only one survived in its primitive integrity. That one still exists, still teaches the doctrine of its founder, still exemplifies its faith in works of power. The quicksands which swallowed up every other outgrowth of the religious agitation of the times of Jesus, with its records, relics, and traditions, proved firm ground for this. Driven from their native land, its members found refuge in Persia, and today, the anxious traveler may converse with the direct descendants of the disciples of John, who listened on the Jordan's shore to the man sent from God and were baptized and believed. This curious people, numbering 30,000 or more, are miscalled Christians of St. John, but in fact should be known by their old name of Nazarians, or their new one of Mendaeans. To term them Christians is wholly unwarranted. They neither believe in Jesus as Christ, nor accept his atonement, nor adhere to his church, nor revere its holy scriptures. Neither do they worship the Jehovah God of the Jews and Christians, a circumstance which, of course, proves that their founder, John the Baptist, did not worship him either. And if not, what right has he to a place in the Bible or in the portrait gallery of Christian saints? Still further, if Pharaoh was his god, and he was a man sent by God, he must have been sent by Lord Pharaoh, and in his name baptized and preached. Now, If Jesus was baptized by John, the inference is that he was baptized according to his own faith. Therefore, Jesus, too, was a believer in Ferho, or Faho, as they call him. A conclusion that seems the more warranted by his silence as to the name of his father. And why should the hypothesis that Faho is but one of the many corruptions of Fo or Fo, as the Tibetans and Chinese call Buddha, appear ridiculous? In the north of Nepal, Buddha is more often called Fo than Buddha. The Book of Mahawansa shows how early the work of Buddhistic proselytism began in Nepal, and history teaches that Buddhist monks crowded into Syria and Babylon in the century preceding our era, and that Buddhasp, Bodhisattva, the alleged Chaldean, was the founder of Sabism or baptism. What the actual Baptists, El Mogtasila, or Nazareans do believe is fully set forth in other places, for they are the very Nazarenes of whom we have spoken so much, and from whose codex we have quoted. Persecuted and threatened with annihilation, they took refuge in the Nestorian body, and so allowed themselves to be arbitrarily classed as Christians. But as soon as opportunity offered, they separated, and now, for several centuries, have not even nominally deserved the appellation. That they are, nevertheless, so called by ecclesiastical writers, is perhaps not very difficult to comprehend. They know too much of early Christianity to be left outside the pale, to bear witness against it with their traditions, without the stigma of heresy and backsliding being fastened upon them to weaken confidence in what they might say. But where else can science find so good a field for biblical research as among this too neglected people? No doubt of their inheritance of the Baptists' doctrine, their traditions are without a break. What they teach now, their forefathers taught at every epoch where they appear in history. They are the disciples of that John who is said to have foretold the advent of Jesus, baptized him, and declared that the latchet of his shoe he, John, was not worthy to unloose. As they too, the messenger and the Messiah, stood in the Jordan, and the elder was consecrating the younger, his own cousin too, humanly speaking, the heavens opened, and God himself, in the shape of a dove, descended in a glory upon his beloved Son. How then, if this tale be true, can we account for the strange infidelity which we find among these surviving Nazareans? So far from believing Jesus the only begotten Son of God, they actually told the Persian missionaries, who in the 17th century first discovered them to Europeans, that the Christ of the New Testament was a false teacher, and that the Jewish system, as well as that of Jesus, came from the realm of darkness. Who knows better than they? Where can more competent living witnesses be found? Christian ecclesiastics would force upon us an anointed Savior heralded by John, and the disciples of this very Baptist, from the earliest centuries, have stigmatized this ideal personage as an impostor, and his putative father, Jehovah, a spurious god, the Ilda Baoth of the Ophites. Unlucky for Christianity will be the day when some fearless and honest scholar shall persuade their elders to let him translate the contents of their secret books and compile their hoary traditions. It is a strange delusion that makes some writers think that the Nazareans have no other sacred literature, no other literary relics than 4 doctrinal works, and that curious volume full of astrology and magic, which they are bound to peruse at the sunset hour on every Soul's Day, Sunday. This search after truth leads us indeed into devious ways. Many are the obstacles that ecclesiastical cunning has placed in the way of our finding the primal source of religious ideas. Christianity is on trial, and has been, ever since science felt strong enough to act as public prosecutor. A portion of the case we are drafting in this book. What of truth is there in this theology? Through what sects has it been transmitted? Whence was it primarily derived? To answer, we must trace the history of the world religion, alike through the secret Christian sects as through those of other great religious subdivisions of the race. For the secret doctrine is the truth, and that religion is nearest divine that has contained it with least adulteration. Our search takes us hither and thither, but never aimlessly do we bring sects widely separated in chronological order into critical juxtaposition. There is one purpose in our work to be kept constantly in view, the analysis of religious beliefs and the definition of their descent from the past to the present. What has most blocked the way is Roman Catholicism, and not until the secret principles of this religion are uncovered can we comprehend the iron staff upon which it leans to steady its now tottering steps. We will begin with the Ophites, Nazareans, and the modern Druzes. The personal views of the author, as they will be presented in the diagrams, will be most decidedly at variance with the prejudiced speculations of Irenaeus, Theodore, and Epiphanius, the sainted renegade, who sold his brethren, inasmuch as they will reflect the ideas of certain Kabbalists in close relations with the mysterious Druzes of Mount Lebanon. The Syrian Occals, or spiritualists, as they are sometimes termed, are in possession of a great many ancient manuscripts and gems, bearing upon our present subject. The first scheme, that of the Ophites, from the very start, as we have shown, varies from the description given by the Fathers, inasmuch as it makes Bythos, or depth, a female emanation, and assigns her a place answering to that of Pleroma, only in a far superior region, whereas the Fathers assure us that the Gnostics gave the name of Bythos to the first cause. As in the Kabbalistic system, it represents the boundless and infinite void, within which is concealed in darkness the unknown primal motor of all. It envelops him like a veil. In short, we recognize again the Shekinah of the Ein Sof. Alone, the name of Iao, marks the upper center, or rather the presumed spot, where the unknown one may be supposed to dwell. Around the Iao runs the legend, Kemek Ilam Avrasach, the eternal son Abrasax, the central spiritual son of all the Kabbalists, represented in some diagrams of the latter by the circle of Tifereth. From this region of unfathomable depth issues forth a circle formed of spirals, which, in the language of symbolism, means a grand cycle, Q-close, composed of smaller ones. Coiled within, so as to follow the spirals, lies the serpent, emblem of wisdom and eternity, the dual androgen, the cycle representing Enoia or the divine mind, and the serpent, the agathodaimon, Ophis, the shadow of the light. Both were the logoi of the Ophites, or the unity as logos manifesting itself as a double principle of good and evil. For, according to their views, these two principles are immutable and existed from all eternity, as they will ever continue to exist. This symbol accounts for the adoration by this sect of the serpent as the Savior, coiled either around the sacramental loaf or a tau. As a unity, Enoia and Ophis are the Logos. When separated, one is the tree of life, spiritual. The other, the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Therefore, we find Ophis urging the first human couple, the material production of Ilda both, but which owed its spiritual principle to Sophia Achamoth, to eat of the forbidden fruit, although Ophis represents divine wisdom. The serpent, the tree of knowledge of good and evil, and the tree of life are all symbols transplanted from the soil of India. the Arasa Maram, the banyan tree, so sacred with the Hindus, since Vishnu, during one of his incarnations, reposed under its mighty shade and there taught humanity philosophy and sciences, is called the tree of knowledge and the tree of life. Under the protective umbrage of this king of the forests, the gurus teach their pupils their first lessons on immortality and initiate them in the mysteries of life and death. The Java Alim of the sacerdotal college are said, in the Chaldean tradition, to have taught the sons of men to become like one of them. To the present day, Fo Cho, who lives in his Fo Maeyu, or Temple of Buddha, on the top of Kowen Long Sang, the great mountain, produces his greatest religious miracles under a tree called in Chinese Sung Ming Shu, or the tree of knowledge and the tree of life, for ignorance is death, and knowledge alone gives immortality. This marvelous display takes place every 3 years, when an immense concourse of Chinese Buddhists assemble in pilgrimage at the holy place. Ildebaoth, the son of darkness and the creator of the material world, was made to inhabit the planet Saturn, which identifies him still more with the Jewish Jehovah, who was Saturn himself, according to the Ophites, and is by them denied his Sinaitic name. From Ildebaoth emanate 6 spirits, who respectively dwell with their father in the 7 planets. These are Saba, or Mars, Adonai, Sol, or the Sun, Yebo, the Moon, Eloi, Jupiter, Astaphoi, Mercury, spirit of water, and Urios, Venus, spirit of fire. In their functions and description as given, these 7 planets are identical with the Hindu Saptaloka, the 7 places, or spheres, or the superior and inferior worlds, for they represent the Kabbalistic 7 spheres. With the Ophites, they belong to the lower spheres. The monograms of these Gnostic planets are also Buddhistic, the latter differing, albeit slightly, from those of the usual astrological houses. In the explanatory notes which accompany the diagram, the names of Cerinthius, the disciple of Simon Magus, of Menander, and of certain other Gnostics, whose names are not to be met with in the patristic writings, are often mentioned, such as Parcha, Ferho, for instance. The author of the diagram claims, moreover for his sect, the greatest antiquity, bringing forward, as a proof, that their forefathers were the builders of all the Dracontia temples, even of those beyond the great waters. He asserts that the Just One, who was the mouthpiece of the eternal Aion, Christos, himself sent his disciples into the world, placing them under the double protection of Saig, silence, the Logos, and Ophis, the Agatha demon. The author alludes, no doubt, to the favorite expression of Jesus, "Be wise as serpents and harmless as doves." On the diagram, Ophis is represented as the Egyptian Knuphis, or Kneph, called Dracontiae. He appears as a serpent standing erect on its tail, with a lion's head, crowned and radiated, and bearing on the point of each ray one of the 7 Greek vowels, symbol of the 7 celestial spheres. This figure is quite familiar to those who are acquainted with the Gnostic gems, and is borrowed from the Egyptian Hermetic books. The description given in the Revelation of one, like unto the Son of Man, with his 7 stars, and who is the Logos, is another form of Ophis. The Nazarene diagram, except in a change of names, is identical with that of the Gnostics, who evidently borrowed their ideas from it, adding a few appellations from the Basilidian and Valentinian systems. To avoid repetition, we will now simply present the 2 in parallel. Thus, we find that, in the Nazarene cosmogony, the names of their powers and genii stand in the following relations to those of the Gnostics. Nazarene, First Trinity, Lord Ferho, the life which is no life, the supreme God, the cause which produces the light, or the logos in abscondito, the water of Jordanus Maximus, the water of life, or ajar, the feminine principle. Unity in a trinity, enclosed within the ish amon. Second Trinity, the manifestation of the first. 1. Lord Mano, the King of Life and Light, Rex Lucis, first life, or the primitive man. 2. Lord Jordan, manifestation or emanation of Jordan Maximus, the waters of grace, second life. 3. The superior father, Abitur, third life. This trinity produces also a duad, Lord Ladoyo, and Fetahil, the genius, the former a perfect emanation, the latter imperfect. Lord Jordan, the Lord of all Jordans, manifests Natubtu, faith without works, Gnostic of fight, first unity in a trinity. Iao, the ineffable name of the unknown deity, Abraxas, and the eternal spiritual Son. Unity enclosed within the depth, Bythos, feminine principle, the boundless circle, within which lie all ideal forms. From this, unity emanates the second Trinity. Idem. 1. Enoia, mind. 2. Ophis, the agathodemon. 3. Sophia Androgyne, wisdom, who, in her turn, fecundated with the divine light, produces Christos and Sophia Achamoth, one perfect, the other imperfect, as an emanation. Sophia Achamoth emanates Ildabaoth, the demiurge, who produces material and soulless creation. Works without faith, or grace. Moreover, the Alpitas 7 planetary genii, who emanated one from the other, are found again in the Nazarene religion, under the name of the 7 impostor demons, or stellars, who will deceive all the sons of Adam. These are soul, Spiritus Venereus, Holy Spirit in her material aspect, the mother of the 7 badly disposed stellars, answering to the Gnostic Achamoth, Nebu, or Mercury, a false messiah, who will deprave the ancient worship of God. Sin, or Luna, or Shuril. Kiun, Kivan, or Saturn. Bel Jupiter, and the 7th, Nerig, Mars, Codex Nazareus, P is 57. The Christos of the Gnostics is the chief of the 7 aeons, St. John's 7 spirits of God. The Nazarenes have also their 7 genii, or good eons, whose chief is Rex Lucis, Mano, their Christos. The Sapta Rishis, the 7 sages of India, inhabit the Saptapura, or the 7 celestial cities. What less or more do we find in the universal ecclesia, until the days of the Reformation, and in the Roman Popish Church after the separation? We have compared the relative value of the Hindu cosmogony, the Chaldeo, Zoroastrian, Jewish Kabbalah, and that of the so-termed heretics. A correct diagram of the Judaico-Christian religion, to enforce which on the heathen who have furnished it are expended such great sums every year, would still better prove the identity of the two. But we lack space, and are also spared the necessity of proving what is already thoroughly demonstrated. In the Ophite gems of King, Gnostics, we find the name of Iao repeated, and often confounded with that of Yevo, while the latter simply represents one of the genii antagonistic to Abraxas. In order that these names may not be taken as identical with the name of the Jewish Jehovah, we will at once explain this word. It seems to us surpassingly strange that so many learned archaeologists should have so little insisted that there was more than one Jehovah, and disclaimed that the name originated with Moses. Yao is certainly a title of the Supreme Being, and belongs partially to the ineffable name, but it neither originated with, nor was it the sole property of the Jews. Even if it had pleased Moses to bestow the name upon the tutelar spirit, the alleged protector, and national deity of the chosen people of Israel, there is yet no possible reason why other nationalities should receive him as the highest and one living God. But we deny the assumption altogether. Besides, there is the fact that Yahweh or Yao was a mystery name from the beginning. Yod, He, Vav, He, and Vav, He never came into use before King David. Anterior to his time, few or no proper names were compounded with Ia or Jah. It looks rather as though David, being a sojourner among the Tyrians and Philistines, 2 Samuel, brought thence the name of Jehovah. He made Zadok high priest, from whom came the Zadokites or Sadducees. He lived and ruled first at Hebron, Habiron or Kabir town, where the rites of the four mystery gods were celebrated. Neither David nor Solomon recognized either Moses or the law of Moses. They aspired to build a temple to Yod, He, Vav, He, like the structures erected by Hiram to Hercules and Venus, Adon and Astarte. Says first, the very ancient name of God, Yahweh, written in the Greek Iao, appears, apart from its derivation, to have been an old mystic name of the supreme deity of the Shemites. Hence it was told to Moses, when initiated at Hor-Eb, the cave, under the direction of Jethro, the Kenite or Canaanite priest of Midian. In an old religion of the Chaldeans, whose remains are to be found amongst the Neoplatonists, the highest divinity, enthroned above the seven heavens, representing the spiritual light principle, Nous, and also conceived as Dernurgus, was called Iao, who was, like the Hebrew Yahweh, mysterious and unmentionable, and whose name was communicated to the initiated. The Phoenicians had a supreme god whose name was trilateral and secret, and he was Iao. But while First insists that the name has a Semitic origin, there are other scholars who trace it farther than he does, and look back beyond the classification of the Caucasians. In Sanskrit we have Ja and Jaya, or Ja and Jaga, and this throws light on the origin of the famous festival of the car of Jagannath, commonly called Jaggernath. Javhe means he who is, and Dr. Spiegel traces even the Persian name of God, Ahura, to the root Ah, which in Sanskrit is pronounced as to breathe, and Asu became therefore in time synonymous with spirit. Rawlinson strongly supports the opinion of an Aryan or Vedic influence on the early Babylonian mythology. We have given, a few pages back, the strongest possible proofs of the identity of Vishnu with Dagon. The same may be adduced for the title of Yao, and its Sanskrit root traced in every country. Ju or Jovis is the oldest Latin name for God. As male he is Jupiter or Ju, the father, Pitar being Sanskrit for father. As feminine, Juno or Ju, the comforter being the Phoenician word for rest and comfort. Professor Max Mueller shows that although Dayas, sky, does not occur as a masculine in the ordinary Sanskrit, yet it does occur in the Veda, and thus bears witness to the early Aryan worship of Dayas, the Greek Zeus. The Veda. To grasp the real and primitive sense of the term IIAO, and the reason of its becoming the designation for the most mysterious of all deities, we must search for its origin in the figurative phraseology of all the primitive people. We must first of all go to the most ancient sources for our information. In one of the books of Hermes, for instance, we find him saying that the number 10 is the mother of the soul, and that the life and light are therein united. 4. The number 1 is born from the spirit, and the number 10 from matter. The unity has made the 10, the unity. The Kabbalistic gematria, one of the methods for extracting the hidden meaning from letters, words, and sentences, is arithmetical. It consists in applying to the letters of a word the sense they bear as numbers, in outward shape as well as in their individual sense. Moreover, by the Thamura, another method used by the Kabbalists, any word could be made to yield its mystery out of its anagram. Thus, we find the author of Sefer Jazira saying, 1 or 2 centuries before our era, 1. The spirit of the Allahim of lives. So, again, in the oldest Kabbalistic diagrams, the 10 Sephiroth are represented as wheels or circles, and Adam Kadmon, the primitive man, as an upright pillar. Wheels and seraphim and the holy creatures, Kaioth, says Rabbi Akiba. In another system of the same branch of the symbolical Kabbalah, called Athbach, which arranges the letters of the alphabet by pairs in 3 rows. All the couples in the first row bear the numerical value 10, and in the system of Simeon ben Shattah, the uppermost couple, the most sacred of all, is preceded by the Pythagorean cipher, 1 and a naught, or 0. 10. If we can once appreciate the fact that, among all the peoples of the highest antiquity, the most natural conception of the first cause manifesting itself in its creatures, and that to this they could not but ascribe the creation of all, was that of an androgyne deity, that the male principle was considered the vivifying invisible spirit, and the female, Mother Nature. We shall be enabled to understand how that mysterious cause came at first to be represented, in the picture writings perhaps, as the combination of the alpha and omega of numbers, a decimal, then as IAO, a trilateral name, containing in itself a deep allegory. IAO, in such a case, would, etymologically considered, mean the breath of life, generated or springing forth between an upright male and an egg-shaped female principle of nature, for in Sanskrit, as means to be, to live or exist, and originally it meant to breathe. From it, says Max Muller, in its original sense of breathing, the Hindus formed Asu, breath, and Asura, the name of God, whether it meant the breathing one or the giver of breath. It certainly meant the latter. In Hebrew, Ah and Ea mean life. Cornelius Agrippa, in his treatise on the preeminence of woman, shows that the word Eve suggests comparison with the mystic symbols of the Kabbalists, the name of the woman having affinity with the ineffable Tetragrammaton, the most sacred name of the divinity. Ancient names were always consonant with the things they represented. In relation to the mysterious name of the deity in question, the hitherto inexplicable hint of the Kabbalists as to the efficacy of the letter H, which Abram took away from his wife Sarah and put into the middle of his own name, becomes clear. It may perhaps be argued, by way of objection, that it is not ascertained as yet at what period of antiquity the naught occurs for the first time in Indian manuscripts or inscriptions. Be that as it may, the case presents circumstantial evidence of too strong a character not to carry a conviction of probability with it. According to Max Muller, the 2 words cipher and 0, which are in reality but one, are sufficient to prove that our figures are borrowed from the Arabs. Cipher is the Arabic sifran and means empty, a translation of the Sanskrit name of the naught Sinya, he says. The Arabs had their figures from Hindustan and never claimed the discovery for themselves. As to the Pythagoreans, we need but turn to the ancient manuscripts of Boethius's geometry, composed in the 6th century, to find in the Pythagorean numerals the 1 and the naught as the first and final cipher. And Porphyry, who quotes from the Pythagorean Moderatus, says that the numerals of Pythagoras were hieroglyphical symbols, by means whereof he explained ideas concerning the nature of things. Now, if the most ancient Indian manuscripts show as yet no trace of decimal notation in them, Max Muller states very clearly that until now he has found but 9 letters, the initials of the Sanskrit numerals, in them. On the other hand, we have records as ancient to supply the wanted proof. We speak of the sculptures and the sacred imagery in the most ancient temples of the Far East. Pythagoras derived his knowledge from India, and we find Professor Max Muller corroborating this statement, at least so far as allowing the Neo-Pythagoreans to have been the first teachers of ciphering among the Greeks and Romans, that they at Alexandria or in Syria became acquainted with the Indian figures and adapted them to the Pythagorean abacus, our figures. This cautious allowance implies that Pythagoras himself was acquainted with but 9 figures, so that we might reasonably answer that although we possess no certain proof that the decimal notation was known to Pythagoras, who lived on the very close of the archaic ages, we yet have sufficient evidence to show that the full numbers as given by Boethius were known to the Pythagoreans, even before Alexandria was built. This evidence we find in Aristotle, who says that some philosophers hold that ideas and numbers are of the same nature, and amount to 10 in all. This, we believe, will be sufficient to show that the decimal notation was known among them at least as early as 4 centuries BC. For Aristotle does not seem to treat the question as an innovation of the Neo-Pythagoreans. Besides, as we have remarked above, the representations of the archaic deities on the walls of the temples are of themselves quite suggestive enough. So, for instance, Vishnu is represented in the Kurmavatara, his second avatar, as a tortoise sustaining a circular pillar, on which the semblance of himself, Maya or the illusion, sits with all his attributes, while one hand holds a flower, another a club, the third a shell, the fourth, generally the upper one, or at the right, holds on his forefinger, extended as the cipher 1, the chakra or discus, which resembles a ring or a wheel and might be taken for the knot. In his first avatar, the Matsyavatam, when emerging from the fish's mouth, he is represented in the same position. The 10-armed Durga of Bengal, the 10-headed Ravana, the giant, Parvati, as Durga, Indra, and Indrani, are found with this attribute, which is a perfect representation of the maypole. The holiest of the temples among the Hindus are those of Jagannath. This deity is worshipped equally by all the sects of India, and Jagannath is named the Lord of the world. He is the god of the mysteries, and his temples, which are most numerous in Bengal, are all of a pyramidal form. There is no other deity which affords such a variety of etymologies as Iaho, nor a name which can be so variously pronounced. It is only by associating it with the Masoretic points that the later rabbins succeeded in making Jehovah read Adonai, or Lord. Philo-Biblis spells it in Greek letters Io, Ievo. Theodoret says that the Samaritans pronounced it Iabe, Yahva, and the Jews Yaho, which would make it, as we have shown, I-A-O. Diodorus states that among the Jews, they relate that Moses called the god Yao. It is on the authority of the Bible itself, therefore, that we maintain that before his initiation by Jethro, his father-in-law, Moses had never known the word Iaho. The future deity of the sons of Israel calls out from the burning bush and gives his name as I am that I am, and specifies carefully that he is the Lord God of the Hebrews, Exodus 3:18, not of the other nations. Judging him by his own acts, throughout the Jewish records, we doubt whether Christ himself, had he appeared in the days of the Exodus, would have been welcomed by the irascible Sinaitic deity. However, the Lord God, who becomes, on his own confession, Jehovah only in the 6th chapter of Exodus 5:3, finds his veracity put to a startling test in Genesis 22:14, in which revealed passage Abraham builds an altar to Jehovah Jireh. It would seem, therefore, but natural to make a difference between the mystery god Iao, adopted from the highest antiquity by all who participated in the esoteric knowledge of the priests, and his phonetic counterparts, whom we find treated with so little reverence by the Ophites and other Gnostics. Once having burdened themselves like the Azazel of the wilderness with the sins and iniquities of the Jewish nation, it now appears hard for the Christians to have to confess that those whom they thought fit to consider the chosen people of God, their sole predecessors in monotheism, were, till a very late period, as idolatrous and polytheistic as their neighbors. The shrewd Talmudists have escaped the accusation for long centuries by screening themselves behind the Masoretic invention. But, as in everything else, truth was at last brought to light. We know now that Eho must be read Iaho and Ia, not Jehovah. Ia of the Hebrews is plainly the Iakos, Bacchus of the mysteries, the god from whom the liberation of souls was expected, Dionysus, Iakos, Iaho, Ia. Aristotle then was right when he said, Jo was Oromasdes, and Ahriman Pluto, for the god of heaven, Ahura Mazda, rides on a chariot which the horse of the sun follows. And Dunlap quotes Psalm 68:4, which reads, Praise him by his name Iach, who rides upon the heavens, as on a horse. And then shows that the Arabs represented Yauk, Iach, by a horse, the horse of the sun, Dionysus. Ia is a softening of Iach, he explains. Chi and H interchange, so S softens to H. The Hebrews express the idea of life, both by a Chi and an H, as Chiach to be, Hia to be. Iach, God of life, Ia, I am. Well then may we repeat these lines of Ausonius. Ogygia calls me Bacchus, Egypt thinks me Osiris, the Musians name me Phonax, the Indi consider me Dionysus, the Roman mysteries call me Liber, the Arabian race Adonis, and the chosen people Adoni and Jehovah, we may add. How little the philosophy of the old secret doctrine was understood is illustrated in the atrocious persecutions of the Templars by the Church, and in the accusation of their worshipping the devil under the shape of the goat, Baphomet. Without going into the old Masonic mysteries, there is not a Mason, of those we mean who do know something, but has an idea of the true relation that Baphomet bore to Azazi, the scapegoat of the wilderness, whose character and meaning are entirely perverted in the Christian translations. This terrible and venerable name of God, says Lancy, librarian to the Vatican, through the pen of biblical glossers, has been a devil, a mountain, a wilderness, and a he-goat. In Mackenzie's Royal Masonic Cyclopedia, the author very correctly remarks that this word should be divided into Azaz and El, for it signifies God of victory, but is here used in the sense of author of death, in contrast to Jehovah, the author of life. The latter received a dead goat as an offering. The Hindu Trinity is composed of three personages, which are convertible into one. The Trimurti is one, and in its abstraction indivisible, and yet we see a metaphysical division taking place from the first, and while Brahma, though collectively representing the three, remains behind the scenes, Vishnu is the life-giver, the creator and the preserver, and Siva is the destroyer and the death-giving deity. Death to the life-giver, life to the death-dealer. The symbolical antithesis is grand and beautiful, says Glidden. Deus est daemon inversus of the Kabbalists now becomes clear. It is but the intense and cruel desire to crush out the last vestige of the old philosophies by perverting their meaning, for fear that their own dogmas should not be rightly fathered on them, which impels the Catholic Church to carry on such a systematic persecution in regard to Gnostics, Kabbalists, and even the comparatively innocent Masons. Alas, alas! How little has the divine seed, scattered broadcast by the hand of the meek Judean philosopher, thrived or brought forth fruit. He, who himself had shunned hypocrisy, warned against public prayer, showing such contempt for any useless exhibition of the same. Could he but cast his sorrowful glance on the earth from the regions of eternal bliss, would see that this seed fell neither on sterile rock, nor by the wayside. Nay, it took deep root in the most prolific soil, one enriched even to plethora with lies and human gore. For if the truth of God hath more abounded through my lie unto his glory, why yet am I also judged as a sinner? Naively inquires Paul, the best and sincerest of all the apostles, and he then adds, let us do evil, that good may come. Romans 3:7-8. This is a confession which we are asked to believe as having been a direct inspiration from God. It explains, if it does not excuse, the maxim adopted later by the Church, that it is an act of virtue to deceive and lie, when by such means the interests of the Church might be promoted. A maxim applied in its fullest sense by that accomplished professor in forgery, the Armenian Eusebius, or yet that innocent-looking Bible kaleidoscopist, Irenaeus. And these men were followed by a whole army of pious assassins, who, in the meanwhile, had improved upon the system of deceit by proclaiming that it was lawful even to kill, when by murder they could enforce the new religion. Theophilus, that perpetual enemy of peace and virtue, as the famous bishop was called, Cyril, Athanasius, the murderer of Arius, and a host of other canonized saints, were all but too worthy successors of Saint Constantine, who drowned his wife in boiling water, butchered his little nephew, murdered with his own pious hand 2 of his brothers-in-law, killed his own son Crispus, bled to death several men and women, and smothered in a well an old monk. However, we are told by Eusebius that this Christian emperor was rewarded by a vision of Christ himself, bearing his cross, who instructed him to march to other triumphs, inasmuch as he would always protect him. It is under the shade of the imperial standard, with its famous sign, in hoc signo vinces, that visionary Christianity, which had crept on since the days of Irenaeus, arrogantly proclaimed its rites in the full blaze of the sun. The Labarum had most probably furnished the model for the true cross, which was miraculously and agreeably to the imperial will, found a few years later. Nothing short of such a remarkable vision, impiously doubted by some severe critics, Dr. Lardner for one, and a fresh miracle to match, could have resulted in the finding of a cross where there had never before been one. Still, we have either to believe the phenomenon or dispute it at the risk of being treated as infidels, and this, notwithstanding that upon a careful computation, we would find that the fragments of the true cross had multiplied themselves even more miraculously than the 5 loaves in the invisible bakery and the 2 fishes. In all cases like this, where miracles can be so conveniently called in, there is no room for dull fact. History must step out, that fiction may step in. If the alleged founder of the Christian religion is now, after the lapse of 19 centuries, preached, more or less unsuccessfully, however, in every corner of the globe, we are at liberty to think that the doctrines attributed to him would astonish and dismay him more than anyone else. A system of deliberate falsification was adopted from the first. How determined Irenaeus was to crush truth and build up a church of his own on the mangled remains of the 7 primitive churches mentioned in the Revelation may be inferred from his quarrel with Ptolemaeus, and this is again a case of evidence against which no blind faith can prevail. Ecclesiastical history assures us that Christ's ministry was but of 3 years' duration. There is a decided discrepancy on this point between the first 3 synoptics and the 4th Gospel, but it was left for Irenaeus to show to Christian posterity that so early as AD 180, the probable time when this father wrote his works against heresies, even such pillars of the church as himself either knew nothing certain about it or deliberately lied and falsified dates to support their own views. So anxious was the worthy father to meet every possible objection against his plans that no falsehood, no sophistry was too much for him. How are we to understand the following? And who is the falsifier in this case? The argument of Ptolemaeus was that Jesus was too young to have taught anything of much importance, adding that Christ preached for 1 year only and then suffered in the 12th month. In this Ptolemaeus was very little at variance with the Gospels, but Irenaeus, carried by his object far beyond the limits of prudence, from a mere discrepancy between 1 and 3 years, makes it 10 and even 20 years, destroying his, Christ's, whole work, and robbing him of that age which is both necessary and more honorable than any other. That more advanced age, I mean, during which also, as a teacher, he excelled all others. And then, having no certain data to furnish, he throws himself back on tradition and claims that Christ had preached for over 10 years. Book 2, Chapter 22, pages 4-5. In another place, he makes Jesus 50 years old. But we must proceed in our work of showing the various origins of Christianity, as also the sources from which Jesus derived his own ideas of God and humanity. The Koinobi lived in Egypt, where Jesus passed his early youth. They were usually confounded with the Therapeuti, who were a branch of this widely spread society. Such is the opinion of Godfrey Higgins and de Rebold. After the downfall of the principal sanctuaries, which had already begun in the days of Plato, the many different sects, such as the Gymnosophists and the Magi, from whom Clearchus very erroneously derives the former, the Pythagoreans, the Sufis, and the Reshis of Kashmir, instituted a kind of international and universal Freemasonry among their esoteric societies. These Rashis, says Higgins, are the Essenians, Carmelites, or Nazarites of the temple. That occult science known by ancient priests under the name of regenerating fire, says Father Rebold, a science that for more than 3,000 years was the peculiar possession of the Indian and Egyptian priesthood, into the knowledge of which Moses was initiated at Heliopolis, where he was educated, and Jesus among the Essenian priests of Egypt or Judea, and by which these two great reformers, particularly the latter, wrought many of the miracles mentioned in the scriptures. Plato states that the mystic Magian religion, known under the name of Machagistia, is the most uncorrupted form of worship in things divine. Later, the mysteries of the Chaldean sanctuaries were added to it by one of the Zoroasters and Darius Hystaspes. The latter completed and perfected it still more, with the help of the knowledge obtained by him from the learned ascetics of India, whose rites were identical with those of the initiated Magi. Ammian, in his history of Julian's Persian expedition, gives the story by stating that one day Hystaspes, as he was boldly penetrating into the unknown regions of Upper India, had come upon a certain wooded solitude, the tranquil recesses of which were occupied by those exalted sages, the Brahmanes, or shamans, instructed by their teaching in the science of the motions of the world and of the heavenly bodies, and in pure religious rites. He transfused them into the creed of the Magi. The latter, coupling these doctrines with their own peculiar science of foretelling the future, have handed down the whole through their descendants to succeeding ages. It is from these descendants that the Sufis, chiefly composed of Persians and Syrians, acquired their proficient knowledge in astrology, medicine, and the esoteric doctrine of the ages. The Sufi doctrine, says C.W. King, involved the grand idea of one universal creed which could be secretly held under any profession of an outward faith, and in fact took virtually the same view of religious systems as that in which the ancient philosophers had regarded such matters. The mysterious Druzes of Mount Lebanon are the descendants of all these. Solitary Copts, earnest students, scattered hither and thither throughout the sandy solitudes of Egypt, Arabia, Petraea, Palestine, and the impenetrable forests of Abyssinia, though rarely met with, may sometimes be seen. Many and various are the nationalities to which belong the disciples of that mysterious school, and many the side shoots of that one primitive stock. The secrecy preserved by these sublodges, as well as by the one and supreme Great Lodge, has ever been proportionate to the activity of religious persecutions, and now, in the face of the growing materialism, their very existence is becoming a mystery. But it must not be inferred, on that account, that such a mysterious brotherhood is but a fiction, not even a name, though it remains unknown to this day. Whether its affiliates are called by an Egyptian, Hindu, or Persian name, it matters not. Persons belonging to one of these sub-brotherhoods have been met by trustworthy and not unknown persons, besides the present writer, who states a few facts concerning them, by the special permission of one who has a right to give it. In a recent and very valuable work on secret societies, K.R.H. Mackenzie's Royal Masonic Cyclopedia, we find the learned author himself, an honorary member of the Canongate Kilwinning Lodge, No. 2, Scotland, and a Mason not likely to be imposed upon, stating the following under the head, Hermetic Brothers of Egypt. An occult fraternity, which has endured from very ancient times, having a hierarchy of officers, secret signs and passwords, and a peculiar method of instruction in science, religion, and philosophy. If we may believe those who, at the present time, profess to belong to it, the philosopher's stone, the elixir of life, the art of invisibility, and the power of communication directly with the ultra-mundane life, are parts of the inheritance they possess. The writer has met with only 3 persons who maintained the actual existence of this body of religious philosophers, and who hinted that they themselves were actually members. There was no reason to doubt the good faith of these individuals, apparently unknown to each other, and men of moderate competence, blameless lives, austere manners, and almost ascetic in their habits. They all appeared to be men of 40 to 45 years of age, and evidently of vast erudition, their knowledge of languages not to be doubted. They never remained long in any one country, but passed away without creating notice. Another of such sub-brotherhoods is the sect of the Pitris in India. Known by name, now that Jacoliot has brought it into public notice, it yet is more arcane, perhaps, than the brotherhood that Mr. Mackenzie names the Hermetic Brothers. What Jacoliot learned of it was from fragmentary manuscripts delivered to him by Brahmins, who had their reasons for doing so, we must believe. The Agrochada Parikshai gives certain details about the association, as it was in days of old, and, when explaining mystic rites and magical incantations, explains nothing at all, so that the mystic Lom, Lurum, Shihrum, and Shorim Ramayana Maha remain, for the mystified writer, as much a puzzle as ever. To do him justice, though, he fully admits the fact, and does not enter upon useless speculations. Whoever desires to assure himself that there now exists a religion which has baffled, for centuries, the impudent inquisitiveness of missionaries and the persevering inquiry of science, let him violate, if he can, the seclusion of the Syrian Druzes. He will find them numbering over 80,000 warriors, scattered from the plain east of Damascus to the western coast. They covet no proselytes, shun notoriety, keep friendly, as far as possible, with both Christians and Mohammedans, respect the religion of every other sect or people, but will never disclose their own secrets. Vainly do the missionaries stigmatize them as infidels, idolaters, brigands, and thieves. Neither threat, bribe, nor any other consideration will induce a Druze to become a convert to dogmatic Christianity. We have heard of 2 in 50 years, and both have finished their careers in prison for drunkenness and theft. They proved to be real Druzes, said one of their chiefs in discussing the subject. There never was a case of an initiated Druze becoming a Christian. As to the uninitiated, they are never allowed to even see the sacred writings, and none of them have the remotest idea where these are kept. There are missionaries in Syria who boast of having in their possession a few copies. The volumes alleged to be the correct expositions from these secret books, such as the translation by Pétis de la Croix in 1701, from the works presented by Nasr Allah to the French king, are nothing more than a compilation of secrets known more or less to every inhabitant of the southern ranges of Lebanon and anti-Libanus. They were the work of an apostate dervish who was expelled from the sect Hanafi for improper conduct, the embezzlement of the money of widows and orphans. The Exposé de la Religion des Druzes, in 2 volumes, by Sylvestre de Sacy, 1828, is another network of hypotheses. A copy of this work was to be found, in 1870, on the windowsill of one of their principal holoway, or place of religious meeting. To the inquisitive question of an English traveler as to their rites, the Okal, a venerable old man, who spoke English as well as French, opened the volume of de Sacy, and, offering it to his interlocutor, remarked, with a benevolent smile, "Read this instructive and truthful book. I could explain to you neither better nor more correctly the secrets of God and our blessed Hamsa than it does." The traveler understood the hint. Mackenzie says they settled at Lebanon about the 10th century and seemed to be a mixture of Kurds, Mardi Arabs, and other semi-civilized tribes. Their religion is compounded of Judaism, Christianity, and Mohammedanism. They have a regular order of priesthood and a kind of hierarchy. There is a regular system of passwords and signs. 12-month probation, to which either sex is admitted, preceded initiation. We quote the above only to show how little even persons as trustworthy as Mr. Mackenzie really know of these mystics. Mosheim, who knows as much, or we should rather say as little, as any others, is entitled to the merit of candidly admitting that their religion is peculiar to themselves and is involved in some mystery. We should say it was, rather, that their religion exhibits traces of Magianism and Gnosticism is natural, as the whole of the Ophite esoteric philosophy is at the bottom of it. But the characteristic dogma of the Druzes is the absolute unity of God. He is the essence of life, and although incomprehensible and invisible, is to be known through occasional manifestations in human form. Like the Hindus, they hold that he was incarnated more than once on earth. Hamsa was the precursor of the last manifestation to be the 10th avatar, not the inheritor of Hakem, who is yet to come. Hamsa was the personification of the universal wisdom. Bohaiddin in his writings calls him Messiah. The whole number of his disciples, or those who at different ages of the world have imparted wisdom to mankind, which the latter, as invariably have forgotten and rejected in course of time, is 164, the Kabbalistic SDK. Therefore, their stages or degrees of promotion after initiation are 5. The first 3 degrees are typified by the 3 feet of the candlestick of the inner sanctuary, which holds the light of the 5 elements. The last 2 degrees, the most important and terrifying in their solemn grandeur, belonging to the highest orders, and the whole 5 degrees emblematically represent the said 5 mystic elements. The 3 feet are the holy application, the opening, and the phantom, says one of their books. On man's inner and outer soul, and his body, a phantom, a passing shadow. The body, or matter, is also called the rival, for he is the minister of sin, the devil ever creating dissensions between the heavenly intelligence, spirit, and the soul, which he tempts incessantly. Their ideas on transmigration are Pythagorean and Kabbalistic. The spirit, or Temeami, the divine soul, was in Elijah and John the Baptist, and the soul of Jesus was that of Hamsa. That is to say, of the same degree of purity and sanctity, until their resurrection, by which they understand the day when the spiritual bodies of men will be absorbed into God's own essence and being, the nirvana of the Hindus. The souls of men will keep their astral forms, except the few chosen ones who, from the moment of their separation from their bodies, begin to exist as pure spirits. The life of man they divide into soul, body, and intelligence, or mind. It is the latter which imparts and communicates to the soul the divine spark from its Hamsa, Christos. They have 7 great commandments, which are imparted equally to all the uninitiated. And yet, even these well-known articles of faith have been so mixed up in the accounts of outside writers that in one of the best cyclopedias of America, Appleton's, they are garbled after the fashion that may be seen in the comparative tabulation below. The spurious and the true order parallel. Correct version of the commandments as imparted orally by the teachers. 1. The unity of God, or the infinite oneness of deity. 2. The essential excellence of truth. 3. Toleration, right given to all men and women to freely express their opinions on religious matters, and make the latter subservient to reason. 4. Respect to all men and women according to their character and conduct. 5. Entire submission to God's decrees. 6. Chastity of body, mind, and soul. 7. Mutual help under all conditions. Garbled version reported by the Christian missionaries and given in pretended expositions. 1. 2. Truth in words, meaning in practice. Only truth to the religion and to the initiated. It is lawful to act and to speak falsehood to men of another creed. 2. 7. Mutual help, watchfulness, and protection. 3. To renounce all other religions. 4. To be separate from infidels of every kind, not externally, but only in heart. 5. 1. Recognize God's eternal unity. 6. 5. Satisfied with God's acts. 7. 5. Resigned to God's will. As will be seen, the only exposé in the above is that of the great ignorance, perhaps malice, of the writers who, like Sylvester de Sacy, undertake to enlighten the world upon matters concerning which they know nothing. Chastity, honesty, meekness, and mercy are thus the 4 theological virtues of all Druzes, besides several others demanded from the initiates: murder, theft, cruelty, covetousness, slander. The 5 sins, to which several other sins are added in the sacred tablets, but which we must abstain from giving. The morality of the Druzes is strict and uncompromising. Nothing can tempt one of these Lebanon Unitarians to go astray from what he is taught to consider his duty. Their ritual being unknown to outsiders, their would-be historians have hitherto denied them one. Their Thursday meetings are open to all, but no interloper has ever participated in the rites of initiation which take place occasionally on Fridays in the greatest secrecy. Women are admitted to them as well as men, and they play a part of great importance at the initiation of men. The probation, unless some extraordinary exception is made, is long and severe. Once, in a certain period of time, a solemn ceremony takes place, during which all the elders and the initiates of the highest 2 degrees start out for a pilgrimage of several days to a certain place in the mountains. They meet within the safe precincts of a monastery, said to have been erected during the earliest times of the Christian era. Outwardly one sees but old ruins of a once grand edifice, used, says the legend, by some Gnostic sects as a place of worship during the religious persecutions. The ruins above ground, however, are but a convenient mask, the subterranean chapel, halls, and cells, covering an area of ground far greater than the upper building, while the richness of ornamentation, the beauty of the ancient sculptures, and the gold and silver vessels in this sacred resort appear like a dream of glory, according to the expression of an initiate. As the lamaseries of Mongolia and Tibet are visited upon grand occasions by the holy shadow of Lord Buddha, so here, during the ceremonial, appears the resplendent ethereal form of Hamsa, the Blessed, which instructs the faithful. The most extraordinary feats of what would be termed magic take place during the several nights that the convocation lasts, and one of the greatest mysteries, faithful copy of the past, is accomplished within the discreet bosom of our Mother Earth. Not an echo, nor the faintest sound, not a glimmer of light, betrays without the grand secret of the initiates. Hamsa, like Jesus, was a mortal man, and yet Hamsa and Christos are synonymous terms as to their inner and hidden meaning. Both are symbols of the nous, the divine and higher soul of man, his spirit. The doctrine taught by the Druzes on that particular question of the duality of spiritual man, consisting of one soul mortal and another immortal, is identical with that of the Gnostics, the older Greek philosophers, and other initiates. Outside the East we have met one initiate, and only one, who, for some reasons best known to himself, does not make a secret of his initiation into the Brotherhood of Lebanon. It is the learned traveler and artist, Professor A.L. Rawson of New York City. This gentleman has passed many years in the East, 4 times visited Palestine, and has traveled to Mecca. It is safe to say that he has a priceless store of facts about the beginnings of the Christian Church, which none but one, who had had free access to repositories closed against the ordinary traveler, could have collected. Professor Rawson, with the true devotion of a man of science, noted down every important discovery he made in the Palestinian libraries, and every precious fact orally communicated to him by the mystics he encountered, and someday they will see the light. He has most obligingly sent us the following communication, which, as the reader will perceive, fully corroborates what is above written from our personal experience about the strange fraternity, incorrectly styled the Druzes. 34 Bon Saint, New York, June 6, 1877. Your note, asking me to give you an account of my initiation into a secret order among the people commonly known as Druzes in Mount Lebanon, was received this morning. I took, as you are fully aware, an obligation at that time to conceal within my own memory the greater part of the mysteries, with the most interesting parts of the instructions. so that what is left may not be of any service to the public. Such information as I can rightfully give, you are welcome to have and use as you may have occasion. The probation in my case was, by special dispensation, made 1 month, during which time I was shadowed by a priest, who served as my cook, guide, interpreter, and general servant, that he might be able to testify to the fact of my having strictly conformed to the rules in diet, ablutions, and other matters. He was also my instructor in the text of the ritual, which we recited from time to time for practice, in dialogue or in song, as it may have been. Whenever we happened to be near a Druze village, on a Thursday, we attended the open meetings, where men and women assembled for instruction and worship, and to expose to the world generally their religious practices. I was never present at a Friday close meeting before my initiation, nor do I believe anyone else, man or woman, ever was, except by collusion with a priest, and that is not probable, for a false priest forfeits his life. The practical jokers among them sometimes fool a too curious Frank by a sham initiation, especially if such a one is suspected of having some connection with the missionaries at Beirut or elsewhere. The initiates include both women and men, and the ceremonies are of so peculiar a nature that both sexes are required to assist in the ritual and work. The furniture of the prayer house and of the vision chamber is simple, and except for convenience, may consist of but a strip of carpet. In the Grey Hall, the place is never named, and is underground, not far from Beit Din. There are some rich decorations and valuable pieces of ancient furniture, the work of Arab silversmiths 5 or 6 centuries ago, inscribed and dated. The day of initiation must be a continual fast from daylight to sunset in winter, or 6 o'clock in summer, and the ceremony is from beginning to end a series of trials and temptations calculated to test the endurance of the candidate under physical and mental pressure. It is seldom that any but the young man or woman succeeds in winning all the prizes, since nature will sometimes exert itself in spite of the most stubborn will, and the neophyte fail of passing some of the tests. In such a case, the probation is extended another year, when another trial is had. Among other tests of the neophyte's self-control are the following: choice pieces of cooked meat, savory soup, pilau, and other appetizing dishes, with sherbet, coffee, wine, and water, are set, as if accidentally, in his way, and he is left alone for a time with the tempting things. To a hungry and fainting soul, the trial is severe, but a more difficult ordeal is when the 7 priestesses retire, all but one, the youngest and prettiest, and the door is closed and barred on the outside after warning the candidate that he will be left to his reflections for half an hour. Wearied by the long-continued ceremonial, weak with hunger, parched with thirst, and a sweet reaction coming after the tremendous strain to keep his animal nature in subjection, this moment of privacy and of temptation is brimful of peril. The beautiful young Vestal, timidly approaching, and with glances which lend a double magnetic allurement to her words, begs him in low tones to bless her. Woe to him if he does. 100 eyes see him from secret peepholes, and only to the ignorant neophyte is there the appearance of concealment and opportunity. There is no infidelity, idolatry, or other really bad feature in the system. They have the relics of what was once a grand form of nature worship, which has been contracted under a despotism into a secret order, hidden from the light of day, and exposed only in the smoky glare of a few burning lamps in some damp cave or chapel underground. The chief tenets of their religious teachings are comprised in 7 tablets, which are these, to state them in general terms. 1. The unity of God, or the infinite oneness of deity. 2. The essential excellence of truth. 3. The law of toleration as to all men and women in opinion. 4. Respect for all men and women as to character and conduct. 5. Entire submission to God's decrees as to fate. 6. Chastity of body and mind and soul. 7. Mutual help under all conditions. These tenets are not printed or written. Another set is printed or written to mislead the unwary, but with these we are not concerned. The chief results of the initiation seemed to be a kind of mental illusion, or sleepwaking, in which the neophyte saw, or thought he saw, the images of people who were known to be absent, and in some cases, thousands of miles away. I thought, or perhaps it was my mind at work, I saw friends and relatives that I knew at the time were in New York State, while I was then in Lebanon. How these results were produced, I cannot say. They appeared in a dark room when the guide was talking, the company singing in the next chamber, and near the close of the day, when I was tired out with fasting, walking, talking, singing, robbing, unrobing, seeing a great many people in various conditions as to dress and undress, and with great mental strain in resisting certain physical manifestations that result from the appetites when they overcome the will, and in paying close attention to the passing scenes, hoping to remember them, so that I may have been unfit to judge of any new and surprising phenomena, and more especially of those apparently magical appearances which have always excited my suspicion and distrust. I know the various uses of the magic lantern and other apparatus, and took care to examine the room where the visions appeared to me, the same evening and the next day, and several times afterwards, and knew that, in my case, there was no use made of any machinery or other means, besides the voice of the guide and instructor. On several occasions afterward, when at a great distance from the chamber, the same or similar visions were produced, as, for instance, in Hornstein's Hotel at Jerusalem. A daughter-in-law of a well-known Jewish merchant in Jerusalem is an initiated sister, and can produce the visions almost at will on anyone who will live strictly according to the rules of the order, for a few weeks more or less, according to their nature, as gross or refined, etc. I am quite safe in saying that the initiation is so peculiar that it could not be printed so as to instruct one who had not been worked through the chamber. So it would be even more impossible to make an exposé of them than of the Freemasons. The real secrets are acted and not spoken, and require several initiated persons to assist in the work. It is not necessary for me to say how some of the notions of that people seem to perpetuate certain beliefs of the ancient Greeks, as, for instance, the idea that a man has two souls, and many others. For you probably were made familiar with them in your passage through the upper and lower chamber. If I am mistaken in supposing you an initiate, please excuse me. I am aware that the closest friends often conceal that sacred secret from each other, and even husband and wife may live, as I was informed in Deir el-Kamar was the fact in one family there, for 20 years together, and yet neither know anything of the initiation of the other. You, undoubtedly, have good reasons for keeping your own counsel. Yours truly, A. L. Rawson. Before we close the subject, we may add that if a stranger asks for admission to a Thursday meeting, he will never be refused. Only, if he is a Christian, the Okal will open a Bible and read from it, and if a Mohammedan, he will hear a few chapters of the Quran, and the ceremony will end with this. They will wait until he is gone, and then, shutting well the doors of their convent, take to their own rites and books, passing for this purpose into their subterranean sanctuaries. The Druses remain, even more than the Jews, a peculiar people, says Colonel Churchill, one of the few fair and strictly impartial writers. They marry within their own race. They are rarely, if ever, converted. They adhere tenaciously to their traditions, and they baffle all efforts to discover their cherished secrets. The bad name of that caliph, whom they claim as their founder, is fairly compensated by the pure lives of many whom they honor as saints, and by the heroism of their feudal leaders. And yet the Druses may be said to belong to one of the least esoteric of secret societies. There are others far more powerful and learned, the existence of which is not even suspected in Europe. There are many branches belonging to the Great Mother Lodge, which, mixed up with certain communities, may be termed secret sects within other sects. One of them is the sect commonly known as that of Lagana Sastra. It reckons several thousand adepts who are scattered about in small groups in the south of the Deccan, India. In the popular superstition, this sect is dreaded on account of its great reputation for magic and sorcery. The Brahmins accuse its members of atheism and sacrilege, for none of them will consent to recognize the authority of either the Vedas or Manu, except so far as they conform to the versions in their possession, and which they maintain are professedly the only original texts. The Lagana Sastra have neither temples nor priests, but twice a month, every member of the community has to absent himself from home for 3 days. Popular rumor, originated among their women, ascribes such absences to pilgrimages performed to their places of fortnightly resort. In some secluded mountainous spots, unknown and inaccessible to other sects, hidden far from sight among the luxurious vegetation of India, they keep their bungalows, which look like small fortresses, encircled as they are by lofty and thick walls. These, in their turn, are surrounded by the sacred trees called asonata, and in Tamil, arasa maram. These are the sacred groves, the originals of those of Egypt and Greece, whose initiates also built their temples within such groves inaccessible to the profane. It will not be found without interest to see what Mr. John Yarker, Jr. has to say on some modern secret societies among the Orientals. The nearest resemblance to the Brahmanical mysteries is probably found in the very ancient paths of the dervishes, which are usually governed by 12 officers, the oldest court superintending the others by right of seniority. Here, the master of the court is called sheikh and has his deputies, caliphs, or successors, of which there may be many, as, for instance, in the brevet degree of a master mason. The order is divided into at least 4 columns, pillars, or degrees. The first step is that of humanity, which supposes attention to the written law and annihilation in the sheikh. The second is that of the path, in which the murid or disciple attains spiritual powers and self-annihilation into the pir, or founder of the path. The third stage is called knowledge, and the murid is supposed to become inspired, called annihilation into the prophet. The fourth stage leads him even to God when he becomes a part of the deity and sees him in all things. The first and second stages have received modern subdivisions as integrity, virtue, temperance, benevolence. After this, the sheikh confers upon him the grade of caliph, or honorary master, for in their mystical language, the man must die before the saint can be born. It will be seen that this kind of mysticism is applicable to Christ as founder of a path. To this statement, the author adds the following on the Bektash dervishes, who often initiated the Janizaries. They wear a small marble cube spotted with blood. Their ceremony is as follows. Before reception, a year's probation is required, during which false secrets are given to test the candidate. He has 2 godfathers and is divested of all metals and even clothing. From the wool of a sheep, a cord is made for his neck and a girdle for his loins. He is led into the center of a square room, presented as a slave and seated upon a large stone with 12 escallops. His arms are crossed upon his breast, his body inclined forward, his right toes extended over his left foot. After various prayers, he is placed in a particular manner, with his hand in a peculiar way, in that of the sheikh, who repeats a verse from the Quran. Those who on giving thee their hand swear to thee an oath, swear it to God, the hand of God is placed in their hand. Whoever violates this oath will do so to his hurt, and to whoever remains faithful God will give a magnificent reward. Placing the hand below the chin is their sign, perhaps in memory of their vow. All use the double triangles. The Brahmins inscribe the angles with their trinity, and they possess also the Masonic sign of distress, as used in France. From the very day when the first mystic found the means of communication between this world and the worlds of the invisible host, between the sphere of matter and that of pure spirit, he concluded that to abandon this mysterious science to the profanation of the rabble was to lose it. An abuse of it might lead mankind to speedy destruction. It was like surrounding a group of children with explosive batteries and furnishing them with matches. The first self-made adept initiated but a select few and kept silence with the multitudes. He recognized his God and felt the great being within himself, the Atman, the Self, the mighty Lord and Protector. Once that man knew him as the I Am, the Ego Sum, the Acme, showed his full power to him who could recognize the still small voice. From the days of the primitive man, described by the first Vedic poet, down to our modern age, there has not been a philosopher worthy of that name who did not carry in the silent sanctuary of his heart the grand and mysterious truth. If initiated, he learnt it as a sacred science. If otherwise, then, like Socrates repeating to himself, as well as to his fellow men, the noble injunction, "O man, know thyself," he succeeded in recognizing his God within himself. Ye are gods, the King Psalmist tells us, and we find Jesus reminding the scribes that the expression, "Ye are gods," was addressed to other mortal men, claiming for himself the same privilege without any blasphemy. And, as a faithful echo, Paul, while asserting that we are all the temple of the living God, cautiously adds that after all these things are only for the wise, and it is unlawful to speak of them. Therefore, we must accept the reminder and simply remark that even in the tortured and barbarous phraseology of the Codex Nazareus, we detect throughout the same idea. Like an undercurrent, rapid and clear, it runs without mixing its crystalline purity with the muddy and heavy waves of dogmatism. We find it in the Codex, as well as in the Vedas, in the Avesta, as in the Abhidharma, and in Kapil's Sankhya Sutras, not less than in the fourth Gospel. We cannot attain the kingdom of heaven unless we unite ourselves indissolubly with our Rex Lucis, the Lord of splendor and of light, our immortal God. We must first conquer immortality and take the kingdom of heaven by violence offered to our material selves. The first man is of the earth earthy. The second man is from heaven. Behold, I show you a mystery, says Paul, 1 Corinthians 15:47. In the religion of Sakya Muni, which learned commentators have delighted so much of late to set down as purely nihilistic, The doctrine of immortality is very clearly defined, notwithstanding the European, or rather Christian ideas about nirvana. In the sacred Jaina books of Patuna, the dying Gautama Buddha is thus addressed: "Arise into nirvana, from this decrepit body into which thou hast been sent. Ascend into thy former abode, O blessed avatar." This seems to us the very opposite of nihilism. If Gautama is invited to reascend into his former abode, and this abode is nirvana, then it is incontestable that Buddhistic philosophy does not teach final annihilation. As Jesus is alleged to have appeared to his disciples after death, so to the present day is Gautama believed to descend from nirvana. And if he has an existence there, then this state cannot be a synonym for annihilation. Gautama, no less than all other great reformers, had a doctrine for his elect and another for the outside masses, though the main object of his reform consisted in initiating all, so far as it was permissible and prudent to do, without distinction of castes or wealth, to the great truths hitherto kept so secret by the selfish Brahmanical class. Gautama Buddha it was whom we see the first in the world's history, moved by that generous feeling which locks the whole humanity within one embrace, inviting the poor, the lame, and the blind to the king's festival table, from which he excluded those who had hitherto sat alone in haughty seclusion. It was he who, with a bold hand, first opened the door of the sanctuary to the pariah, the fallen one, and all those afflicted by men, clothed in gold and purple, often far less worthy than the outcast, to whom their finger was scornfully pointing. All this did Siddhartha 6 centuries before another reformer, as noble and as loving, though less favored by opportunity, in another land. If both, aware of the great danger of furnishing an uncultivated populace with the double-edged weapon of knowledge which gives power, left the innermost corner of the sanctuary in the profoundest shade, who, that is acquainted with human nature, can blame them for it? But while one was actuated by prudence, the other was forced into such a course. Gautama left the esoteric and most dangerous portion of the secret knowledge untouched, and lived to the ripe old age of 80, with the certainty of having taught the essential truths and having converted to them 1/3 of the world. Jesus promised his disciples the knowledge which confers upon man the power of producing far greater miracles than he ever did himself, and he died, leaving but a few faithful men, only halfway to knowledge, to struggle with the world to which they could impart but what they half knew themselves. Later, their followers disfigured truth still more than they themselves had done. It is not true that Gautama never taught anything concerning a future life, or that he denied the immortality of the soul. Ask any intelligent Buddhist his ideas on nirvana, and he will unquestionably express himself as the well-known Wang Qinfu, the Chinese orator now traveling in this country, did in a recent conversation with us about Niapong, nirvana. This condition, he remarked, we all understand to mean a final reunion with God, coincident with the perfection of the human spirit by its ultimate disembarrassment of matter. It is the very opposite of personal annihilation. Nirvana means the certitude of personal immortality in spirit, not in soul, which, as a finite emanation, must certainly disintegrate its particles, a compound of human sensations, passions, and yearning for some objective kind of existence, before the immortal spirit of the ego is quite freed, and henceforth secure against further transmigration in any form. And how can man ever reach this state so long as the upadana, that state of longing for life, more life, does not disappear from the sentient being, from the ahankara clothed, however, in a sublimated body? It is the upadana, or the intense desire which produces will, and it is will which develops force, and the latter generates matter, or an object having form. Thus, the disembodied ego, through this soul undying desire in him, unconsciously furnishes the conditions of his successive self-procreations in various forms, which depend on his mental state and karma, the good or bad deeds of his preceding existence, commonly called merit and demerit. This is why the Master recommended to his mendicants the cultivation of the 4 degrees of dhyana, the noble path of the 4 truths, i.e., that gradual acquirement of stoical indifference for either life or death, that state of spiritual self-contemplation during which man utterly loses sight of his physical and dual individuality, composed of soul and body, and uniting himself with his third and higher immortal self, the real and heavenly man merges, so to say, into the divine essence, whence his own spirit proceeded like a spark from the common hearth. Thus the arhat, the holy mendicant, can reach nirvana while yet on earth, and his spirit, totally freed from the trammels of the psychical terrestrial devilish wisdom, as James calls it, and being in its own nature omniscient and omnipotent, can on earth, through the sole power of his thought, produce the greatest of phenomena. It is the missionaries in China and India who first started this falsehood about Niepang, or Niepana, nirvana, says Wang Qinfu. Who can deny the truth of this accusation after reading the works of the Abbé Dubois, for instance, a missionary who passes 40 years of his life in India, and then writes that the Buddhists admit of no other God but the body of man, and have no other object but the satisfaction of their senses, utters an untruth which can be proved on the testimony of the laws of the Talapoins of Siam and Burma, laws which prevail unto this very day, and which sentence a Sahan, or Punghi, a learned man, from the Sanskrit pundit, as well as a simple Talapoin, to death by decapitation for the crime of unchastity. No foreigner can be admitted into their kyums, or viharas, monasteries, and yet there are French writers, otherwise impartial and fair, who, speaking of the great severity of the rules to which the Buddhist monks are subjected in these communities, and without possessing one single fact to corroborate their skepticism, bluntly say that, notwithstanding the great laudations bestowed upon them, Talapoins, by certain travelers, merely on the strength of appearances, I do not believe at all in their chastity. Fortunately for the Buddhist Talapoins, lamas, sahans, upasampadas, and even samanairas, they have popular records and facts for themselves, which are weightier than the unsupported personal opinion of a Frenchman born in Catholic lands, whom we can hardly blame for having lost all faith in clerical virtue. When a Buddhist monk becomes guilty, which does not happen once in a century perhaps, of criminal conversation, he has neither a congregation of tender-hearted members whom he can move to tears by an eloquent confession of his guilt, nor a Jesus on whose overburdened, long-suffering bosom are flung, as in a common Christian dust-box, all the impurities of the race. No Buddhist transgressor can comfort himself with visions of a Vatican within whose sin-encompassing walls black is turned into white, murderers into sinless saints, and golden or silvery lotions can be bought at the confessional to cleanse the tardy penitent of greater or lesser offenses against God and man. Except a few impartial archaeologists who trace a direct Buddhistic element in Gnosticism, as in all those early short-lived sects, we know of very few authors who, in writing upon primitive Christianity, have accorded to the question its due importance. Have we not facts enough to, at least, suggest some interest in that direction? Do we not learn that as early as in the days of Plato, there were Brahmins, read Buddhist, Samaneans, Saman, or shaman missionaries, in Greece, and that, at one time, they had overflowed the country? Does not Pliny show them established on the shores of the Dead Sea for thousands of ages? After making every necessary allowance for the exaggeration, we still have several centuries BC left as a margin. And is it possible that their influence should not have left deeper traces in all these sects than is generally thought? We know that the Jaina sect claims Buddhism as derived from its tenets, that Buddhism existed before Siddhartha, better known as Gautama Buddha. The Hindu Brahmins, who, by the European Orientalists, are denied the right of knowing anything about their own country, or understanding their own language and records better than those who have never been in India, on the same principle as the Jews are forbidden, by the Christian theologians, to interpret their own scriptures. The Brahmins, we say, have authentic records, and these show the incarnation from the Virgin Avani of the first Buddha, divine light, as having taken place more than some thousands of years BC on the island of Ceylon. The Brahmins reject the claim that it was an avatar of Vishnu, but admit the appearance of a reformer of Brahmanism at that time. The story of the Virgin Avani and her divine son, Sakyamuni, is recorded in one of the sacred books of the Sinhalese Buddhists, the Nirdasa, and the Brahmanic chronology fixes the great Buddhistic revolution and religious war, and the subsequent spread of Sakyamuni's doctrine in Tibet, China, Japan, and other places at 4,620 years BC. It is clear that Gautama Buddha, the son of the king of Kapilavastu and the descendant of the first Sakya, through his father, who was of the Kshatriya, or warrior caste, did not invent his philosophy. Philanthropist by nature, his ideas were developed and matured while under the tuition of Tirthankara, the famous guru of the Jaina sect. The latter claim the present Buddhism as a diverging branch of their own philosophy, and themselves as the only followers of the first Buddha who were allowed to remain in India after the expulsion of all other Buddhists, probably because they had made a compromise and admitted some of the Brahmanic notions. It is, to say the least, curious that three dissenting and inimical religions, like Brahmanism, Buddhism, and Jainism, should agree so perfectly in their traditions and chronology as to Buddhism, and that our scientists should give a hearing but to their own unwarranted speculations and hypotheses. If the birth of Gautama may, with some show of reason, be placed at about 600 BC, then the preceding Buddhas ought to have some place allowed them in chronology. The Buddhas are not gods, but simply individuals overshadowed by the spirit of Buddha, the divine ray. Or is it because, unable to extricate themselves from the difficulty by the help of their own researches only, our Orientalists prefer to obliterate and deny the whole, rather than accord to the Hindus the right of knowing something of their own religion and history? Strange way of discovering truths. The common argument adduced against the Jaina claim of having been the source of the restoration of ancient Buddhism, that the principal tenet of the latter religion is opposed to the belief of the Jainas, is not a sound one. Buddhists, say our Orientalists, deny the existence of a supreme being. The Jainas admit one, but protest against the assumption that the He can ever interfere in the regulation of the universe. We have shown in the preceding chapter that the Buddhists do not deny any such thing. But if any disinterested scholar could study carefully the Jaina literature, in their thousands of books preserved, or shall we say, hidden, in Rajputana, Jaisalmer, at Patun, and other places, and especially if he could but gain access to the oldest of their sacred volumes, he would find a perfect identity of philosophical thought if not of popular rites, between the Jainas and the Buddhists. The Adi-Buddha and Adinatha, or Adiswara, are identical in essence and purpose. And now, if we trace the Jainas back, with their claims to the ownership of the oldest cave temples, those superb specimens of Indian architecture and sculpture, and their records of an almost incredible antiquity, we can hardly refuse to view them in the light which they claim for themselves. We must admit that in all probability, they are the only true descendants of the primitive owners of old India, dispossessed by those conquering and mysterious hordes of white-skinned Brahmins, whom, in the twilight of history, we see appearing at the first as wanderers in the valleys of Jumna and Ganges. The books of the Shravaks, the only descendants of the Arhatas, or earliest Jainas, the naked forest hermits of the days of old, might throw some light, perhaps, on many a puzzling question. But will our European scholars, so long as they pursue their own policy, ever have access to the right volumes? We have our doubts about this. Ask any trustworthy Hindu how the missionaries have dealt with those manuscripts which unluckily fell into their hands, and then see if we can blame the natives for trying to save, from desecration, the gods of their fathers. To maintain their ground, Irenaeus and his school had to fight hard with the Gnostics. Such, also, was the lot of Eusebius, who found himself hopelessly perplexed to know how the Essenes should be disposed of. The ways and customs of Jesus and his apostles exhibited too close a resemblance to this sect to allow the fact to pass unexplained. Eusebius tried to make people believe that the Essenes were the first Christians. His efforts were thwarted by Philo-Judaeus, who wrote his historical account of the Essenes and described them with the minutest care, long before there had appeared a single Christian in Palestine. But if there were no Christians, there were Christians long before the era of Christianity, and the Essenes belonged to the latter, as well as to all other initiated brotherhoods, without even mentioning the Christ Knights of India. Lepsius shows that the word Nofre means Christos, good, and that one of the titles of Osiris, Onofre, must be translated, the goodness of God made manifest. The worship of Christ was not universal at this early date, explains Mackenzie, by which I mean that Christolatry had not been introduced, but the worship of Christos, the good principle, had preceded it by many centuries, and even survived the general adoption of Christianity, as shown on monuments still in existence. Again, we have an inscription, which is pre-Christian, on an epitaphial tablet. Si indie lariseon, demosie eros sirestetiere. And De Rossi gives us another example from the catacombs, Aelia creste in pas. And Chris, as Jacoliot shows, means in Sanskrit, sacred. The meritorious stratagems of the trustworthy Eusebius thus proved lost labor. He was triumphantly detected by Basnage, who, says Gibbon, examined with the utmost critical accuracy the curious treatise of Philo, which describes the Therapeutae, and found that, by proving it was composed as early as the time of Augustus, he has demonstrated, in spite of Eusebius and a crowd of modern Catholics, that the Therapeutae were neither Christians nor monks. As a last word, the Christian Gnostics sprang into existence toward the beginning of the 2nd century, and just at the time when the Essenes most mysteriously faded away, which indicated that they were the identical Essenes, and moreover, pure Christists, Visatzaren. They believed, and were those who best understood what one of their own brethren had preached. In insisting that the letter iota, mentioned by Jesus in Matthew 5:18, indicated a secret doctrine in relation to the 10 aeons, it is sufficient to demonstrate to a Kabbalist that Jesus belonged to the Freemasonry of those days. for I, which is iota in Greek, has other names in other languages, and is, as it was among the Gnostics of those days, a password, meaning the scepter of the Father, in Eastern brotherhoods which exist to this very day. But in the early centuries, these facts, if known, were purposely ignored and not only withheld from public notice as much as possible, but vehemently denied whenever the question was forced upon discussion. The denunciations of the Fathers were rendered bitter in proportion to the truth of the claim which they endeavored to refute. It comes to this, writes Irenaeus, complaining of the Gnostics, they neither consent to Scripture nor tradition. And why should we wonder at that, when even the commentators of the 19th century, with nothing but fragments of the Gnostic manuscripts to compare with the voluminous writings of their calumniators, have been enabled to detect fraud on nearly every page? How much more must the polished and learned Gnostics, with all their advantages of personal observation and knowledge of fact, have realized the stupendous scheme of fraud that was being consummated before their very eyes? Why should they accuse Celsus of maintaining that their religion was all based on the speculations of Plato, with the difference that his doctrines were far more pure and rational than theirs, when we find Sprengel, 17 centuries later, writing the following? Not only did they, the Christians, think to discover the dogmas of Plato in the books of Moses, but moreover, they fancied that, by introducing Platonism into Christianity, they would elevate the dignity of this religion and make it more popular among the nations. They introduced it so well that not only was the Platonic philosophy selected as a basis for the Trinity, but even the legends and mythical stories which had been current among the admirers of the great philosopher, as a time-honored custom required in the eyes of his posterity. Such an allegorical homage to every hero worthy of deification were revamped and used by the Christians. Without going so far as India, did they not have a ready model for the miraculous conception in the legend about Perictione, Plato's mother? In her case, it was also maintained by popular tradition that she had immaculately conceived him, and that the god Apollo was his father. Even the annunciation by an angel to Joseph in a dream, the Christians copied from the message of Apollo to Ariston, Perictione's husband, that the child to be born from her was the offspring of that god. So too, Romulus was said to be the son of Mars, by the Virgin Rhea Silvia. It is generally held by all the symbolical writers that the Ophites were found guilty of practicing the most licentious rites during their religious meetings. The same accusation was brought against the Manichaeans, the Carpocratians, the Paulicians, the Albigenses, in short, against every Gnostic sect which had the temerity to claim the right to think for itself. In our modern days, the 160 American sects and the 125 sects of England are not so often troubled with such accusations. Times are changed, and even the once all-powerful clergy have to either bridle their tongues or prove their slanderous accusations. We have carefully looked over the works of such authors as Payne Knight, C.W. King, and Olshausen, which treat of our subject. We have reviewed the bulky volumes of Irenaeus, Tertullian, Sozomen, Theodoret, and in none but those of Epiphanius have we found any accusation based upon direct evidence of an eyewitness. They say, some say, we have heard. Such are the general and indefinite terms used by the patristic accusers. Alone Epiphanius, whose works are invariably referred to in all such cases, seems to chuckle with delight whenever he couches a lance. We do not mean to take upon ourselves to defend the sects which inundated Europe at the 11th century, and which brought to light the most wonderful creeds. we limit our defense merely to those Christian sects whose theories were usually grouped under the generic name of Gnosticism. These are those which appeared immediately after the alleged crucifixion and lasted till they were nearly exterminated under the rigorous execution of the Constantinian law. The greatest guilt of these were their syncretistic views, for at no other period of the world's history had truth a poorer prospect of triumph than in those days of forgery, lying, and deliberate falsification of facts. But before we are forced to believe the accusations, may we not be permitted to inquire into the historical characters of their accusers? Let us begin by asking, upon what ground does the Church of Rome build her claim of supremacy for her doctrines over those of the Gnostics? Apostolic succession, undoubtedly. The succession traditionally instituted by the direct Apostle Peter. But what if this prove a fiction? Clearly, the whole superstructure supported upon this one imaginary stilt would fall in a tremendous crash. And when we do inquire carefully, we find that we must take the word of Irenaeus alone for it, of Irenaeus, who did not furnish one single valid proof of the claim which he so audaciously advanced, and who resorted for that to endless forgeries. He gives authority neither for his dates nor his assertions. This Smyrniote worthy has not even the brutal but sincere faith of Tertullian, for he contradicts himself at every step and supports his claims solely on acute sophistry. Though he was undoubtedly a man of the shrewdest intellect and great learning, he fears not, in some of his assertions and arguments, to even appear an idiot in the eyes of posterity, so long as he can carry the situation. Twitted and cornered at every step by his not less acute and learned adversaries, the Gnostics, he boldly shields himself behind blind faith, and in answer to their merciless logic, falls upon imaginary tradition invented by himself. Reber wittily remarks, as we read his misapplications of words and sentences, we would conclude that he was a lunatic if we did not know that he was something else. So boldly mendacious does this Holy Father prove himself in many instances that he is even contradicted by Eusebius, more cautious if not more truthful than himself. He is driven to that necessity in the face of unimpeachable evidence. So, for instance, Irenaeus asserts that Papias, bishop of Hierapolis, was a direct hearer of St. John, and Eusebius is compelled to show that Papias never pretended to such a claim, but simply stated that he had received his doctrine from those who had known John. In one point, the Gnostics had the best of Irenaeus. They drove him, through mere fear of inconsistency, to the recognition of their Kabbalistic doctrine of atonement. Unable to grasp it in its allegorical meaning, Irenaeus presented, with Christian theology, as we find it in its present state of original sin versus Adam, a doctrine which would have filled Peter with pious horror if he had been still alive. The next champion for the propagation of apostolic succession is Eusebius himself. Is the word of this Armenian father any better than that of Irenaeus? Let us see what the most competent critics say of him. And before we turn to modern critics at all, we might remind the reader of the scurrilous terms in which Eusebius is attacked by George Syncellus, the vice-patriarch of Constantinople, 8th century, for his audacious falsification of the Egyptian chronology. The opinion of Socrates, an historian of the 5th century, is no more flattering. He fearlessly charges Eusebius with perverting historical dates in order to please the Emperor Constantine. In his chronographic work, before proceeding to falsify the synchronistic tables himself, in order to impart to scriptural chronology a more trustworthy appearance, Syncellus covers Eusebius with the choicest of monkish Billingsgate. Baron Bunsen has verified the justness, if not justified the politeness, of this abusive reprehension. His elaborate researches in the rectification of the Egyptian list of chronology by Manetho led him to confess that throughout his work, the Bishop of Caesarea had undertaken, in a very unscrupulous and arbitrary spirit, to mutilate history. Eusebius, he says, is the originator of that systematic theory of synchronisms which has so often subsequently maimed and mutilated history in its Procrustean bed. To this, the author of The Intellectual Development of Europe adds, among those who have been the most guilty of this offense, the name of the celebrated Eusebius, the Bishop of Caesarea, should be designated. It will not be amiss to remind the reader that it is the same Eusebius who is charged with the interpolation of the famous paragraph concerning Jesus, which was so miraculously found, in his time, in the writings of Josephus, the sentence in question having till that time remained perfectly unknown. Renan, in his Life of Jesus, expresses a contrary opinion. I believe, says he, the passage respecting Jesus to be authentic. It is perfectly in the style of Josephus, and, if this historian had made mention of Jesus, it is thus that he must have spoken of him. Begging this eminent scholar's pardon, we must again contradict him. Laying aside his cautious if, we will merely show that though the short paragraph may possibly be genuine and perfectly in the style of Josephus, its several parentheses are most palpably later forgeries, and, if Josephus had made any mention of Christ at all, it is not thus that he would have spoken of him. The whole paragraph consists of but a few lines, and reads, At this time was Iasus a wise man, if at least it is right to call him a man, Andra, for he was a doer of surprising works, and a teacher of such men as received the truths with pleasure. This was the anointed. And, on an accusation by the first men among us, having been condemned by Pilate to the cross, they did not stop loving him who loved them. For he appeared to them on the third day alive, and the divine prophets having said these and many other wonderful things concerning him. This paragraph, of 16 lines in the original, has 2 unequivocal assertions and 1 qualification. The latter is expressed in the following sentence. If, at least, it is right to call him a man. The unequivocal assertions are contained in "This is the anointed," and in that Jesus appeared to them on the third day alive. History shows us Josephus as a thorough, uncompromising, stiff-necked Orthodox Jew, though he wrote for the pagans. It is well to observe the false position in which these sentences would have placed a true-born Jew, if they had really emanated from him. Their Messiah was then, and is still expected. The Messiah is the anointed, and vice versa. And Josephus is made to admit that the first men among them have accused and crucified their Messiah and anointed. No need to comment any further upon such a preposterous incongruity, even though supported by so ripe a scholar as Renan. As to that patristic firebrand, Tertullian, whom de Musso apotheosizes in company with his other demigods, he is regarded by Roos, Bauer, and Schwegler in quite a different light. The untrustworthiness of statement and inaccuracy of Tertullian, says the author of Supernatural Religion, are often apparent. Roos characterizes his Christianism as âpre, insolent, brutal, ferrailleur. It is without unction and without charity, sometimes even without loyalty, when he finds himself confronted with opposition. If, remarks this author, in the 2nd century, all parties except certain Gnostics were intolerant, Tertullian was the most intolerant of all. The work begun by the early fathers was achieved by the sophomorical Augustine, his supra-transcendental speculations on the Trinity, his imaginary dialogues with the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, and the disclosures and covert allusions about his ex-brethren, the Manichaeans, have led the world to load Gnosticism with opprobrium, and have thrown into a deep shadow the insulted majesty of the one God, worshipped in reverential silence by every heathen. And thus is it that the whole pyramid of Roman Catholic dogmas rests not upon proof, but upon assumption. The Gnostics had cornered the Fathers too cleverly, and the only salvation of the latter was a resort to forgery. For nearly 4 centuries, the great historians nearly contemporary with Jesus had not taken the slightest notice either of his life or death. Christians wondered at such an unaccountable omission of what the Church considered the greatest events in the world's history. Eusebius saved the battle of the day. Such are the men who have slandered the Gnostics. The first and most unimportant sect we hear of is that of the Nicolaitans, of whom John, in the Apocalypse, makes the voice in his vision say that he hates their doctrine. These Nicolaitans were the followers, however, of Nicholas of Antioch, one of the 7 chosen by the 12 to make distribution from the common fund to the proselytes at Jerusalem. Acts then 44:45, verse 1-5. Hardly more than a few weeks or perhaps months after the crucifixion, and a man of honest report, full of the Holy Ghost and wisdom. Verse 3. Thus it would appear that the Holy Ghost and wisdom from on high were no more a shield against the accusation of heresy, than though they had never overshadowed the chosen ones of the apostles. It would be but too easy to detect what kind of heresy it was that offended, even had we not other and more authentic sources of information in the Kabbalistic writings. The accusation and the precise nature of the abomination are stated in the 2nd chapter of the book of Revelation, verses 14-15. The sin was merely marriage. John was a virgin. Several of the Fathers assert the fact on the authority of tradition. Even Paul, the most liberal and high-minded of them all, finds it difficult to reconcile the position of a married man with that of a faithful servant of God. There is also a difference between a wife and a virgin. The latter cares for the things of the Lord, and the former only for how she may please her husband. If any man think that he behaveth uncomely towards his virgin, let them marry. Nevertheless, he that standeth steadfast in his heart, and hath power over his own will, and hath so decreed that he will keep his virgin, doeth well, so that he who marries doeth well. But he that giveth her not in marriage doeth better. Art thou loosed from a wife? He asks. Seek not a wife. And remarking that according to his judgment, both will be happier if they do not marry, he adds, as a weighty conclusion, and I think also that I have the Spirit of God. Far from this spirit of tolerance are the words of John. According to his vision there are but the 144,000 which were redeemed from the earth, and these are they which were not defiled with women, for they were virgins. This seems conclusive, for except Paul, there is not one of these primitive Nazari. They're set apart and vowed to God, who seemed to make a great difference between sin within the relationship of legal marriage and the abomination of adultery. With such views and such narrow-mindedness, it was but natural that these fanatics should have begun by casting this iniquity as a slur in the faces of brethren, and then bearing on progressively with their accusations. As we have already shown, it is only Epiphanius whom we find giving such minute details as to the Masonic grips and other signs of recognition among the Gnostics. He had once belonged to their number, and therefore it was easy for him to furnish particulars. Only how far the worthy bishop is to be relied upon is a very grave question. One need fathom human nature, but very superficially, to find that there seldom was yet a traitor, a renegade, who, in a moment of danger, turned state's evidence, who would not lie as remorselessly as he betrayed. Men never forgive or relent toward those whom they injure. We hate our victims in proportion to the harm we do them. This is a truth as old as the world. On the other hand, it is preposterous to believe that such persons as the Gnostics, who, according to Gibbon, were the wealthiest, proudest, most polite, as well as the most learned of the Christian name, were guilty of the disgusting, libidinous actions of which Epiphanius delights to accuse them. Were they even like that set of tatterdemalions, almost naked with fierce looks, that Lucian describes as Paul's followers, we would hesitate to believe such an infamous story. How much less probable, then, that men who were Platonists, as well as Christians, should have ever been guilty of such preposterous rites. Payne Knight seems never to suspect the testimony of Epiphanius. He argues that if we make allowance for the willing exaggerations of religious hatred and consequent popular prejudice, the general conviction that these sectarians had rites and practices of a licentious character appears too strong to be entirely disregarded. If he draws an honest line of demarcation between the Gnostics of the first 3 centuries and those medieval sects, whose doctrines rather closely resembled modern communism, we have nothing to say. Only, we would beg every critic to remember that if the Templars were accused of that most abominable crime of applying the holy kiss to the root of Baphomet's tail, St. Augustine is also suspected, and on very good grounds too, of having allowed his community to go somewhat astray from the primitive way of administering the holy kiss at the feast of the Eucharist. The holy bishop seems quite too anxious as to certain details of the lady's toilet for the kiss to be of a strictly orthodox nature. Wherever there lurks a true and sincere religious feeling, there is no room for worldly details. Considering the extraordinary dislike exhibited from the first by Christians to all manner of cleanliness, we cannot enough wonder at such a strange solicitude on the part of the holy bishop for his female parishioners, unless indeed we have to excuse it on the ground of a lingering reminiscence of Manichaean rites. It would be hard, indeed, to blame any writer for entertaining such suspicions of immorality as those above noticed, when the records of many historians are at hand to help us to make an impartial investigation. Heretics are accused of crimes in which the Church has more or less openly indulged even down to the beginning of our century. In 1233, Pope Gregory IX issued 2 bulls against the Stedingers for various heathen and magical practices, and the latter, as a matter of course, were exterminated in the name of Christ and his Holy Mother. In 1282, a parish priest of Inverkeithing, named John, performed rites on Easter Day, by far worse than magical. Collecting a crowd of young girls, he forced them to enter into divine ecstasies and bacchanalian fury, dancing the old Amazonian circle dance around the figure of the heathen god of the gardens. Notwithstanding that upon the complaint of some of his parishioners he was cited before his bishop, he retained his benefice because he proved that such was the common usage of the country. The Waldenses, those earliest Protestants, were accused of the most unnatural horrors, burned, butchered, and exterminated for calumnies heaped upon them by their accusers. Meanwhile, the latter, in open triumph, forming their heathen processions of Corpus Christi, with emblems modeled on those of Baal Peor and Osiris, and every city in southern France carrying, in yearly processions on Easter days, loaves and cakes fashioned like the so much decried emblems of the Hindu Sivites and Vishnites, as late as 1825. Deprived of their old means for slandering Christian sects whose religious views differ from their own, it is now the turn of the heathen, Hindus, Chinese, and Japanese, to share with the ancient religions the honor of having cast in their teeth denunciations of their libidinous religions. Without going far for proofs of equal, if not surpassing, immorality, we would remind Roman Catholic writers of certain bas-reliefs on the doors of St. Peter's Cathedral. They are as brazen-faced as the door itself, but less so than any author who, knowing all this, feigns to ignore historical facts. A long succession of popes have reposed their pastoral eyes upon these brazen pictures of the vilest obscenity through those many centuries, without ever finding the slightest necessity for removing them. Quite the contrary, for we might name certain popes and cardinals who made it a lifelong study to copy these heathen suggestions of nature gods, in practice as well as in theory. In Polish Podolia, there was, some years ago, in a Roman Catholic church, a statue of Christ in black marble. It was reputed to perform miracles on certain days, such as having its hair and beard grow in the sight of the public, and indulging in other, less innocent wonders. This show was finally prohibited by the Russian government. When in 1585 the Protestants took Embrun, department of the Upper Alps, they found in the churches of this town relics of such a character that, as the chronicle expresses it, old Huguenot soldiers were seen to blush, several weeks after, at the bare mention of the discovery. In a corner of the church of Saint-Fiacre, near Monceau in France, there was, and it still is there, if we mistake not, a seat called the Chair of Saint-Fiacre, which had the reputation of conferring fecundity upon barren women. A rock in the vicinity of Athens, not far from the so-called tomb of Socrates, is said to be possessed of the same virtue. When, some 20 years since, the Queen Amelia, perhaps in a merry moment, was said to have tried the experiment, there was no end of most insulting abuse heaped upon her by a Catholic padre on his way through Sierra to some mission. The Queen, he declared, was a superstitious heretic, an abominable witch, Jezebel using magic arts. Much more the zealous missionary would doubtless have added, had he not found himself, right in the middle of his vituperations, landed in a pool of mud outside the window. The virtuous elocutionist was forced to this unusual transit by the strong arm of a Greek officer who happened to enter the room at the right moment. There never was a great religious reform that was not pure at the beginning. The first followers of Buddha, as well as the disciples of Jesus, were all men of the highest morality. The aversion felt by the reformers of all ages to vice under any shape is proved in the cases of Sakya Muni, Pythagoras, Plato, Jesus, St. Paul, Ammonius Saccas. The great Gnostic leaders, if less successful, were not less virtuous in practice nor less morally pure. Marcion, Basilides, Valentinus were renowned for their ascetic lives. The Nicolaitans, who, if they did not belong to the great body of the Ophites, were numbered among the small sects which were absorbed in it at the beginning of the 2nd century, owe their origin, as we have shown, to Nicholas of Antioch, a man of honest report, full of the Holy Ghost and wisdom. How absurd the idea that such men would have instituted libidinous rites. As well accuse Jesus of having promoted the similar rites which we find practiced so extensively by the medieval Orthodox Christians behind the secure shelter of monastic walls. If, however, we are asked to credit such an accusation against the Gnostics, an accusation transferred with tenfold acrimony, centuries later, to the unfortunate heads of the Templars, why should we not believe the same of the Orthodox Christians? Minucius Felix states that the first Christians were accused by the world of inducing, during the ceremony of the perfect Passover, each neophyte, on his admission, to plunge a knife into an infant concealed under a heap of flour, the body then serving for a banquet to the whole congregation. After they had become the dominant party, they, the Christians, transferred this charge to their own dissenters. The real crime of heterodoxy is plainly stated by John in his epistles and gospel. He that confesseth not that Jesus Christ is come in the flesh is a deceiver and an antichrist. 2 Epistle 7. In his previous epistle, he teaches his flock that there are two trinities, 7-8, in short, the Nazarene system. The inference to be drawn from all this is that the made-up and dogmatic Christianity of the Constantinian period is simply an offspring of the numerous conflicting sects, half-castes themselves, born of pagan parents. Each of these could claim representatives converted to the so-called Orthodox body of Christians. And, as every newly born dogma had to be carried out by the majority of votes, every sect colored the main substance with its own hue, till the moment when the emperor enforced this revealed olla podrida, of which he evidently did not himself understand a word, upon an unwilling world as the religion of Christ. Wearied in the vain attempt to sound this fathomless bog of international speculations, unable to appreciate a religion based on the pure spirituality of an ideal conception, Christendom gave itself up to the adoration of brutal force as represented by a church backed up by Constantine. Since then, among the 1,000 rites, dogmas, and ceremonies copied from paganism, the church can claim but one invention as thoroughly original with her, namely, the doctrine of eternal damnation, and one custom, that of the anathema. The pagans rejected both with horror. An execration is a fearful and grievous thing, says Plutarch, wherefore the priestess at Athens was commended for refusing to curse Alcibiades, for desecration of the mysteries, when the people required her to do it. For she said that she was a priestess of prayers and not of curses. Deep researches would show, says Renan, that nearly everything in Christianity is mere baggage brought from the pagan mysteries. The primitive Christian worship is nothing but a mystery. The whole interior police of the church, the degrees of initiation, the command of silence, and a crowd of phrases in the ecclesiastical language have no other origin. The revolution, which overthrew paganism, seems at first glance an absolute rupture with the past. But the popular faith saved its most familiar symbols from shipwreck. Christianity introduced at first so little change into the habits of private and social life that with great numbers in the 4th and 5th centuries, it remains uncertain whether they were pagans or Christians. Many seem even to have pursued an irresolute course between the two worships. Speaking further of art, which formed an essential part of the ancient religion, he says that it had to break with scarce one of its traditions. Primitive Christian art is really nothing but pagan art in its decay, or in its lower departments. The Good Shepherd of the Catacombs in Rome is a copy from the Aristeas, or from the Apollonomius, which figure in the same posture on the pagan sarcophagi, and still carries the flute of Pan in the midst of the 4 half-naked seasons. On the Christian tombs of the cemetery of St. Calixtus, Orpheus charms the animals. Elsewhere, the Christ as Jupiter Pluto and Mary as Proserpina receive the souls that Mercury, wearing the broad-brimmed hat and carrying in his hand the rod of the soul guide, psychopompos, brings to them, in presence of the three fates, Pegasus, the symbol of the apotheosis, Psyche, the symbol of the immortal soul, Heaven, personified by an old man, the river Jordan, and Victory, figure on a host of Christian monuments. As we have elsewhere shown, the primitive Christian community was composed of small groups scattered about and organized in secret societies, with passwords, grips, and signs. To avoid the relentless persecutions of their enemies, they were obliged to seek safety and hold meetings in deserted catacombs, the fastnesses of mountains, and other safe retreats. Like disabilities were naturally encountered by each religious reform at its inception. From the very first appearance of Jesus and his 12 disciples, we see them congregating apart, having secure refuges in the wilderness, and among friends in Bethany and elsewhere. Were Christianity not composed of secret communities from the start, history would have more facts to record of its founder and disciples than it has. How little Jesus had impressed his personality upon his own century is calculated to astound the inquirer. Renan shows that Philo, who died toward the year 50, and who was born many years earlier than Jesus, living all the while in Palestine, while the glad tidings were being preached all over the country, according to the Gospels, had never heard of him. Josephus, the historian, who was born 3 or 4 years after the death of Jesus, mentions his execution in a short sentence, and even those few words were altered by a Christian hand, says the author of the Life of Jesus. Writing at the close of the 1st century, when Paul, the learned propagandist, is said to have founded so many churches, and Peter is alleged to have established the apostolic succession, which the Irenaeo-Eusebian chronology shows to have already included 3 bishops of Rome. Josephus, the painstaking enumerator and careful historian of even the most unimportant sects, entirely ignores the existence of a Christian sect. Suetonius, secretary of Adrian, writing in the 1st quarter of the 2nd century, knows so little of Jesus or his history as to say that the emperor Claudius banished all the Jews, who were continually making disturbances, at the instigation of one Chrestus, meaning Christ, we must suppose. The Emperor Adrian himself, writing still later, was so little impressed with the tenets or importance of the new sect that in a letter to Servianus, he shows that he believes the Christians to be worshippers of Serapis. In the 2nd century, says C.W. King, the syncretistic sects that had sprung up in Alexandria, the very hotbed of Gnosticism, found out in Serapis a prophetic type of Christ as the Lord and Creator of all, and Judge of the living and the dead. Thus, while the pagan philosophers had never viewed Serapis, or rather, the abstract idea which was embodied in him, as otherwise than a representation of the anima mundi, the Christians anthropomorphized the Son of God and his Father, finding no better model for him than the idol of a pagan myth. There can be no doubt, remarks the same author, that the head of Serapis, marked as the face is by a grave and pensive majesty, supplied the first idea for the conventional portraits of the Savior. In the notes taken by a traveler, whose episode with the monks on Mount Athos we have mentioned elsewhere, we find that, during his early life, Jesus had frequent intercourse with the Essenes belonging to the Pythagorean school, and known as the Koinobi. We believe it rather hazardous on the part of Renan to assert so dogmatically, as he does, that Jesus ignored the very name of Buddha, of Zoroaster, of Plato, that he had never read a Greek nor a Buddhistic book, although he had more than one element in him, which, unawares to himself, proceeded from Buddhism, Parsism, and the Greek wisdom. This is conceding half a miracle and allowing as much to chance and coincidence. It is an abuse of privilege when an author, who claims to write historical facts, draws convenient deductions from hypothetical premises, and then calls it a biography, a life of Jesus. No more than any other compiler of legends concerning the problematical history of the Nazarene prophet, has Renan 1 inch of secure foothold upon which to maintain himself, nor can anyone else assert a claim to the contrary, except on inferential evidence. And yet, while Renan has not one solitary fact to show that Jesus had never studied the metaphysical tenets of Buddhism and Parsism, or heard of the philosophy of Plato, his opponents have the best reasons in the world to suspect the contrary. When they find that, 1. All his sayings are in a Pythagorean spirit, when not verbatim repetitions. 2. His code of ethics is purely Buddhistic. 3. His mode of action and walk in life, Essenian. And 4. His mystical mode of expression, his parables, and his ways, those of an initiate, whether Grecian, Chaldean, or Magian. For the perfect, who spoke the hidden wisdom, were of the same school of archaic learning the world over. It is difficult to escape from the logical conclusion that he belonged to that same body of initiates. It is a poor compliment paid the Supreme, this forcing upon him 4 Gospels, in which, contradictory as they often are, there is not a single narrative, sentence, or peculiar expression whose parallel may not be found in some older doctrine or philosophy. Surely the Almighty, were it but to spare future generations their present perplexity, might have brought down with him, at his first and only incarnation on earth, something original, something that would trace a distinct line of demarcation between himself and the score or so of incarnate pagan gods, who had been born of virgins, had all been saviors, and were either killed or otherwise sacrificed themselves for humanity. Too much has already been conceded to the emotional side of the story. What the world needs is a less exalted but more faithful view of a personage in whose favor nearly half of Christendom has dethroned the Almighty. It is not the erudite, world-famous scholar whom we question for what we find in his Vie de Jésus, nor is it one of his historical statements. We simply challenge a few unwarranted and untenable assertions that have found their way past the emotional narrator into the otherwise beautiful pages of the work, a life built altogether on mere probabilities, and yet that of one who, if accepted as an historical personage, has far greater claims upon our love and veneration, fallible as he is with all his greatness, than if we figure him as an omnipotent God. It is but in the latter character that Jesus must be regarded by every reverential mind as a failure. Notwithstanding the paucity of old philosophical works now extant, we could find no end of instances of perfect identity between Pythagorean, Hindu, and New Testament sayings. There is no lack of proofs upon this point. What is needed is a Christian public that will examine what will be offered and show common honesty in rendering its verdict. Bigotry has had its day and done its worst. We need not be frightened, says Professor Muller, if we discover traces of truth, traces even of Christian truth, among the sages and lawgivers of other nations. After reading the following philosophical aphorisms, who can believe that Jesus and Paul had never read the Grecian and Indian philosophers? Sentences from Sextus, the Pythagorean, and other heathen. 1. Possess not treasures, but those things which no one can take from you. 2. It is better for a part of the body which contains purulent matter, and threatens to infect the whole, to be burnt, than to continue so in another state, life. 3. You have in yourself something similar to God, and therefore use yourself as the temple of God. 4. The greatest honor which can be paid to God is to know and imitate His perfection. 5. What I do not wish men to do to me, I also wish not to do to men. Analects of Confucius, page 76. See Max Muller's The Works of Confucius. 6. The moon shines even in the house of the wicked. Manu. 7. They who give have things given to them. Those who withhold have things taken from them. Ibid. 8. Purity of mind alone sees God. Ibid. Still a popular saying in India. Verses from the New Testament. 1. Lay not up for yourselves treasures upon earth, where moth and rust doth corrupt, and where thieves break through and steal. Matthew 6:19. 2. And if thy hand offend thee, cut it off. It is better for thee to enter unto life maimed than go to hell, etc. Mark 9:43. 3. Know ye not ye are the temple of God, and that the Spirit of God dwelleth in you. 1 Corinthians 3:16. 4. That ye may be the children of your Father, which is in heaven, be ye perfect even as your Father is perfect. Matthew 5:45-48. 5. Do ye unto others as ye would that others should do to you. 6. He maketh his sun to rise on the evil and on the good, and sendeth rain on the just and on the unjust. Matthew 5:45. 7. Whosoever hath, to him shall be given. But whosoever hath not, from him shall be taken away. Matthew 13:12. 8. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. Matthew 5:8. Plato did not conceal the fact that he derived his best philosophical doctrines from Pythagoras, and that himself was merely the first to reduce them to systematic order, occasionally interweaving with them metaphysical speculations of his own. But Pythagoras himself got his recondite doctrines, first from the descendants of Mauchus, and later from the Brahmans of India. He was also initiated into the mysteries among the hierophants of Thebes, the Persian and Chaldean magi. Thus, step by step do we trace the origin of most of our Christian doctrines to Middle Asia. Drop out from Christianity the personality of Jesus, so sublime because of its unparalleled simplicity, and what remains? History and comparative theology echo back the melancholy answer, a crumbling skeleton formed of the oldest pagan myths. While the mythical birth and life of Jesus are a faithful copy of those of the Brahmanical Krishna, his historical character of a religious reformer in Palestine is the true type of Buddha in India. In more than one respect, their great resemblance in philanthropic and spiritual aspirations, as well as external circumstances, is truly striking. Though the son of a king, while Jesus was but a carpenter, Buddha was not of the high Brahmanical caste by birth. Like Jesus, he felt dissatisfied with the dogmatic spirit of the religion of his country, the intolerance and hypocrisy of the priesthood, their outward show of devotion, and their useless ceremonials and prayers. As Buddha broke violently through the traditional laws and rules of the Brahmans, so did Jesus declare war against the Pharisees and the proud Sadducees. What the Nazarene did as a consequence of his humble birth and position, Buddha did as a voluntary penance. He traveled about as a beggar, and, again like Jesus, later in life he sought by preference the companionship of publicans and sinners. each aimed at a social as well as at a religious reform, and giving a death blow to the old religions of his countries, each became the founder of a new one. The reform of Buddha, says Max Mueller, had originally much more of a social than of a religious character. The most important element of Buddhist reform has always been its social and moral code, not its metaphysical theories. That moral code is one of the most perfect which the world has ever known, and he whose meditations had been how to deliver the soul of man from misery and the fear of death, had delivered the people of India from a degrading thraldom and from priestly tyranny. Further, the lecturer adds that were it otherwise, Buddha might have taught whatever philosophy he pleased, and we should hardly have heard his name. The people would not have minded him, and his system would only have been a drop in the ocean of philosophic speculation by which India was deluged at all times. The same with Jesus. While Philo, whom Renan calls Jesus's elder brother, Hillel, Shammai, and Gamaliel, are hardly mentioned, Jesus has become a god, and still pure and divine, as was the moral code taught by Christ. It never could have borne comparison with that of Buddha, but for the tragedy of Calvary. That which helped forward the deification of Jesus was his dramatic death, the voluntary sacrifice of his life, alleged to have been made for the sake of mankind, and the later convenient dogma of the atonement invented by the Christians. In India, where life is valued as of no account, the crucifixion would have produced little effect, if any. In a country where, as all the Indianists are well aware, religious fanatics set themselves to dying by inches, in penances lasting for years, where the most fearful macerations are self-inflicted by fakirs, where young and delicate widows, in a spirit of bravado against the government, as much as out of religious fanaticism, mount the funeral pile with a smile on their face, where, to quote the words of the great lecturer, men in the prime of life throw themselves under the car of Juggernath to be crushed to death by the idol they believe in, where the plaintiff who cannot get redress starves himself to death at the door of his judge, where the philosopher, who thinks he has learned all which this world can teach him, and who longs for absorption into the deity, quietly steps into the Ganges in order to arrive at the other shore of existence. In such a country, even a voluntary crucifixion would have passed unnoticed. In Judea, and even among braver nations than the Jews, the Romans and the Greeks, where everyone clung more or less to life, and most people would have fought for it with desperation, the tragical end of the great reformer was calculated to produce a profound impression. The names of even such minor heroes as Mutius Scaevola, Horatius Cocles, the mother of the Gracchi, and others, have descended to posterity, and, during our school days, as well as later in life, their histories have awakened our sympathy and commanded a reverential admiration. But can we ever forget the scornful smile of certain Hindus at Benares when an English lady, the wife of a clergyman, tried to impress them with the greatness of the sacrifice of Jesus in giving his life for us? Then, for the first time, the idea struck us how much the pathos of the great drama of Calvary had to do with subsequent events in the foundation of Christianity. Even the imaginative Renan was moved by this feeling to write in the last chapter of his Vie de Jésus a few pages of singular and sympathetic beauty. Apollonius, a contemporary of Jesus of Nazareth, was, like him, an enthusiastic founder of a new spiritual school. Perhaps less metaphysical and more practical than Jesus, less tender and perfect in his nature, he nevertheless inculcated the same quintessence of spirituality and the same high moral truths. His great mistake was to confine them too closely to the higher classes of society. While to the poor and the humble, Jesus preached peace on earth and goodwill to men, Apollonius was the friend of kings and moved with the aristocracy. He was born among the latter and himself a man of wealth, while the Son of Man, representing the people, had not where to lay his head. Nevertheless, the two miracle workers exhibited striking similarity of purpose. Still earlier than Apollonius had appeared Simon Magus, called the great power of God. His miracles are both more wonderful, more varied, and better attested than those either of the apostles or of the Galilean philosopher himself. Materialism denies the fact in both cases, but history affirms. Apollonius followed both, and how great and renowned were his miraculous works in comparison with those of the alleged founder of Christianity, as the Kabbalists claim. We have history again, and Justin Martyr to corroborate. Like Buddha and Jesus, Apollonius was the uncompromising enemy of all outward show of piety, all display of useless religious ceremonies and hypocrisy. If, like the Christian Savior, the sage of Tyana had by preference sought the companionship of the poor and humble, and if instead of dying comfortably at over 100 years of age, he had been a voluntary martyr, proclaiming divine truth from a cross, his blood might have proved as efficacious for the subsequent dissemination of spiritual doctrines as that of the Christian Messiah. The calumnies set afloat against Apollonius were as numerous as they were false. So late as 18 centuries after his death, he was defamed by Bishop Douglas in his work Against Miracles. In this, the Right Reverend Bishop crushed himself against historical facts. If we study the question with a dispassionate mind, we will soon perceive that the ethics of Gautama Buddha, Plato, Apollonius, Jesus, Ammonius Saccas, and his disciples were all based on the same mystic philosophy. That all worshipped one God, whether they considered him as the Father of humanity, who lives in man as man lives in him, or as the incomprehensible creative principle, all led godlike lives. Ammonius, speaking of his philosophy, taught that their school dated from the days of Hermes, who brought his wisdom from India. It was the same mystical contemplation throughout as that of the yogin, the communion of the Brahman with his own luminous self, the Atman. And this Hindu term is again Kabbalistic, par excellence. Who is self? Is asked in the Rig Veda. Self is the Lord of all things. All things are contained in this self. All selves are contained in this self. Brahman itself is but self, is the answer. Says Idra Rabba, all things are himself, and himself is concealed on every side. The Adam Kadmon of the Kabbalists contains in himself all the souls of the Israelites, and he is himself in every soul, says the Sohar. The groundwork of the eclectic school was thus identical with the doctrines of the yogin, the Hindu mystics, and the earlier Buddhism of the disciples of Gautama. And when Jesus assured his disciples that the Spirit of truth, whom the world cannot receive because it seeth him not, neither knoweth him, dwells with and in them, who are in him, and he in them, he but expounded the same tenet that we find running through every philosophy worthy of that name. Laboulaye, the learned and skeptical French savant, does not believe a word of the miraculous portion of Buddha's life. Nevertheless, he has the candor to speak of Gautama as being only second to Christ in the great purity of his ethics and personal morality. For both of these opinions, he is respectfully rebuked by de Musso. Vexed at this scientific contradiction of his accusations of demonolatry against Gautama Buddha, he assures his readers that ce savant distingue n'a point étudié cette question. I do not hesitate to say, remarks in his turn Barthélemy Saint-Hilaire, that, except Christ alone, there is not among the founders of religions a figure either more pure or more touching than that of Buddha. His life is spotless. His constant heroism equals his convictions. He is the perfect model of all the virtues he preaches, his abnegation, his charity, his unalterable sweetness of disposition do not fail him for one instant. He abandoned, at the age of 29, his father's court to become a monk and a beggar. And when he dies in the arms of his disciples, it is with the serenity of a sage who practiced virtue all his life, and who dies convinced of having found the truth. This deserved panegyric is no stronger than the one which Laboulaye himself pronounced, and which occasioned de Mousseau's wrath. It is more than difficult, adds the former, to understand how men, not assisted by revelation, could have soared so high and approached so near the truth. Curious that there should be so many lofty souls, not assisted by revelation. And why should anyone feel surprised that Gautama could die with philosophical serenity? As the Kabbalists justly say, death does not exist, and man never steps outside of universal life. Those whom we think dead live still in us, as we live in them. The more one lives for his kind, the less need he fear to die. And we might add that he who lives for humanity does even more than him who dies for it. The ineffable name in the search for which so many Kabbalists, unacquainted with any Oriental or even European adept, vainly consume their knowledge and lives, dwells latent in the heart of every man. This mirific name, which according to the most ancient oracles, rushes into the infinite worlds, all ur-63t, si metosropia ligni, can be obtained in a twofold way: by regular initiation and through the small voice, which Elijah heard in the cave of Horeb, the mount of God, and, when Elijah heard it, he wrapped his face in his mantle and stood in the entering of the cave. And behold, there came the voice. When Apollonius of Tyana desired to hear the small voice, he used to wrap himself up entirely in a mantle of fine wool, on which he placed both his feet, after having performed certain magnetic passes, and pronounced not the name, but an invocation well known to every adept. Then he drew the mantle over his head and face, and his translucid or astral spirit was free. On ordinary occasions he wore wool, no more than the priests of the temples. The possession of the secret combination of the name gave the Hierophant supreme power over every being, human or otherwise, inferior to himself, in soul strength. Hence, when Max Muller tells us of the quiche, a hidden majesty which was never to be opened by human hands, the Kabbalist perfectly understands what was meant by the expression, and is not at all surprised to hear even this most erudite philologist exclaim, "What it was, we do not know." We cannot too often repeat that it is only through the doctrines of the more ancient philosophies that the religion preached by Jesus may be understood. It is through Pythagoras, Confucius, and Plato that we can comprehend the idea which underlies the term Father in the New Testament. Plato's ideal of the deity, whom he terms the one everlasting, invisible God, the fashioner and Father of all things, is rather the Father of Jesus. It is this divine being of whom the Grecian sage says that he can neither be envious nor the originator of evil, for he can produce nothing but what is good and just, is certainly not the Mosaic Jehovah, the jealous God, but the God of Jesus, who alone is good. He extols his all-embracing divine power and his omnipotence, but at the same time intimates that, as he is unchangeable, he can never desire to change his laws, i.e., to extirpate evil from the world through a miracle. He is omniscient, and nothing escapes his watchful eye. His justice, which we find embodied in the law of compensation and retribution, will leave no crime without punishment, no virtue without its reward, and therefore he declares that the only way to honor God is to cultivate moral purity. He utterly rejects not only the anthropomorphic idea that God could have a material body, but rejects with disgust those fables which ascribe passions, quarrels, and crimes of all sorts to the minor gods. He indignantly denies that God allows himself to be propitiated, or rather bribed, by prayers and sacrifices. The Phaedrus of Plato displays all that man once was, and that which he may yet become again. Before man's spirit sank into sensuality and was embodied with it through the loss of his wings, he lived among the gods in the airy, spiritual world, where everything is true and pure. In the Timaeus he says that there was a time when mankind did not perpetuate itself, but lived as pure spirits. In the future world, says Jesus, they neither marry nor are given in marriage, but live as the angels of God in heaven. The researches of Laboulaye, Anquetil Duperron, Colebrook, Barthélemy Saint-Hilaire, Max Muller, Spiegel, Burnouf, Wilson, and so many other linguists have brought some of the truth to light. And now that the difficulties of the Sanskrit, the Tibetan, the Sinhalese, the Zend, the Pahlavi, the Chinese, and even of the Burmese are partially conquered, and the Vedas and the Zend-Avesta, the Buddhist texts, and even Kapila's sutras are translated, a door is thrown wide open, which, once passed, must close forever behind any speculative or ignorant calumniators of the old religions. Even till the present time, the clergy have, to use the words of Max Muller, generally appealed to the deviltries and orgies of heathen worship, but they have seldom, if ever, endeavored to discover the true and original character of the strange forms of faith and worship, which they call the work of the devil. When we read the true history of Buddha and Buddhism by Muller, and the enthusiastic opinions of both expressed by Barthélemy Saint-Hilaire and Laboulaye, and when finally a popish missionary, an eyewitness, and one who least of all can be accused of partiality to the Buddhists, the Abbé Huck, we mean, finds occasion for nothing but admiration for the high individual character of these devil worshippers. We must consider Sakyamuni's philosophy as something more than the religion of fetishism and atheism, which the Catholics would have us believe it. Huck was a missionary, and it was his first duty to regard Buddhism as no better than an outgrowth of the worship of Satan. The poor abbé was struck off the list of missionaries at Rome after his book of travels was published. This illustrates how little we may expect to learn the truth about the religions of other people through missionaries when their accounts are first revised by the superior ecclesiastical authorities, and the former severely punished for telling the truth. When these men who have been, and still are often termed, the obscene ascetics, the devotees of different sects of India, in short, generally termed yogi, were asked by Marco Polo how it comes that they are not ashamed to go stark naked as they do, they answered the inquirer of the 13th century, as a missionary of the 19th was answered. We go naked, they say, because naked we came into the world, and we desire to have nothing about us that is of this world. Moreover, we have no sin of the flesh to be conscious of, and therefore we are not ashamed of our nakedness any more than you are to show your hand or your face. You who are conscious of the sins of the flesh, do well to have shame and to cover your nakedness. One could make a curious list of the excuses and explanations of the clergy to account for similarities daily discovered between Romanism and heathen religions. Yet the summary would invariably lead to one sweeping claim: the doctrines of Christianity were plagiarized by the pagans the world over. Plato and his older academy stole the ideas from the Christian revelation, said the Alexandrian fathers. The Brahmans and Manu borrowed from the Jesuit missionaries, and the Bhagavad Gita was the production of Father Calmet, who transformed Christ and John into Krishna and Arjuna to fit the Hindu mind. The trifling fact that Buddhism and Platonism both antedated Christianity, and the Vedas had already degenerated into Brahmanism before the days of Moses, makes no difference. The same with regard to Apollonius of Tyana. Although his thaumaturgical powers could not be denied in the face of the testimony of emperors, their courts, and the populations of several cities, and although few of these had ever heard of the Nazarene prophet, whose miracles had been witnessed by a few apostles only, whose very individualities remain to this day a problem in history, yet Apollonius has to be accepted as the monkey of Christ. If of really pious, good, and honest men, many are yet found among the Catholic, Greek, and Protestant clergy, whose sincere faith has the best of their reasoning powers, and who, having never been among heathen populations, are unjust only through ignorance. It is not so with the missionaries. The invariable subterfuge of the latter is to attribute to demonolatry the really Christ-like life of the Hindu and Buddhist ascetics and many of the lamas. Years of sojourn among heathen nations in China, Tartary, Tibet, and Hindustan have furnished them with ample evidence how unjustly the so-called idolaters have been slandered. The missionaries have not even the excuse of sincere faith to give the world that they mislead, and, with very few exceptions, one may boldly paraphrase the remark made by Garibaldi and say that a priest knows himself to be an impostor unless he be a fool or have been taught to lie from boyhood.